So, hello everybody, and welcome to World Mindfulness Day. We're just going to be starting in a few minutes' time. Should be able to see a screen with just saying World Mindfulness Day, actually. Happy World Mindfulness Day to you all. It's nice to wish that to you. And as you're all kind of coming in and signing in, feel free to use the chat to say hello and where you're from. So you can make good use of the chat facility today. It's coming up to 9 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, quite early. So I'm very impressed by you all. Okay, so we have Lynn from Spain. Turn my video on. Hello, you can see me with my big microphone. So we got, oh, this is lovely. So we got Mary from Greece, Mary Rosie from Greece, Lynn from Spain. Hi, Zoe from Norwich. Wow, Singapore. Afika from Singapore. Linda, born in Lincolnshire. Hi, Dana. Dana from Beirut. That's wonderful. Good to see some familiar. Oh, Mark. Wonderful. Good morning. Lauren, living in Bavaria, Germany. Joanna from Coventry. Anybody from Timbuktu? I'm still waiting to meet my first person from Timbuktu. Susan from Manchester. Minda, good morning. Looking forward to the day. From Bedford as well. We've got a few people from Bedford. It must be a very mindful place. Good morning from Fort William. Wonderful. Good morning, Paul. By the way, when you're doing the chat, there's a button above the chat which says all panelists. If you click on it and you change it to all panelists and attendees, and then everyone can see what you're sharing if you wish. Karen from sunny Stevenage. It's kind of, I'm here in London. Yeah, it's definitely getting sunny, which is really nice. Nick from Spain. Cecile from Bordeaux, sunny Bordeaux. That's nice, we've got a nice sunny day today to enjoy. Got my cup of tea. So before we start, feel free to get a drink or a snack. I don't know if you've had breakfast yet. Sunny Manchester for a change, says Mark. That's good to see. Good to see lots of familiar faces as well as, well, not faces, chats. Good morning from leafy Surrey. Yeah, probably getting a bit extra leafy, I'm guessing, with the autumn around the corner. When does the autumn officially start? Is it the 21st of September? Ooh, from Finland. Martina. Good to see you here. I see some people who've done our trainings are here. From Chile, Bright Bath is Hayley. Is anybody from London, or is it just me? It's got to be more than one mindful person in London. Looking forward to the day. Wonderful. Awesome. Well, it's 9 o'clock now, so I'd like to officially welcome everybody to World Mindfulness Day. My name is Shama Shaladina. I'm author of Mindfulness for Dummies and some books on mindfulness, and I'm very, very passionate about mindfulness and also building communities around mindfulness. So we have a community called Teach Mindfulness, people who've done our mindfulness teacher training program. And I'll also tell you about a new community we've got called the Daily Mindfulness Club, and we've also got some free communities too as well. But before we kind of get to get into the day, it would be fun to do a little bit of a poll, just to see the kind of people that are here. So I'm going to click this button, and you get a chance to vote. If you're watching on Zoom, you'll be able to do that. And you can join us on Zoom if you're on YouTube or Facebook. If you go to worldmindfulnessday.eventbrite.co.uk, you can get yourself a free ticket. But okay, here's the poll. Here we go. I just made this poll up a few minutes ago. So the question is, have you ever done any mindfulness before? Either the options are never tried it, done a short mindful exercise once, tried mindfulness a few times. The fourth option's I practice mindfulness most days. The next one is I meditate daily. And the final option is I'm like Yoda from Star Wars. We're buddies. And I can see there's one person there already. You know, I heard that Yoda from Star Wars, that character, is based on the Dalai Lama. If you think about it and you listen to the voice, mindful I am. Teach Luke Star Wars, do I? There is definitely some similarities there. Especially the voice. Dalai Lama's much taller. Not that much taller, but taller. So, I can see 36 people have voted so far. A few people still thinking about it. Oh, that's amazing. Wonderful. I'll give you a few more moments. But at the moment, the winner is I practice mindfulness most days, which is nice for the world. And there's nobody who's never tried it before, which is good. But you're always welcome if you're new to it. But I can see, okay, I'll end the poll in 5, 4. I've got a gong here. 3, 2, 1. That's the end of round 1. Okay, let's see the results. Share the results. And as you can see, one person's never tried it, and you're very welcome. Wonderful. You're in the right place. No one's done just a short mindful exercise once. 29%, so almost a third of you, have tried mindfulness a few times. And I think, nowadays, because it's so popular, most people, even if they didn't want to try it, they're bound to be in some workshop or some situation or some setting where some mindfulness has been shared. So that's wonderful. And then quite a few of you, almost 50%, 45% practice most days. That's really, really nice and encouraging to hear, especially nowadays with the challenges we're facing. And then about a fifth of you practice meditation daily, so much more hard. And it's nice to see that somebody knows Yoda from Star Wars too. I was hoping at least one person would vote for that. That's great. That's great. Okay, so I'll stop that. That's me just having some fun as usual. Excellent. So I'm going to talk to you about the day and what to expect from the day. So, as I said, I'm going to introduce a World Mindfulness Day and share a little bit about the story about it if we have some time too. Then at 9:30, now many of these people have actually done our Teach Mindfulness program. I invited them, but there's other people who are also very welcome. So we've got others too. So at 9:30, we're going to have, it's almost like a mini workshop, I think, or at least a sharing from Jacqueline. And that's going to be about mindful journaling. Not mindful, I think I may have made a slight mistake there, but it's mainly about journaling. And then at 10 o'clock, we've got Dr. Tamara Russell, who's a good friend of mine over the years, and she's written several books on mindfulness. And I believe she's a psychiatrist as well. I think she was part of the Institute of Psychiatry. But now she's been really, really creative, especially in the last few years, bringing mindful movement to all sorts of different people. And she's very much, she's probably the one that knows Yoda, actually. She's uses all sorts of different martial arts to bring mindful movement and teaching people mindfulness. And she's even been doing some stuff on virtual reality. Really interesting stuff there too. Then it's time for us to have some fun. Laughing belly breath meditation with Lorraine. And this really embodies the approach we take to mindfulness. We like to combine mindfulness and kindness or kindfulness and playfulness and creativity, because we think they're three really, really important aspects of mindfulness: being present, being creative and playful, and also the kindness and compassion. Then at 11, we have Tosh, who's an expert on helping people to go through their divorce in a more mindful way, and she's helped so many people. She did our program a few years ago, and so she's going to be doing a forgiveness meditation for us today. And then Calvin, who's also done our program, he's an expert on telling stories and helps organizations as well as individuals help them find their story. And he helps with mindful storytelling, which I think is a really interesting concept. Then we have Sarah, who we've worked with many times over the years, and she's very experienced in running workshops and classes, and she's going to be teaching us about mindful self-compassion. I think she's done quite a bit of training around that area. And then something different, Sarah Rebecca, who's very kindly been volunteering to help organise this tea. It's going to be doing mindful art and creativity for well-being, so that'll be fun to do something different. It doesn't have to be just... Mindfulness is not just about meditation and sitting in one posture. There's a flexibility to it. We're all about being flexible, not just in the yoga flexible, but doing it, practicing in a different way. So that's what we're going to be having at 12:30. Let's see if I can get the next slide to work. These are all UK times, by the way. Then at 1 p.m, last time I actually forgot to have a lunch break on one of these days, so put a mindful lunch break in. But there's so many great speakers that I couldn't help but have some sort of class or session. So we have Jane, and Jane Bozier has done our training a while back, and she's now taking it into... I think I saw her information on the Bupa website teaching about mindful eating. I think it was Bupa, one of the private healthcare companies. And so she's, I believe, a bit of a specialist on mindful eating. So she'll be able to perhaps guide us in some mindful eating or tell us about the importance of it. I know not everyone's time zone will be lunchtime then, but it will be for me. So we'll learn about mindful eating there. And then it's always nice after you've had a bit of a meal to have a bit of a mindful experience lying down and maybe even a nap. So I thought that's a great time for Elspeth to guide us in a guided body scan. And so you can do that practice. You don't have to be seated. You can even be lying down for that one. Then I'm really, really excited. We had a speaker from Plum Village in France last time we did one of these. It wasn't Mindfulness Day. It was some other day that we were celebrating. Can't remember. Anxiety Day? I can't remember. But we had a brother sharing something last time as well. And just by coincidence, I got chatting to Faplin, which means brother spirit. I think it was on Twitter, actually. It was just by coincidence. And I've met him a couple of times in Plum Village, which is a monastery that Thich Nhat Hanh, Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh, started. And I went to a retreat there in the summer. I think it might have been last summer, and it was a mindfulness and neuroscience retreat. So it's so interesting. And he gave a wonderful talk there, and so he's kindly agreed to guide us in an experience. And he's very creative as well. I think he's planning to even do some science on us. So I said, maybe a 20-minute talk, 20-minute meditation, but he was thinking, maybe I'll do a talk and then I'll do the science in the moment and I'll listen to feedback and then do some mini meditations. So yeah, that'll be wonderful. So do make time for that. 3 o'clock is about mindfulness for teens. Jane McDrade, I think she's based in the US, so she'll be tuning in from there. Hopefully it will work, and we'll learn about how to bring some mindfulness for teenagers. It's a difficult time in people's lives when they're going through that age. So hopefully that'll be interesting. I'm sure it'll be interesting, and it'll give you some ideas and activities that perhaps you can do with teenagers, whether you have teenagers or you are a teenager. And then Florence, who's recently done our training, suggested doing a short piece of mindful music. It's I think it's a song that she's written, and she's a great singer, so I'm looking forward to listening to that. It's just a 5-minute piece. And then we have a self-compassion meditation with Dr. Nahid Dave. And then at 4 o'clock, or Dave maybe, 4 p.m, mindfulness for anxiety and low mood. There's so much of that happening at the moment with all these changes for us all. We all go through these experiences. How can you use mindfulness to help you get through these challenging moods, challenging experiences? So Mary will have some tips for us. Then we have John talking about intention setting. I think that's a lovely concept. How do we set our intentions? Are intentions important? Then Jason from Canada, and he started a new podcast, so he just interviewed me last week. a lovely guy, and he's going to be talking about love and kindness in meditation. So you can see we've got the playfulness and the creativity and the awareness woven through the day. Actually, I just realised that now. And I'm not sure how to pronounce her name, but I talked to her quite a lot online. Natu, perhaps on mindful movement. I think she teaches yoga quite a bit too. And she's been doing wonderful work in our group about equality as well and racial justice. And really looking forward to her session on mindful movement. And then we've got something really exciting. So one of my friends, Avnish, who happens to be in Malaysia at the moment. He normally lives in Australia, but he was just flying to Malaysia when the pandemic started and kind of got stuck there. But his family are there. Anyway, he wanted to, I suggested, could you do something on mindfulness and music? Because I heard a bit of his music. And he said that he's got a new single coming out. And so this is going to be his first debut. It's going to be available on Spotify and Apple and everything. But he agreed, even though it's 1 o'clock in the morning in Malaysia, he's hired a studio. And at 1 o'clock in the morning, I hope it works, I'm sure it will. He's going to be live streaming from there and playing the songs, I think, for an hour. And he's going to, gradually build the energy up so we can listen to it. And he's going to be integrating it with some gratitude practice too. So do stay tuned in for that because they're making so much effort to gift their time with us today. And then there'll be some opportunities to share your gratitude as well. And I think he would love to be able to hear your gratitudes that you have from having done that event. And then another really fun talk. Again, this happened by synchronicity. I happened to be again on Twitter, and I think Shocker's Twitter had been hacked or something, so he was talking something about that. But this is from a TEDx event I went to probably 2 years ago, TEDx London, and Shocker was one of the great speakers at the event, and it's one of the favorite speakers for me for sure. And he performed a song there. Has some swearing in it, but I think that makes it even more fun. So we'll play that song, and would love to hear his story too of the challenges that he's gone through personally, and he has some really, really interesting things to share. So not directly about mindfulness just as being aware, but we're about mindfulness, compassion, wisdom. It's going to be talking about self-love, which I think is such an important thing. So loads of cool stuff to look forward to today. What else did I want to say about that? I think that was it. Yeah, so that will take us through to around 7:30. There's quite, as you can see, there's a lot of speakers involved, a lot of technology involved. We're expecting things to go wrong. So we're all about imperfection and embracing that. So hopefully you can kind of embody that kind of approach and thinking too. Quite a few of you are thinking, Tamara's saying that looking forward to moving mindfully with a neuro twist at 10 o'clock. Quite a few have been asking about the recordings. Yes, as long as you have a ticket, which I'm guessing you do, with the free ticket when you signed up for your Zoom session. So you'll be able to get a link to the recording of the sessions. Assuming my computer doesn't crash by all you people logging in, that should work fine. And we should be able to have that experience. Wonderful. So, how are we doing? I think it's time for a cup of tea for me now. Cheers. So how are we doing for time? Great. Okay, so we've got about 10 minutes or so before the next speaker. So that's myself, Shama Shaldina, and I'd like to warmly welcome you to World Mindfulness Today again. And let me just share with you a little bit of a story about how this day started and how this whole thing started. So in terms of World Mindfulness Day, this event is the first time we're doing an event like this. We've never done an event for World Mindfulness Day before. And I never even knew such a thing as Mindfulness Day existed. I was just, because I happen to be more online now with this pandemic, haven't been traveling much at all, as same with many of you. And then I came across, there's a World Peace Day that's going to be celebrated on the 20th of September, and that's a wonderful thing. I thought, I wonder if there's something specifically for mindfulness. And then when I looked on Wikipedia, which is where I get all my information, Mindfulness Day existed, but when I looked around online, there was almost no celebration of it. And mindfulness is such a wonderful thing, and it's secular now, as well as having been part of religions. There's been so much research on mindfulness now. There's literally multiple millions of people practicing mindfulness every day. So there's a lot of people that embrace it. So it's something to be practiced every day, but it's nice to have a specific day where we all come together and celebrate it. And I'm so grateful to the concept of mindfulness because, at least for the last 10 years, I've been teaching mindfulness full time. I've made my full-time living, doing it, teaching it, sharing it, and learning about it. So I'm so grateful for this movement. And so I thought, oh, wow, why don't we celebrate it on World Mindfulness Day? Let me stop sharing this for a while. How do I do that? There we go. There you go, you can see me a bit better. So I thought, yeah, why don't we celebrate it for World Mindfulness Day? And so I thought, okay, what could we do? And then it was just a few weeks ago that we had the idea, and I shared it with our community of mindfulness teachers. And I said, hey, if you want to give a talk, let me know, come up with some topic, and maybe we could put something together. And it was literally just a few weeks ago. Some of the speakers just agreed a few days ago, actually, my usual lastminute.com approach. And that's how Mindfulness Day has come about. And we've got hundreds of people that have signed up for this. And so I'm hoping that we're able to start some sort of community. And I think we should start organising next year's event from tomorrow. Even though it's about mindfulness living in the present, we also need to mindfully plan. And I think we can gradually build it up into an event which happens annually to celebrate the importance of being aware and also being kind to ourselves and kind to each other, to have a playful, light-hearted and creative approach with each other, and to take some time to stop and to pause. Mental health challenges are just on the rise more and more and more. And because of COVID-19, it's even become more of an issue. It was such a big problem already. And there's many different ways to look after our mental health and well-being, but one of them for sure is mindfulness practice, and mindfulness practice in many different ways, whether it involves this kind of sketching and the drawing, or if it involves mindful movement, or if it involves yoga. There's so many different approaches and ways in which to cultivate mindfulness, and it's really important. I think more and more people are starting to realize that we need to look after our mental and emotional well-being. So that's one of the things. The other thing I wanted to share is a little bit of a reflection of my own personal journey in mindfulness. Perhaps not ever since I started, but just over the last year. One of the things I've got really passionate about in the last few years, and especially in the last year, is a specific approach to mindfulness and a specific research. It's called acceptance and commitment training. And this research in this particular approach started around the 1970s, perhaps even earlier. So some of you may have heard of a guy called Jon Kabat-Zinn, who started a program called Mindfulness-Based Stress Reduction. But at the same time, there was another guy, Dr. Stephen Hayes, who was researching a different approach. And what I found really interesting is that he started researching this, although he's now considered one of the top psychologists of all time. He started researching this after a spiritual experience. I would call it a spiritual experience, a transcendent experience. What happened is that he was getting panic attack after panic attack, and for years and years, for 3 years I think it was, and he was trying all the psychological approaches at the time. None of them worked, but there was a moment where he was on the floor. He was in the middle of the night. He wanted to call the ambulance because he thought he was having a heart attack, but he didn't. But he had this experience of stepping out from his thoughts for the first time, and he became the observer of his thoughts. So he became what he now calls a transcendent self. And, he started to, it was at that moment he decided he was going to stop running away from his difficult feelings and difficult thoughts. And he realized for the first time that he's not his thoughts. There's a part of him that's beyond that. And he knew from that moment on that everything was going to change. And it did change. And he spent decades trying to work out why it happened. He's not into esoteric beliefs at all. He's a very hardcore scientist. And so he researched it and he found 6 factors that impact our well-being. And what he's arguing now, and I think more and more people are agreeing, is of all the different things in science that we can look to cultivate resilience and well-being and a life of that flourishes, it's these 6 factors that have been more researched than any other area. Over 1,000 studies on a thing called psychological flexibility. It's a fancy word for these 6 processes. And these 6 processes, most of them are mindful processes. So they're about being present. They're about stepping back from your thoughts. They're about accepting your challenging emotions. And then there's a couple of factors about being clear about your values, like what's really important to you, and taking steps and action towards that. Now, so I've been studying a lot of these, and I was thinking, yeah, it's a great model, and I've been sharing that a lot. But then I got very interested, especially in the last 4 or 5 months, about one particular area, the transcendent self. Why is it that it's something that ancient spiritual teachers have been teaching us for ages, the importance of this part of us that's beyond our thoughts? And now why is it even in the field of mental health and mindfulness being found to be one of the best things to help us to live a flourishing life? So in the last few months, I've been particularly interested in looking at what does it mean, the transcendent self. So I first got into the idea of the transcendent self 20 years ago, reading books by Krishnamurti, I don't know if you've heard of him, and a guy called Nisargadatta. Have I got his book? He wrote a famous book called I Am That. If you go to India, it's in all the bookshops. And then there's another guy called Ramana Maharshi. These are all, around 100 years ago or 50 years ago, they were around, these people. And they really emphasized the importance of the transcendent self, and they attracted lots of students. They were spiritual teachers, I would call them, or philosophers. But now this has actually stepped into the realm of psychology. So now psychology is finding that this way of thinking, this way of being is really, really powerful and helpful. So I've started to kind of create a new model for myself and for the way I share with others, where the understanding the transcendent self, the sense of a flexible sense of who you are, and even Eckhart Tolle, The Power of Now, I've been watching some of his videos. He talks about it all the time too. If you don't know his mini story of how he changed, he had a spiritual experience, I guess, too. He was suffering from depression after depression. He was at a point in his life where he thought, I can't live with myself. He had that thought, I can't live with myself. And then he realized that there's 2 parts of me. There's I, and then there's the myself. So there's a part of me that's beyond my thoughts. And so he started to tune into that and started writing from that space and sharing with others. And he's obviously had millions of followers too. He doesn't use the word mindfulness. You can use whatever word you wish. It doesn't really matter. But this idea of the transcendent self is really, really powerful. So if there is to be a theme today, I didn't really want to have a theme. I wanted to keep it open so everyone can share whatever they want. But for me, is the element of the transcendent self, which I thought was just in the realm of belief when I first learnt it 20 years ago. But having looked at the more hardcore science recently too, and how helpful it is for our psychological well-being, I now like to think of myself and everybody else as the transcendent self, as pure awareness, consciousness, or as energy, or as whatever you want to call it, because that sense of separation that we have is important. Otherwise I won't be able to speak to you. We need to have some sense of separation so we can communicate, but we also need to remember that it's only because of our connected consciousness that we can connect and talk and share and be with each other. And the more we can learn to reflect and practice that, the better. The other huge thing that I want to share is that I don't think this is something that has to take multiple lifetimes for you to realize, or even the end of your lifetime before you realize. This is, if that is who we are, if we are pure awareness, consciousness, energy, whatever word you want to use for it, we're that already. It's not something that we need to gain in the future. It's a bit like, you're wearing your glasses and you're looking for when am I going to get my glasses? Where are my glasses? You're wearing your glasses, they're already there. It's the same with you right now. You are already awareness, consciousness, oneness, the transcendent self. So it's not something you need to gain in the future, but through what people will share today, perhaps what I'm sharing right now, through maybe a little mindful exercise here and there, you'll be able to touch that and step into that and feel that sense of spaciousness, which is between the thoughts, which is underneath the thoughts, which is already there all the time. And the more we kind of tune into that and rest in that, the better. But we don't need to be in that state all the time. Again, this is another, I think, a mistake that I made, or misunderstanding I had for a while, which was that I thought, everything has to be oneness all the time and I'm always connected with it and completely peaceful. And if anybody says anything annoying, I'm like, this too will pass. We don't need to be like, we can just be ourselves, be our own personality, be our own character, and with all our flaws and everything, and we can still be that transcendent self, that part of us that's beyond, because we are that all the time. So I'm passionate about sharing that. And just to finish, this is something that I've been sharing a lot in what we started recently called the Daily Mindfulness Club. And the way this happened is that I wanted to be part of a community back in the early days of the pandemic, a few months ago now, in May, June. But I couldn't quite connect with the right community, because I wanted a community that had the creativity and the playfulness and the kindness and compassion, and also that opportunity to tune into the transcendent self together with a group of people every morning. And then I had the idea of a challenge. Why don't we do a 30-day challenge? And I was hoping for 5 or 10 people, but we had a lot more. And amazingly, I was able to stick to it as well as everyone else. Pretty much stayed the same all the way through. So we had about, I can't remember exactly now, but about 40 or 50 people every single morning tuned in and practiced the meditation every day together through the whole of July. And I guided a little meditation which touched on that transcendent self every day. And so we had lots of requests. Let's do it again in August. So we did another 30-day challenge in August, and that went really well too. So then I decided to start a club, because it wasn't a challenge so much, because we were practicing every day already. So we started a daily mindfulness club for the early morning people, 7:30 in the morning. I guide a half an hour meditation, as I did this morning, which was a lake meditation, where we learned about thoughts and emotions, and also the fact that just like a lake, there's the stillness of the lake underneath, and from that stillness there's lots of waves and ripples on the surface of the lake, but the depth underneath the lake is always still. So we reflected on that today. So anyway, it was only through the Daily Mindfulness Club and the Teach Mindfulness programs that we have the people that participated. That has helped to make this happen. So I really appreciate all of those people, and also deep gratitude to all those that were in a position to be able to donate for this event to happen. So now we need to move on to our next speaker, who I believe is Jacqueline. So let's see if we can get this to work. Let me just do the slides for 1 second. Just looks more professional if I do this. So that was me. And now we have Jacqueline on mindful journaling. So, let's see.
Hey, Shamash, I think I can't start the video. It says host has stopped it. So
Okay, let me give you lots of power so that you
give
can
me
do
some
it.
power.
There you go.
Okay,
Good to see that
so there we go, starting video. And now I'm going to try sharing my screen.
Okay.
So just give me
I need
a
to
little second.
unpin myself.
No, so let's see. I can't actually get. Be with you in a second. Just a bit of technology going on here.
Yeah, it's always going to take.
Okay, so PowerPoint's up.
Oh, wonderful, yeah, that's
I
what
need to do the slideshow from the beginning. There we go.
Wonderful.
Right, I have to move everybody out of the way, otherwise it's right in the middle. Okay, well, so there we go.
I'll pass it over to you then. And if you have any
questions,
let me know. Thank you, Jacqueline.
Right, so As Shamash said, I'm Jacqueline and I'm tuning in from Spain this morning. I've been living in Spain for 19 years, and 15 of those I spent teaching in a bilingual school in Girona. When my youngest child left school, I decided that it was a time for a change in direction. So after doing an 8-week mindfulness course in Barcelona, I decided to train to teach mindfulness, and I did that with Shamash Alidina. Highly recommend his course. And since then, I've been teaching small workshops and doing one-to-one mindfulness coaching. Books and writing have always been a huge part of my life. And when I was younger, I used to keep a journal. And I also wrote poems and stories that reflected what I was going through at that moment. I think my English teacher must have learnt a lot more about my life than I wanted her to at that time, as I'm sure the characters weren't very well disguised. But on reflection, I realised that it was an excellent way of managing my thoughts and emotions. So I've recently been thinking a lot about the link between mindfulness and journaling and writing. And then I started seeing references to Julia Cameron's book, The Artist's Way. 1 second. Yeah, okay. So I had a look at it on Amazon, and I noticed that the writer Elizabeth Gilbert had said that without The Artist's Way, there would have been no Eat, Pray, Love. So I thought, well, this sounds good. So I bought a copy. Now, the book is intended to be worked on daily for 12 weeks, the idea is, and it's for anyone who wants to gain greater self-knowledge and confidence. So although it's called The Artist's Way, anyone can use it. I can't talk about all of it, but I do want to talk about the main idea from the book, which is an activity called the morning pages. So the idea of the morning pages is that you turn up every day for 12 weeks. You can sit somewhere comfortable with a cup of tea, and you take a pen and paper and you write whatever comes into your head, no matter what. So at the end, you have a stream of consciousness, and the aim is to aim for about 3 sides of A4, which does seem like an impossible task to begin with. The idea is that even if you don't know what to write, you keep going. So you end up with a load of rubbish, and it could start with something like, I don't know how to do this, how is this ever going to work? But you just keep going. And when you've finished, you don't go back and read what you've written that day, not until a much later date. So the reason for this is that it avoids censoring ourselves, and it also avoids a lot of judgment. And very important, and this does cause a lot of debate, is that you write by hand. This has been shown to increase activity in the brain's motor cortex, which has a very similar effect to meditation, which is why writing by hand can feel very therapeutic, and it helps with mindfulness as well. When I talk about writing the morning pages, people often say to me, well, how and why do you stick with this, especially the 12 weeks? Well, I did find that the experience was very similar to mindfulness at the beginning. There were some days when I didn't want to show up. There were days when I couldn't show up. So I just tried to catch up in the afternoons. And if I missed a day, then I just carried on the next day and tried not to beat myself up about it. I think when we're doing something like that, we have to be very kind to ourselves, just as we would with meditation, and realize that just because we haven't done something one day, it doesn't undo everything that we've done the day before or the weeks before. I don't always know what to write. Sometimes I have a good rant about something that's happening in my life, or ranting because I want to be doing something else, like scrolling through Instagram or, something else, or going for a walk. But whatever I write, I try not to judge it. And that is really, really hard. So I think the trick is not to stop to reflect or to correct your spelling or whatever you're writing, that you just keep going. I think the morning pages are very much like a mindful meditation, because when we do go back and revisit those pages, we can stand back from it, gain a new perspective on our thoughts and emotions. For example, you suddenly realize that things that you might have written when you were really, really angry, you didn't mean, and you don't believe it, and it looks ridiculous once you reflect on it. But you can also find that something really small that seemed really small at the time can contain not just a grain of truth, but like a huge rock of truth, and that's where you can gain clarity on your life. It's certainly helped with mine. And just as with any mindfulness practice, I think the key is perseverance. Just show up, do some writing, and put it to one side and reflect at a later date. I mean, you don't have to try doing the 12 weeks. I know some people are very keen to try and, get that going for 12 weeks. But I think if you can just show up, even if it's sort of, a few days a week or once a week to begin with, and just make that commitment to a bit of mindful journaling, and then it's good. You'll be surprised at the insight. So I just put here that a couple of things. I need to move this out of the way. Sorry, let's go back. I've got the screen right in front here. Okay, so I've just put it's okay to rant. Treat yourself kindly without judgment, and above all, keep going. I did want to give you a taste of how it feels, so we're going to have a go now. So you'll need pen and paper, which hopefully you've got close at hand. We don't have time to sit and do this for 30 minutes, but it will give you an idea of how the process feels. So in a moment, grab a pen and paper. There's no pressure, just try to relax and allow your thoughts to flow. It's probably a good idea just to sit with your eyes closed for a moment, just trying to calm your thoughts, and then start writing. With your eyes open, of course. Start writing, and just write the first thing that comes into your head, even if it's this blank page is scary. What am I going to write? Oh, this is rubbish. It's never going to work. I've got a little bit of music here to play for about 10 minutes if we have time. If we don't, Shamash will need to let me know. It might be a bit less than 10 minutes. If you can't hear the music for any reason, then feel free to find your own piece of music. Or if you prefer to write in silence, then that's okay too. And then we'll come back in a little while. I'll start this off. Okay. Right, so just starting with your first thought, and keep going, and I'll let you get on with that. you one more minute. Okay, so just coming back to the conference, and how was that for people? I don't know if there are any comments. As I was preparing this, I do realize that there's not really that much time for you to get into the flow. I hope that you managed to get into the flow a little bit. So what I've decided to do for you is I'm arranging a journaling workshop on Thursday, the 24th of September at 7:30 in the evening until 8:30. That's UK time. So if anybody would like to join in with that, then if you could drop me an email at the address there, that's Jacqueline@gotomindfulness.com. And then I will send you the Zoom link as soon as I can set that all up, if anyone's interested. Okay, thank you. Shamash, I don't know if there's any questions. I need to start handing back to you.
Thank you so much. I really, really love that. Wow, that was amazing. Let's just have a look at some of the chat. Oh, there's loads of people that have said so many good things.
Oh, that's nice. Can
you not see the chat yourself?
Yeah, I can now. It's coming up. I just didn't want to press too many buttons. I was frightened of something disappearing. Let me open it.
Let me read some of them. Can we have Jacqueline's email address again, please? What's your email address or your website?
If you
type it in the chat.
Yeah, the website is gotomindfulness.com. And you'll actually, if you go to events on there, you'll see there's a link.
Okay, great.
Well, there's a link. There's a little poster, but I need to set up all the Zoom links for everybody. So I think it'd be really good. I just wanted to give people a taste of what it's like, and
yeah, definitely.
Love to see people there.
People really loved it. I was doing it myself, actually. Someone, I'm doing a program, and someone sent me a journal yesterday. So I really enjoyed it, and especially with the music. Actually, I've never done it with the calming music in the background, but I found that really helpful. And I've got so many new ideas that I need to do now.
That's the thing.
Lauren said, a very new experience. I've turned up my nose at Artist Way, and I'm changing that now. It's incredible. Provides a new possibility for me. Thank you, Jackie, says Lola.
You're welcome. That's good. Enjoy sharing
Florence says, wonderful journaling practice. Always great to get thoughts and feelings down on paper. Thank you. Minda says, powerful and moving. I have so much more to write. Thanks.
That's good.
Paul found it enlightening. Karen really liked it as well. Susan said, I surprised myself and got into the flow.
Ah, brilliant.
Denise says, felt good to just write with abandon. Marzo wrote 2 pages, so job done.
That's good. Yeah, sometimes it's harder to. Sometimes you don't. It feels as if you're sitting there for an eternity, and you don't write anything. And other times you can just get into the flow. So it's really good. Yeah.
And I can see Sandra says, I wrote a lot and very tearful. Do you have anything to say about if the emotions come up?
Yeah, I think if the emotions come up, just let them, because it means that there's something there that does need to come up. That happens to me sometimes. It can be, for example, sometimes I'm journaling and I start thinking about my son who's in the UK, and I can just, or when the children were little, and all of a sudden I just come over really emotional and get tears. I have to get the tissues out. Yeah, it's fine. Just let that flow. That's good.
Yeah. Dana says, thank you, Jacqueline. The music and the practice is beautiful. I felt like writing down affirmations of gratitude.
Oh, good. Yeah.
What do you feel about the connection between this and something like a gratitude practice? Is it different, or is it?
No, I think it's very much linked. I think it's, in fact, you could even combine it. You could either start by writing the gratitude, or at the end, I think, at the end of when you think, okay, I'm not going to write anymore, just write down something that you feel grateful for.
Hmm.
Or just dedicate one day to doing that, and you probably find that you write pages and pages. I think that's a lovely idea. Yeah,
That's
I'll
a really
try
good
that.
idea, yeah. And Helena's got a good question here, which is what do you do when you have things you want to write, but you can't in case someone reads it? Can you just think it, or can you write it and then throw it away afterwards?
Yeah, write it and shred it. Yeah, I think.
There needs
I've
to be like a journal with shredder package that you can buy.
Yeah. I've recently actually bought a shredder. I didn't buy it for that, but sometimes I got these pages. My husband said, what is this? It's like MI5 or something in here. Shredding these pages. What is this? But yeah, I've got a whole stack of pages, and that does worry me. But I think if there's anything that you really wouldn't want anyone to read, then write it and shred it. Yeah.
Shred it, yeah. I've actually, yeah, I've got. I think it's good for security reasons as well because sometimes
Yes.
apparently people look in the bin. So I've
Yeah.
got one
True.
recently.
Yeah.
I had a cheap one which just kept jamming, so I got a better one now, and it makes a big difference. You just spend more time unjamming it than anything
Yeah.
else.
Yeah.
Cecile says writing frantically, much quicker than usually, as 10 minutes contained together
Mm,
activity, I suppose. I
yeah.
love mindful journaling. Thank you for sharing the experience. I hope I can join on the 24th.
Yeah. I'd like to see you there. That'd be good.
Oh, so there's quite a few people interested in that. That's great.
Yeah.
Journaling has always been an important part of my life, says Hester. Lovely to connect it with mindfulness. There was something I found powerful about doing it as a group as well, because I
Mm.
may do journaling every now and then. I used to do it more regularly, but something about doing it in a group as well. Is there? Have you ever tried that before? Group journaling?
No, I haven't, which is why it would be interesting on the 24th. Perhaps we could actually do, sit and journal together for 10 minutes, with the screens on. And
Hmm.
I've done poetry workshops and things like that, but not actual journaling. And
Yeah, there's a group energy. Just like
yeah,
mindfulness is different when you're doing
yeah,
it in a group,
yeah,
isn't it? Compared to one
definitely.
to one. So
It's
it's like a
good.
community. Maybe we could all have one big Google Doc and just type it all together.
That'd be good. That'd
You'll
be
have a
good.
book
Yeah.
finished by the end of 10
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's wonderful. Well, thank you very much. Was there anything else you wanted to say, or do you want to share the websites and the other bits and pieces again before you
Yeah,
finish?
yeah. The website is go to mindfulness.com. It's
Hmm.
yeah, and you'll see if you just go to events, and then you'll see the details there.
Hmm.
And I'm also on Twitter, somewhere on Twitter and Instagram and
Great,
Facebook. Yeah.
great,
Okay.
great. All the social
Yeah.
places, you'll be
I'll
there.
um I'll put the links in again. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All
And thank
right.
you very much for your time, for sharing your
Thank
time
you.
so
I've enjoyed it.
generously with
That's
everyone. Yeah, that
yeah.
was really
Thank you.
fun. Can't wait for
Okay.
doing it again.
All right.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Bye
Bye.
for now. Wonderful. So, let's go back to our. That was really fun, wasn't it? I'm loving this day, and we're only just starting it. So that was Jacqueline. That's Jacqueline Gammons. That's her name, and there you can see the website again. And wow, I really enjoyed that. I've never done it with the music, and there's something about that. So next up, we have Dr. Tamara Russell. As I said, we've been friends for quite a few years now, and we seem to mainly meet for different talks and mindfulness stuff, which is great. And I'm going to pass it over to her now and let her do a mindful movement and introduce herself. So unmute and turn on the video. Here we go.
Good morning, Mike.
Hi, how you doing, Tamara?
Hiya.
Let me try and. I'm not sure if I can see your video actually. Ah, there we go. There we go.
Good morning, everybody.
Let me stop sharing the slides so people can see you properly.
Yes, just waking up this morning. So good morning to you. And I've been tuning in. That was great. Jacqueline's journaling, absolutely fantastic. And I love
Yeah.
how she pointed to using the hand, using the movement. And absolutely, I would really encourage people to get back to writing and drawing. We can be sensitive to the environment there, of course, because we want to be friends with our tree friends, and maybe use some recycled paper if we can. But there's something very different about putting it into the body and expressing through the body and engaging the motor system. So I'm a huge advocate of mindful journaling. And I loved what she said, that piece around non-judging. Yeah, sometimes I call that the secret ingredient in the mindfulness practice is the capacity to allow what comes and notice how quickly we judge, and try our best to just pop that to one side. Because this is really what allows things to open. So with that in mind, let's jump in and do some mindful movement, and I will endeavor to share my screen here to just give a little bit of instruction. Look at that big mess I've got going on there, about what we're going to do today, because my passion is really about how do we develop our mindfulness skills while we're moving. And I believe this is really important because when we're in the world, when we're doing our thing, when we're out and about, we're moving. So I like to train whilst moving so that I can then generalize the practices for the real world. And this is a huge part of what I offer, is how do we maintain this mindfulness off the cushion, outside the sanctity of our practice space, wherever it may be, so we can really embody mindfulness. And this word to me means not only being in the body, but having in every cell of the body and every step mindfulness. So we're going to do the humble shoulder roll, which for me is my go-to practice at the moment. I'm doing it every time I jump on a Zoom, every time I go into a meeting. I'm aware that people are out of their offices, they're out of their usual spaces where they maybe have a nice ergonomic setup, something that's kind for the body. So for me, I'm using this COVID opportunity as a chance to really push mindful movement, particularly shoulder rolls and neck rolls, because I'm aware that people are feeling that tightness in the body because of how we're working nowadays.
I'm going to get you a different bit of toast strip. Did the toast get wet? The toast did?
And aware that actually when our body is tight and tense, in the physical sense, this causes constriction as well in our beautiful brains. Here's our lovely brain here. And so we want to take care of our brain, and we recognize that it's part of our body. The other reason we go to the shoulder rolls is because, I don't know if you're like me, when I get stressed, my shoulders go like this. Yeah, my body starts tightening. The stress often appears in the neck and the shoulders. So it's not only good for our physical health to roll the shoulders, but it's also a great way to develop the body awareness of emotions in our body, and learning to just catch the shoulders squeezing and tightening coming up when emotions are present. And particularly those are often the negative emotions of fear, anxiety, worries, how they cause us to clench. So as we go through, I would like to just point to you this model, because I'm going to ask you to really zoom in and focus on the shoulders. So we're choosing the movement of the shoulders as our focused attention object. You may be familiar with using the breath as a focused attention object. This is a classical object. And I'll put my picture back on in a second, just showing this to you, just so you can hold this in the back of your mind lightly as we go in. So using the shoulder roll, popping that into that place on the left-hand side, the object that we're choosing for our focused awareness. And then probably a few seconds after moving, your mind will start wandering. You might start thinking about the shoulder roll. You might start thinking about other things. And this is the mind wandering. Here it goes, off it goes all over the place. And then there's that moment of noticing, oh, I'm not in the shoulder roll anymore. Oh, this is not shoulder sensations I'm aware of. Let me get the mind back. So the mind is going in this loop, focusing, getting lost, noticing, and then coming back. So let's jump into that now, and just holding that lightly in mind, because if you're aware of these 4 stages, then you can begin to tune in to the different networks that the brain activates in these different states. And this then, I believe, really is how we can accelerate our practice. So if you work with breath, if you work with sound, if you work with any other kind of object where you want to pay attention, your brain is doing this. Yeah. So let's play with the shoulder rolls now. So I'll stop the share. So hopefully you can see me a little bit bigger. I might have an option to pin video, and I think that will make me even larger. So having a posture, you can be sitting or standing, whatever more comfortable for you, and pausing to tune into the intention to pay attention to the shoulder rolls. So even before we get going, we can very deliberately gather our brain, gather our attention network to tune into the shoulders. And I do recommend a very small one to start. So initially, we're tuning into the body and we're seeing just the lay of the land for today. What's the lay of the land in my shoulders? How did I sleep? What have I been doing all day? How are things for my shoulders today? And you may notice your attention goes maybe more to the left or to the right. That's fine. You've instructed your brain to be most interested in shoulders. And if you find that you've got any pain or injury, please adapt. Make it smaller. Just do it with your mind. But if you see that you're okay, we can make it a bit more of a stretch. Activating slightly more of a forwards movement. Stretching through the back, upwards movement. Stretching through the sides. And the backwards movement, opening the chest and the heart. And back down to neutral. Forwards and all the sensations involved in that. Up. Drinking in those sensations of up. Back. Maybe a pause here to feel the chest open, the heart open, and down. And if the mind gets busy analyzing or interpreting, try your best to pick that up promptly and say, "Oh, my lovely brain, so busy." No need. Come back to tuning in to the shoulder roll. Forwards. Up. Back and down. You're in charge of the pacing and the effort. You're in charge of that. Working online really asks us to develop a self-responsibility to take care of our bodies, which I believe is going to be really helpful. So if you're feeling a bit more vigorous, you could add some hands. A bit more of a stretch and up with the elbows open like you're yawning and down. But if you notice pain, perhaps you could even bring some soothing touch, maybe on one side, just touching the body, supporting any pains or injuries with touch, using the little brains at the end of your fingertips. Focusing on the shoulders, noticing mind wandering, going, oh, that's not my shoulders. Thank you, my busy, busy brain. But right now, I really want to attend to the shoulders, drinking in those sensations. A type of mindful listening to the body. When we go slow, slower, with full attention, we see more, gather more data from the body, this is the access route to self-care, having the data in our brain. If there's injuries or pain, really take care of yourself, do what's needed. If that's stopping to massage, pausing, you can still maintain the mindfulness of the fingertips against the body. So this is just as we would do with the breathing. Focus on the breath, notice mind wandering, try not to judge too much, and bring the mind back. And that option, if you want to go a bit bigger, reaching forwards with the hands as the shoulders come up, and then almost like a big stretch, squeezing the shoulder blades together and down. So the hard and the soft options always available to us. And that's an act of compassion. That's an act of self-care. Listening to the body and responding to what it needs. Let's do 3 more of these. Aware of any cracking or creaking in the body. And then aware of the intention to cease the movement and pausing. Staying with focused attention on the shoulders. Still monitoring the mind space. If it gets busy thinking about other things, notice, bring the mind back. Again and again, that's the mindfulness process. Maybe noticing how easy or difficult it is to be with a still shoulder as the focus versus the movement. And then when you're ready, tipping ear to shoulder, pausing, aware of the intention to lift the head, making that movement and watching the flow of sensory information coming into your brain from this movement. Pausing, lifting, and watching. And you can see my eyes are closed because that really helps me to maintain my attention. My brain gets pretty distracted by visual stimuli, but you can do what's comfortable for you. Maybe for you it's nice to pause here and really tune into that stretch from the top of the shoulder up almost into sort of behind the ear. Option to touch, to feel with the fingers the wonder of the body, actually. The muscles as they stretch and release. And I love working with movement because we can tune in to this intention network in the brain. It's a pretty amazing network. And in martial arts, we really work with sensing the movement before it unfolds. So we put this pause in just before we lift the head to sense the impulse to move. And then we go. We'll do 2 more of these, and then I'll introduce one more exercise that may illuminate that point for you. So for some, this really slow movement can be tricky. The brain is not used to it. Even if it's a small tip, that's fine. There's no competition here. Come back, revisit the shoulders. Revisit those shoulders again, maybe a bit of massage. I'm taking the fingertips into the fleshy part of the neck, exploring all the way up to the base of the skull. Some light pressure where you can feel the ridge of the skull. And in Chinese medicine, a lot of points along here. So you really teach people to get familiar with those ridges from just below the ear. Even you can use the thumbs, maybe a little bit of tenderness there. So take it easy. Breathe out, a light press. Exploring the body with touch and movement in a mindful way. So we'll go to one more exercise, and then we'll take some comments and some questions. But this one is head turning left and right. And what I love to do here is just really almost have a mega pause before I start the movement. When I started this exercise, I noticed that I had a strong habit always to turn left. So when I give my brain the instruction, head turning to the left and to the right, I notice I really want to go that way. So I'm breaking a habit. I'm saying, I'm going to go this way first. Pause. See the command. Turn. Focus of attention right at the top of the neck, inside those vertebrae that support this movement. Pause, intend, execution, watch the sensations. And when I first did this exercise as well, I noticed one of my own habits, the super striver. Oof. How far can I get my neck? How much can I twist it? So for me, the training in compassion of mindfulness came here. A chance to experiment with, well, what if I don't do 150%, as is my conditioning, my pattern? What if I really do less? Do less. Make the movement smaller. So if I want to stretch, I can go a bit further, but if I'm using mindful movement as a training, the size of the movement really becomes irrelevant. I just need to move. Really celebrating my spine, my neck, and bringing some gratitude. If you've ever had neck or back pain, yes, we must savor those moments when we're healthy and well. Not just pay attention when things are wrong or painful. And two more, making them smaller and smaller. And coming to rest. And maybe with one more shoulder roll. So happy to hear some comments or answer any queries. Hope you enjoyed that. Neck and shoulders done in a very precise way that holds the brain in mind. And particularly this notion of using the movement to train focused awareness. Let me just check the chat box there and see who's asking.
There's one question. Thank you so much, Tamara. There's one question there. How many times a day do you normally do this?
Oh my goodness. At the moment, I'm doing it at the beginning of every meeting. I want the people that I'm working with, I want their best brains. I want their best brains in their best bodies. And I'm aware, Shamesh, you too, you're going to be online all day. So, I like to really punctuate, transition mindfully from one meeting to another. And if I'm going to do a mindfulness practice, it just makes sense to me to do a mindful movement because it's care for the body and the mind. Yeah. And You know, we are, if we use this model, this is my particular kind of take on it, you know, we can guarantee that we're training our capacity to switch between the relevant brain networks that are the networks we train in a formal, more traditional way of practicing mindfulness. And you know, I'm not against seated practices, and of course, even when we're seated, we're studying movements. Really, I believe that we're still studying movements even in our seated practice, the movements of mind, the movements of sensations in the body. But yeah.
Wow. So mindful movement, it doesn't just physical, but it's the mind, it's the emotions. You see it as in everything.
Yeah, and I found this beautiful paper a couple of years ago that really sort of nailed it for me, which was about the cerebellum. And the cerebellum is this kind of part of the brain at the back. That my brain's falling apart. But it's this part at the back of the brain. It's kind of almost like a little weird second brain, actually. I'll just show it to you here. It sits at the back of the brain, and it's intimately controlled in rhythm, in movement, in coordination of movement. And it sort of was a bit of a neglected area. People thought, oh, well, it's just about movement, you know, this kind of cognocentric view that we have as psychologists. But recently they've understood that thoughts are a type of movement trapped in the brain. And the cerebellum also has a function in regulating those in exactly the same way as it regulates our movements.
Wow.
Yeah. Whoa.
Amazing. I love how I think you have a sense of, you love kind of bringing all these types of processes and practices together as well. So I get a sense that. Just a few other quick questions. So, well, one person said, I was unaware of a sore shoulder and this really helped. Is there anything you want to say about that, about a lack of awareness and of painful sensations?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not your fault, first of all, you know, so common. And again, think about it. Our attention is like grabbed by this screen. It's grabbed by our devices. It's like pulled out of the body into this kind of internet world in ways that are helpful and unhelpful. But what it's doing is it's prioritizing the visual system as the main source of data for our brain to process. And so, of course, the body can be a bit neglected by that. And that's, again, regular dropping into the body. You could call it grounding. You could call it coming back to the body, all sorts of names. But it's just this notion that as the day goes on, it's like, I feel it too. If I don't do the practices, it feels like my head is getting bigger and bigger and my body is like a little stick.
Yeah.
Yes, I want the fullness of that. Now, if you've noticed some pain, okay, self-massage, you know, we've got health at our fingertips. As a martial artist, I don't know the names of the muscles. I don't know all the details, but my brain can know and sense the spatial map of my body. And I use a lot massage and touch as a way to support my health, particularly my neck and my shoulders during the day. If you've got a nice cream, or you've also got I use Tiger Balm, this sort of nice smelling things, again, that can really help us to ground and come back to the body. Significant pain, maybe you might check. When I first did this, I realized I'm carrying my handbag on one shoulder the whole time. So I made that my mindfulness practice, you know, the habit to pick up my bag and sling it over my left shoulder. Here we go. Yeah, it's a habit. So that's a habit breaker. Yeah, go to the bag, pick it up mindfully and choose. Or get a backpack. So the insights from mindfulness can inform behaviors that keep us well. And that for me is the definition of mindfulness. Yeah, care and attention to prevent future harm.
Well, that little example you gave with the handbags is brilliant. That you started with mindfulness, you noticed an uncomfortable sensation, then you reflected on it. And, you know, in this example, it's about handbags, but it can be about all sorts of different things. And you'd never realize that unless you had that awareness at the beginning.
So think about this. We could reach slow-mo for our phones. I'm teaching this later today, the slow-mo phone reach. And when we go slow, it reveals intentions. And that links to your act work, Shamesh. Really brilliant. I mean, this work is incredible, very underrated, actually. It really tunes into the bigger intentions. But if I do a slow-mo phone, as I go slow, I've got time for my brain to understand, why am I doing this? Why am I picking up my phone when I'm trying to talk to my friend, or I'm supposed to be doing my report, or I'm meditating? Ruby Wax has this famous example of like sitting on the cushion and like picking up her phone all the time. But when we go slow and we pay attention to the movements, we reveal our intentions.
Wow.
And then we can check, what am I doing? Why?
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, there's loads and loads of interesting comments if you have time to have a look after your little talk here. But one of them that stands out is that someone shared, I think it was Sarah or Sandra, that I felt in control as if for the first time. Sandra, this felt so powerful. I felt in control for the first time ever. I think that's amazing. So it shows the power of this. So thank you very, very much. And you shared your website and your email just there. Feel free to type it in the chat as well, so everyone can get the link. And really enjoyed that. I really nice, simple, slow, and yet so powerful. So I think
thank you.
So powerful. Thank you.
I'll take a look at the comments, guys. I'll sign off because I know you've got something else coming, but I'll address the comments and see what I can do. Yeah, but keep in touch. I'll put my details as well.
Awesome.
Have a great day, Shamesh. Do short walls.
Wonderful. So that's Dr. Tamara Russell doing some mindful movement. She's written a bunch of books as well, which are really, really interesting. So I recommend that you check the books out too. Cool. So next up we have Lorraine. So let's see if we can get her coming in now. Unmute. Give her lots of power, so she's the co-host. Let's see if this works. Should work. Hopefully that'll come up. Lorraine. Can you hear me, Lorraine?
I can hear you, Shamesh.
Yay, I can hear you too. And did you want to turn your video on?
Yeah, I do. I'll start the video. Yay!
There you go. Fantastic. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm really well. Really well.
Awesome.
I've brought a little party vibe to today because I haven't been able to go on holiday this year. I've brought the holiday to you guys. So
love it.
My name's Lorraine, and I'm a recent graduate of Shamesh Aladina's Teach Mindfulness online course, and I'm really excited to be here today, as you can see from my face. I wanted to bring a little bit of laughter to this morning's session, and the reason for that is I came to mindfulness many years ago, and I've done I did a course in youth mindfulness with teachers and educators quite a few years ago, but there was still a missing piece of a jigsaw puzzle for me. And coming from a big Irish family of 10, I with lots of nurses and healthcare people in the family, I took a break and I joined a company, but I was still mindful of my journey. Shooting ahead this year, I gave up my very stressful job of 60 hours a week, and I discovered Shamesh Aladina online. And there's a really lovely quote that you forget what people say, you forget what people do, but you never forget how people make you feel. And it was another piece of the jigsaw puzzle for me. And so I've recently graduated from Shamesh Aladina's course. And one of the principles for me, one of the things that really grabbed me was the principles, the awareness, compassion, and kindness is really big for me. And in my background, in my Irish background, there was lots of grief, lots of anxiety, but there's also, in the face of adversity, lots of laughter. So I hope I bring a little bit of that today. So one little tip just at the end, Shamash, if that's okay, just there's for a few minutes for everyone online, is to Google, it's My Happy Song, and it's Three Little Birds by Bob Marley. So I just wanted a little bit of fun at the end. And I wanted to also bring in a little joke. So just want you to shake it out. Sorry, Shamash, if this is a really awful joke, but I wanted to lighten the day and start off the day with a little Buddha joke. And the joke is a Zen student asks his master, "Is it okay to email?" "Yes," replied the master, "but with no attachments."
I love bad jokes.
It's a really bad joke, I know. One of those that you tell in school. And I also wanted to show you, I recently moved during the pandemic, and just to tell you a very brief story, I bought my old house back, and the couple that I'd sold the house to were still here, and they kept this. And this is, I don't know if everyone can see, it's a Buddha. And 15 years ago when I sold this house, I had this Buddha up at my window, and it always used to make me smile, and I used to rub his little gold balls, imagine abundance, and they kept him, an old couple, they kept him. I haven't named him. I've got a couple of names, so if anybody on the panel wants to, I've got a couple of names. I've got Joe, Boise, Dave, or other. So if you want to join in a little bit of fun at the end of the day, during the day, and name my Buddha, there'll be a prize. I'm winging the prize, Shamash. I don't know what the prize will be, but that's my little laughing Buddha. So I'll begin. If there's any questions, you can ask me at the end, but he makes me smile. So let's begin. And a very warm welcome to everybody. So I'd like to begin by bringing your awareness to how you're sitting comfortably. And I've got lots of cushions, so I feel really comfortable. And it's really important for you to feel comfortable as well. You can be lying down, or you can be sitting on a chair with your feet apart. I like to just put my hands gently on my lap with my fingers together. And I'd like you to close your eyes or lower your gaze, just to get a deeper awareness of the mindfulness session. So feel really comfortable, relax your shoulders. And I'd like you just to take a few deeper breaths than you would normally, just to experiment with me, a bit experimental. I want you just to try and breathe in through your nose and out through the nose. So in through the nose and out through the nose, if that's comfortable for you. If not, then just breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth. But it's a little bit of playfulness, a little bit of experiential mindfulness. Just take a few moments and breathe a little bit deeper than you would normally. I'd like you just to be aware of the breath coming in and going out. Just bring all your awareness to that simple breath, that simple tool. And I'm going to put the welcome mat out for you all and invite you just to put one hand on your lower belly, like the Buddha belly. his little protruding tummy. So just below your belly button, I'd like you to put your hand there if that feels comfortable, or you can put your hand on your heart, whichever feels comfortable for you. And for a little playfulness, I'm going to ask you to imagine that there's a balloon under your hand, and you can think of a colour, whatever feels good for you. I like to think of today in particular, a bright yellow balloon beneath my hand, beneath my belly button. And as I'm inhaling, I'm inflating that balloon. And as I exhale, the balloon softens. Just stay with that for a few moments. Think of a colour, make it really big in your mind, whatever comes to mind. And the belly breath can be very nurturing. We have millions of nerve endings in the belly, like little tiny butterflies. Can mimic anxiety or stress. They call it the second brain. Have that sense of awareness and compassion towards yourself. A sense of self-kindness towards yourself. And if you can, just to let go a little as you breathe into the belly. Have that sense of that balloon, like a small child, just holding on to it playfully, maybe out playing. And the small child looking up at the balloon in the sky, and he's or she is holding on to the balloon. Imagine yourself looking up at the sky as you're breathing. And your thoughts are like the balloon just swaying in the soft winds, and that expansiveness of that bright blue sky. And that's your body, your breathing body, always there. Like your best friend. You can pop any thoughts on that balloon and come back to them later. Mindfulness isn't about switching off your thoughts or turning those thoughts off. That's a natural thing for the mind to do. Perhaps you can welcome them in on your welcome mat. Hello, thoughts. Welcome today. I invite you in for a cup of tea or to my party. Rather than we close the door and close the door to these mental and physical emotions. Allow them in, even for a brief moment. Invite them in and sit with them for a few moments. By showing that self-compassion to ourselves, coming back to our breath. You can imagine my breathing wind chime Buddha just breathing that belly of his in and softly out. Just for a moment, few moments, just feel how that feels in your body, however that feels. Might feel a tingle, might feel some anxiety there, some tightness or joy. Whatever you feel is okay. Bring yourself back to the sensations of the body. How does that feel for you? What are you feeling, if anything? Just stay with that for a few moments. How does that air feel coming in through the nose and out through the nose or the mouth? What can you see in your mind's eye or hear? What sensations can you feel? Because sometimes if I feel anxious, I can feel like a million little butterflies in my tummy, fluttering and tight and almost I'm busy going around my day without any awareness. I can feel that I'm holding on around the tummy area. So just try, just with a little bit of playfulness, to imagine that you have these little tiny butterflies, and on the next exhalation, release them to the expansiveness of your surroundings. Or if you imagine yourself outside, release them up to the sky on the next exhale. Just stay with that for a few moments. That simple breath in and simple breath out. See if the stomach, the tummy just releases a little bit more and you can let go a little bit more. Like the balloon up towards the sky. If it helps, what I like to do is send a smile. Just curl your lips up and smile towards your body, your belly. Send a smile down to your hand as you're gently breathing, holding that space. Coming back to self-kindness towards ourselves, which is so important during these times that we've experienced. Sending a smile for what our body does, what our breath does for us without being conscious of it. How we can sometimes wake up in the morning and think of a big long list of things to do. Charge through our days. And we consciously breathe, and the breath does what it does throughout the night, throughout the day. And it'd be lovely to send a smile to that breath, those lungs, that heart, your body. For the wonderful energy and work that it does. Just stay with that for a few moments and feel how that feels. Feel the belly rise and fall. Don't worry if your thoughts drift off, that's perfectly normal. Like playful little clouds up in the sky. We can come back to them later. They'll be there throughout our day. Just for this moment, just for now, bring your awareness to you and your breath by breath. Going back to the colour without telling me the colour, perhaps you can pop the colour on your chats afterwards, but for me, I imagine this colourful yellow balloon, like a beautiful golden sunset, and I imagine it, and I'd like you to imagine it, coming through your crown, the crown of your head, all the way down to your belly. And just with a sense of fun, a sense of a smile, just send that light, send that energy underneath your hand and breathe in that energy, that beautiful light, whatever colour you imagine in your mind's eye. And if you're not a strong visualization person, don't worry. Just be with what is. Send that down to your belly. As you inhale and as you exhale, just imagine it filling that whole vessel, the pelvic floor, around your lower back. Feel that colour beneath your hand. Feel the belly rise and fall. And I invite you just to wiggle your toes, wiggle your fingers. Slowly open your eyes. And thank you to everyone. I hope you enjoyed that. It's one of my crystals gone to the floor. Thank you, Shamash.
Thank you. I really enjoyed that. Thank you so much. Wow. So really embodies the mindfulness and the kindness and the playfulness as well, what we're all about. So I really love that. By the way, we've had quite a few votes for the Buddha name,
Okay.
and most of them are Bluda.
Bluda.
Everyone's is Bluda, actually. One person said Sky.
I don't know, Shamash, whether it's folklore, but they say if you rub his belly, because he's got the gold bits on his belly, and the little gold bits here, it's supposed to bring you good. It's a little.
Well, I just do that to my own belly. I'm hoping the good luck will come. Seems to just make my belly bigger. I don't know if that's good or bad.
I've taken him down from the garden to show you all because I just think it's a sense of fun.
Brilliant. Well, Afika says so relaxing. Haley says Bert as a name.
Thank you, Haley.
Alima says Jamal. He looks like a Jamal. Yemi says thank you, Lorraine. A few more Bluda votes. Denise says thank you so much. Love that. Playfulness, really fun. I recently learnt how our belly links with the rate elements and grounding in the seasons. Oh, wow. It's really lovely, says Sandra. Very calming. My balloon was blue like the sky. Very calming, says Christine.
Oh, lovely. Oh, fantastic. Nice. Love it. Well, Shamash, it's funny because the science is showing how laughter benefits our mental and physical health. And so I was Googling, and I invite you all to do this, Google a comedy moment. And I Googled Only Fools and Horses, Boyce's laugh, and it just made me laugh. And so I did think about Boise Buddha, but then my daughter went, Mum, you're so embarrassing. So, laughter, and this was one of the things that brought me to you, Shamash, and as a teacher, you always remember that one teacher at school that made learning fun. Oh, and it was that sense of playfulness that brought me to you. So thank you for that.
Well, we must have. I was watching Only Fools and Horses last night and listening. Yeah, I was watching it last night, watching Boise laugh. I'll have a large cognac, please, Molly.
I didn't have the tech to share it, but it was just making me laugh. I'll do it another time. I've got this really amazing clip of my. My nephew had a little boy, and the baby is just chuckling all the time, and it's just that little bit of release from the whole world, the worry and the anxiety, and it's not for me to undermine what's going on, but he who laughs most learns best as well. So
oh wow, that's a nice quote.
Yeah
laughing, it's no joke. It really works well. Well, thank you so much for your really creative and fun session. So much positive comments from the comment chat as well. So I really
thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Really embraced it. How long have you been guiding meditations by the way? Because you did it so beautifully.
I had a real I had a gap and I went corporate, even though I was sort of the corporate guru where everyone came to it was in national, the national health staff and a private care home. So all the nurses and all the healthcare, they are really, really, really stressed, stressed. So I used to be the go-to. I'd done a youth mindfulness course in London a few years ago.
Okay, great.
But I shouldn't say this. I wasn't drawn to go into the schools. I was still looking for something else. It was an amazing, playful, amazing course. If anybody wants any, I can help in that area. But this, for me, this was it for me. Yeah, I feel like a teacher, and I feel I found my niche. And yes, I'm super excited to be here.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you once again. That was really, really fun. I'm looking forward to watching it again later on as well. And it's very soothing and relaxing, as well as fun and playful with the belly breathing too. Something powerful about that.
Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. Well, thank you once again. And do you have any way of people keeping in touch with you, or should they email us and then we forward it to
Yeah, they can
you?
email you. That'd be wonderful.
Okay, I'll
I'm
forward it on to you.
starting on my. I'm halfway through a marketing course because that was my my weak area. I've never been online, so you gave me the confidence to come online.
Oh, great.
I'm sort of nervously laughing.
It didn't seem nervous at all. You feel very
You've
relaxed.
given me so much confidence. I could never have done this before.
That's
So,
good.
yeah,
Well
thank
done.
you.
Excellent. Well done. Wow, brilliant. Okay, cool. So next, let's see, who do we have next? I think it's Tosh. So let's see if I can unmute her. Thanks again, Lorraine. Have a great day.
You,
And hang out with us. Yeah.
Thanks for the name.
Your shirt's brighter than my one. I'm so impressed. Finally, I've got some competition. Brilliant. Okay, so let's see if we get Tosh on.
Hello. Hello.
There we go. Awesome. Is your video on?
I'm gonna put my video on right now.
There we go. How you doing, Tosh?
I'm good, thank you. I'm loving this laughter. It was just tickling me because there was The Only Fools and Horses. We went to see them. I lived in the village where they filmed the chandelier one.
No way.
Yeah, it was in an old school, and
You're old school with the chandeliers.
yeah, and they borrowed this kind of hallway and that for the breaking of the chandelier, so it was mad.
Oh my god.
It was so fun. But I met them all, and they were all just so lovely. But I was a child, and I was literally like, oh.
That's my favourite scene when they're holding the wrong chandelier. Brace yourself, Granddad.
No, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's just, yeah. So thank you for that reminder. And Lorraine, I loved your guided meditation as well. So, and Shamash, thank you for giving us all this wonderful space as well.
Thank you for gifting your time. So I'm going to hand it over to you. So feel free to share as you wish, and I'll be here too.
Okay, I'm not sure it's completely full of laughter, this one, but it's an element of life we can all have a little look at. So, yeah,
don't worry, I forgive
lovely
you.
high, I'm not going to bring you all. Yeah, forgive me, thank you. I'm not going to beat myself up about it either. So, yeah. So, hello everybody. My name is Tosh, and I am a divorce life coach and mindfulness coach. So. My work focuses a lot on emotional well-being and empowerment through difficult and challenging times, and having used mindfulness on and off for about 16 years now. When I went through bankruptcy and divorce, had to come back overseas with 2 small children and a few quid literally in my bank account, I was like, oh, what am I going to do? And I just turned to mindfulness, and it became really big for me. And then I discovered Shamash, and I borrowed some money and did Shamash's online course. So any of you are wondering whether teaching mindfulness, and especially learning through Shamash, I recommend him hugely. And as a stay-at-home mum at the time with 2 small children, it was just the most amazing way to learn. And as we all know, we're all here doing this now. So yeah, it was just brilliant. So thank you for that. And it was a blessing as well, and it opened my eyes fully to kindness and compassion, and that's how I help others through this life event. I just want to say as well, what I love about Shamash's teaching, and my lovely mentor who is watching, who told me this morning, and I'm going to put a hello into Mark Campion. So if anybody needs a mindfulness mentor, he's amazing and very funny as well. So thank you as well. And when we are open to life and all that it gives us, we're saying yes to ourselves. So that's where I want to go with this. It's really like, when we say, okay, right, okay, let's put ourselves out of our discomfort zone, we are saying yes. And this is really to do with forgiveness as well. So it's about saying yes to ourselves is when we work on forgiveness. So I believe forgiveness begins with ourselves. And so often we're told that, forgive somebody else. But actually, at the end of the day, in those quieter moments, when we're with ourselves and our thoughts, and we're ruminating and we're thinking about all the stuff we could have done better, or, you know, we didn't do well enough, we said the wrong thing, or, you know, we feel regretful, ashamed, guilty, and angry. And life is really too short to be holding that. So without wanting to make it too serious, what I wanted to say is we don't need to hold this emotional stuff within us. And sometimes we don't always know how to get it out. We don't have the tools, you know, we're humans turning up in this life and experiencing so much. And we don't always know how to, you know, let go of stuff. So what I wanted to do today is I'm going to guide you through a practice, and it's a mindfulness. It's one I've sort of put together myself. So this is the first time I'm doing it, so bear with me. And I was sort of sitting meditating on this session and what forgiveness is about. And I was really struck by the practice of self-forgiveness. And I am going to be guiding this meditation for you. And it's a practice that I would urge you to continue doing as well, because as with anything, we create that new neural pathway, which when we kind of are brave enough to step into something new and we create a new neural pathway, and it feels good afterwards, and we have that awareness of how we feel when we let go of a layer of shame or guilt or whatever, and we forgive ourselves. It's like an amazing life tool to practice. So I'd really urge you to go with this. You can either look it up online as well. And part of this meditation is to include elements of the Hawaiian forgiveness prayer, which is called Ho'oponopono, which is Ho'opono, Ho'opono, Pono. And you can like look it up online as well. And so today I'm going to pop this on here because I really want this, and I'll answer any questions afterwards with Shamash, but I really wanted to do this. I'm just going to pop my, there we go, look at that. And look, there's me in the corner as well doing my little Ho'oponopono, hands on my heart. So, okay. I'm just gonna leave it. Oh, I probably need to share it, don't I? My screen. So I'm gonna share my screen. There we go. Now you can see it. There we go. That's the slideshow. I think it does this. Do you know what? I love it. It was all, I'm going to forgive myself for this because it was all looking so wonderful just before. Anyway. Oh, there we go. We'll just leave it like that. There we go. So I talk a lot, and there's a lot of talk as well about self-love and self-care. And for me, it doesn't actually have to be about self-love if it's too difficult. It can actually be self-kindness if that's easier. And you just be aware of those mind monkeys that pop in and say, oh, you can't do self-love, and just go for self-kindness. And I'm wearing my jumper today, my green jumper, because it's all about the heart, and green is the color of the heart energy center. So this is why I'm wearing my green jumper today. So I'm just going to ask you all, if you could, to just get yourselves comfortable, whether you're lying down, and because this is like a sort of slightly deeper practice as well, is to, yeah, just sort of settle into the chair. Take that lovely deep breath. And I want you to place both your hands over your heart. Be careful on my mic. So just placing your hands over your heart and just feeling the material underneath. If you wish to close your eyes. You can close your eyes or leave them open in sort of a soft focus. And just sitting or lying down as you are, and just allowing the chair or the floor or the bed or wherever you are, just to hold you. So taking a lovely deep breath and just, if you can, just allowing your muscles to soften a little bit more and sort of let your body feel a little heavier. I'm going to just ask if you want to just take a couple of deep breaths. So inviting you to take some lovely deep breaths and following that passage of air through your nose, down the back of your throat, down through your chest and down into your belly. And as you breathe in, just allowing your belly to expand on the in-breath and contract on the out-breath. And when we breathe into our belly and we soften those muscles, we're triggering our body's natural relaxation response. We're saying it's okay, we feel safe. A bit like babies, their bellies go up and down. They're sleeping. And just feeling your hands over your heart, feeling the imprint, feeling the temperature, tuning into this heart, this organ, which holds so many of our emotions. Just feeling the beat of your heart if you can. Really bringing your attention to what is happening in this area of your body and just noticing thoughts coming up for you, maybe experiences of the week. Just tuning into how this part of your body is feeling. Just getting a weather, like a snapshot, sort of weather forecast, what's happening here. And just noticing what's coming up for you. So I want you to bring to mind an event or conversation that happened recently or yesterday, today, or this week. It doesn't have to be anything big, so we're just going to keep it light. Maybe you ate a tub of ice cream from the freezer and you ate it all, or maybe you didn't go for that run you wanted to go for, or maybe your dog was looking at you this morning and you felt guilty, and all these little layers of guilt that we hold inside us. Maybe we were a little short with somebody this week. Just maybe you didn't finish the piece of work on time. Whatever it is, just bring something to mind, unless you prefer to go a bit deeper, and you can bring the experience to mind that you would like to forgive yourself for. So first of all, we're going to say to ourselves, so bring this whole feeling, and just really as you're having the situation, these words, this experience in your mind, just tuning into your body. Where are you feeling this in your body as well? Your toes a little curled? Is your jaw a little stiff? Maybe you need to take your tongue off the roof of your mouth. Maybe relax your forehead. Let your shoulders drop a little. No tensed. Maybe you're feeling it in your belly. And it's not the ice cream. Just noticing in your body where you're feeling, where your body is reacting to your thoughts around what you'd like to forgive yourself for. And we're going to begin with saying, so there are 4 elements to Ho'oponopono. And the first one is saying to yourself, I'm sorry. So in your mind, just say, I'm sorry for whatever happened. And when you say sorry, you accept responsibility for your actions, your thoughts, your words, and just knowing that you were doing what you did or you said with the awareness, the tools that you had at the time. If you need to, just checking in with your breath. If at any time it feels too difficult, your mind monkey start jumping in and creating all sorts. Take a deep breath. Your breath is always with you to ground you when your thoughts become too difficult. The second part of this practice is saying, please forgive me. So often, as I mentioned earlier, we are asked to forgive other people. Actually, you can forgive yourself too. You don't have to hold the wounds of your words or your actions inside you. So when you say, I forgive myself, or please forgive me, you're allowing them to be released. You're letting go of them. There is no need to hold on to them. Hold them inside you. Please forgive me. And the third part is saying thank you. And thank you is the gratitude and appreciation for learning the lessons from this experience. And for you to know you have opportunities to move forward, to make different choices next time. So thanking yourself for this awareness, this opportunity, to say something kinder next time, or to act in, a more compassionate way, in a more kindful way, as Shamash says many times. And just noticing how you're feeling about this. Checking in with your thoughts, just checking in with your body. How does this experience feel now? Taking a deep breath down into your belly, if you're breathing into your chest. If you can, just allowing your chair or the floor or wherever you're lying or sitting to hold you as you sink deeper. Taking that lovely deep breath. And finally, the fourth part is to say to yourself, I love you. And for many people, this is incredibly difficult. And if you feel it's difficult, that's okay too. Notice if your mind monkeys are taking you into the shame of not being able to tell yourself that you love yourself. You could perhaps say, I like you. Just for today, I'm going to start with saying, I like you. or like parts of you, and we can work on the rest. And that's why this practice, if we do it regularly and get into the habit, as with anything, of really checking in with our emotions, that self-care and self-kindness and self-love, with practices like this of letting go, being gentler. These are like the foundations of life. They heal these wounds inside us. And then we're stronger and more open to helping others help themselves. Empower them to make better decisions, speak kinder words. And for them to show and walk and be beacons of lovely light to help others as well. It's that ripple effect. Okay. And just want to finish off by saying, you know, when we begin to love ourselves more, we move into that place of acceptance that opens us up to loving others more too. Better relationships, more open, more loving relationships. In every aspect of our life, every part. Okay, so finally ending on well, you may not want to end, you might be very happy sitting with your hands on your heart for a little longer. Take a lovely deep breath again down into your belly, following the passage of air. That sense of gratitude for our breath always being with us, being our companion and our friend to help us through difficult times and joyous times, and to live a more kinder, gentler, forgiving life. Okay, and when you're ready, coming back into the room, maybe taking a moment before you open your eyes. If you want to stretch, I love it that animals, our pets, whenever they get up, they always stretch out their bodies. So just take a moment to come back and take a stretch. And remember, it's about really having, developing a practice. Even just saying this, getting into a practice where you put these, I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you, I love you on your phone as a screensaver. So when something happens and you feel you're going into that place of, a sort of, negative self-talk, beating yourself up for not getting it right, not saying the right things, that you can actually, you can say this, you can just go, actually, and every time we do this, it's like another layer that we let go. It's like this onion layer that sort of unpeels itself and lets go. And then you just get into a place where you notice when you're being unkind, you're not forgiving yourself more. And that is so empowering. It's a very much lovelier way to live, as opposed to walking around and speaking unkindly to yourself. And there's more and more research coming out, and if Shamash is interested, I can put it onto the feed at some point, about how we talk to ourselves and the effect on our cells as well. So Calvin, you were saying something, and every time, like I'm an idiot, I'm so stupid, it's like our cells are really, really affected by this vibration and the words we say. And there's I could talk about this till the cows come home. And there's all sorts of YouTube videos as well about how, I think it was in Japan, that there was 2 yucca plants in the foyer of this building, and I think it was in the workplace, and half the people walked in and they shouted and swore and spoke unkindly to one yucca plant. And on the other side, people walked in and spoke to this plant and told it was beautiful. And the plant that was shouted at started dying. And the plant that was spoken to with loving kindness grew into it just was so healthy. So my little dog barking in the background. So be really mindful, be very, try to forgive yourself, get into the practice of forgiving yourself. And, it's okay. It's okay to work on you. Yeah. And that's probably what I will say for the moment, because it'd be nice to say hi to Shamash, and if anybody's got any questions or answers. And as I said, I kind of hadn't really done that meditation before, so I'd be interested to hear your thoughts as well. So thank you.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Tosh. It's you got such a beautiful voice for guiding the meditation. It's very soothing. It embodied the qualities that you were sharing. So I really enjoyed it. Really embodied the kindfulness. We're getting loads of lovely comments here.
Oh.
So Jessica saying, I learned Honopono. How do you say it?
Honopono.
Yeah, I learnt that too. And Mary says, the more I love myself, the more I love the whole universe. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Errol says, thank you. So important to say these words of forgiveness to ourselves. Makes me feel more loving in general. And Alexandra says, thank you. I haven't done Honoponopono for ages, and focusing on gratitude for neuroplasticity given me a lot of hope. That's a really good one. Yeah, that's the nice thing about neuroplasticity, isn't it? Getting a sense of hope, what you've shared. I really like that. And Jessica says, I really love this. Thank you. Focusing on forgiving myself for something specific felt powerful, and I felt a bit emotional. I will continue this. So maybe you could listen back to Tosh's recording as well and practice it again. Asha says, beautiful meditation, thank you. And Kiara as well. And Mark Campion says, it's such a lovely meditation. Good to see you here, Mark.
Didn't want to disappoint.
Great mentor. And Yemi says, that was amazing. Love the idea of liking and loving self. Yeah, that was a really wise approach too, because I think you're absolutely right. The love can be just too much of a jump, can't it? So it's nice to build it up to from like to love. I like that. Love that. So he says, thank you for bringing the Honoponopono to us. Yes, you have a lovely voice. It's really nice. So loads of nice comments there. So yeah, Tosh, do feel free to share. I think you mentioned some links and stuff. Feel free to share it in the comments or wherever.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. If you just Google divorce goddess, it's not about me being the goddess. It's just about we all have sort of this inside us to be the best, kindest person. So thank you.
Wonderful. Yeah. So if you Google divorce
Google
goddess,
it's a podcast. It's everything. So
yeah, got a great podcast as well. So, and I know you've helped lots of people, including some members of our community too. So really wonderful what you do, because it's at a point when people really need it, and I think you're the perfect person to support people in that transition.
Thank you, and for you as well for just being the best and most amazing teacher. So as I said, if anybody is looking, one of the reasons why I chose you as apart from being online was the fact you just had this joyous, happy, it wasn't kind of like really serious, because I was just like, no, there's enough seriousness in the world. We need more joy and mischief as well. Mischief is really important.
Yeah, I specialise in that. Thank you so much, Tosh. So
Thank you.
So do, and if there's any other questions, then feel free to write in the chat or get in touch with Tosh, and she'll be able to support you.
Thank you all so much for listening.
Thank you. So that was awesome. Always good to have some forgiveness, and definitely self-forgiveness is almost like a new concept for many people. So divorcegoddess.com there. And who do we have next? Thank you, Tosh. So next we have Calvin. So let's see if we can get Calvin up. Calvin Niles. If I click co-host. There you go. Hi, Calvin.
Hello, how
Hey, how
are
you doing?
you? I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. How are you doing?
Really good, really good. Very happy to see you. Have you been? What you been up to today?
I was with the kids this morning,
Okay.
and now I just caught the tail end of Tosh's Q&A, which was lovely. And of course, I heard the most factual statement of the day, which is that you're very mischievous, and she's right.
Just got me picking my nose there.
More play, more mischief. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, so we've been chatting quite a lot recently, hasn't he? We've been kind of doing a little mini podcast ourselves, called
Yeah.
Nothing and Everything, because we couldn't think of what else to call it. So that's been fun, and it's been lovely learning more about you and your work about mindful storytelling. So,
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we've been having some fun and look forward to sharing a bit today. Of course, that's how I knew you were that's how I knew Tosh was on the money with a mischievous statement, because of what I learned in our conversations.
yeah, true.
Amazing.
Awesome. So, what do you want to share today? I can pass it on to you. You're okay from here?
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, so today I don't have any slides or anything. Today I just want to do a talk, and I'll talk for a few minutes about my interpretation of mindful storytelling, and then we'll do a meditation on mindful storytelling.
Awesome.
So I guess I want to begin by saying that mindful storytelling is, for me, one of the most powerful ways to get what we want across when we're communicating. But of course, we are first and foremost, before we communicate with anyone else, we are communicating with ourselves. We are our first listener, our first audience member is us. Who is this us? Who is this me? And who is this person that's listening to this other person, right? So that's a very interesting topic. I've found really helpful a way to appraise our internal dialogue and to see the stories that are running through our minds all the time, but to also be at peace with that and just know that actually that's what we do. And this morning, actually, I was, as you do, going through a few messages and so on. And I saw this message, which I thought was so apt for today, that I thought, I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to scrap everything I was going to say before and tell you this story about this boy. So there was this thing doing the rounds about this kid who went to a funeral, and his dad made him go. He didn't really want to go. So he ends up being forced to go to this funeral, and he stayed in the corner and just kept to himself, really. I mean, I suppose he didn't really want to be there, but he saw this guy in the casket, right? This guy's body. And he was looking at it intently. Okay. So everybody's doing what they do at funerals. They talk, they grieve, they connect with family, and so on. And then a man comes up to him, and the man says to him, he says, "Listen, my son, you are young. Life is very short. And if you don't take all of the opportunities that you have, well, look at me, look how I've ended up." And off he went. So this boy, he was pretty perplexed by this man's intervention, right? So he goes home, didn't tell his dad anything. He was too scared to tell his dad because he was adamant. I mean, this man that he saw, of course, was the person in the casket as far as he was concerned. So he grew up and he started getting therapy, and he goes and he talks to his friends and he gets support, and he goes to all these professionals and psychiatric intervention, and he thinks he's going mad, absolutely mad. This dead man's come and spoken to him and told him not to waste his life, right? Anyway, he eventually finds out that the dead man had a twin brother. And the person speaking to him wasn't the dead man at all. And this is really, really symptomatic of the human mind. the propensity for us to tell ourselves something and believe that is true, even though it may or may not be true. So the purpose then of being mindful with the stories we tell ourselves is to be able to, I suppose, design a constructive way of approaching our lives, and then using stories to help us rather than hinder us, using stories to connect with others rather than to sit in a stupor on our own, and also to build resonance with those around us who we want to connect with. So I guess the first thing I want to say then is that we all tell stories, and that is what we do. The second thing I want to highlight is that not all our stories are who we are. In fact, we could question whether our stories are who we are at all, right? So I was in the forest. I tend to go into the forest a lot in the mornings and so on, and stretch my legs. And I was pondering this thought about thinking. And there is this statistic floating around that says we have up to 60 or 70,000 thoughts per day. 12,000 to 70,000 by some estimates. Whatever the number, whatever the case, there are a huge amount of thoughts that we have permeating all of our days and years, and everything that fills our time is sort of squashed in with some kind of thought. And hardly any of those thoughts are actually new, right? So as I was walking through the forest, and, you know, being someone who actually likes stories myself, I started to remember a tale about this rabbit, because the foolish rabbit, okay? And I'm thinking about a thinking rabbit. So the rabbit wakes up after sleeping under a tree, napping amazingly and feeling completely at peace. And when he woke up, he had a thought, of course, right? And he thought, what if the world was to just open up right beside me and swallow me whole, the earth, right? And just as he had this thought, a monkey in the tree dropped a coconut behind him, right? So the coconut startles him out of his stupor, and he jumps up and just shoots through the forest. So as I'm walking through the forest, I see this rabbit in my mind shooting beyond me, and as he's running away from this earth about to open and swallow him whole, he starts screaming. He tells the first rabbit that he sees, the earth is going to swallow me whole, the earth is going to swallow me whole. And he runs straight through the forest, picks up the other rabbit, and both of them are running. And then they run and they catch another rabbit. And they say, the earth is opening up, is going to swallow us whole, and off they go. And this happens until there's about 100 rabbits running for their lives. They encounter then eventually a fox. And this fox says, why are you guys running like this? What's the matter? So the 100th rabbit says to the fox, we're running for our lives. The earth's going to open up and swallow us whole. Okay, I'll join you. So off they go. They encounter a deer. Okay, the deer says to the fox, why are you running like this? The fox, of course, says, we're running for our lives. The earth's going to swallow us whole. So off the deer goes, and all of them running through the forest now amok. And then they encounter a lion. And the lion says, what's going on here? Stop. Brings everything to a halt. Why are you running like this? So the deer says, of course, we're running for our lives. The earth is going to swallow us whole. Well, where have you gotten such a preposterous idea? And the deer says, well, I got it from the fox. So the fox says, well, I didn't really see it myself. I got it from the rabbit. And he points to the 100th rabbit, right? So the lion goes to the 100th rabbit and says, well, show me, where do you see this earth opening up and swallowing you whole? And he said, well, I didn't see it myself. I got it from the 99th rabbit. And on it went until the lion got back to the first rabbit. He says, tell me. He says, come, I'll show you. So he takes him off to where he was sleeping. And then he showed him, I was lying right here, and I heard this thing just as I had the thought the earth was going to swallow me whole. And the lion says, look, there's a broken coconut. The monkeys are in the tree. You silly rabbit, you foolish rabbit. And of course, the rabbit then realized that everything he believed wasn't necessarily true. In fact, it wasn't true at all. In this case, he was telling himself a story. So stories are powerful ways to conceptualize things. They're really powerful ways for us to either limit ourselves or free ourselves. And there are ways for us to contextualize the world that we live in and make sense of events. They really are about transformation. And they help us to see that we can create a narrative, or we are already telling ourselves a narrative, and we can change that if we want to. And so therefore, I believe that all of us have that potential inside of us to speak to that inner narrator, who I like to call the silent narrator, paradoxically, because that is really where we can get the most powerful stories that we want to share with the world, impact the world with, and then move forward from there. So I'll just tell you one more thing, actually, just come to my mind. When I was a kid, right, I grew up in the Caribbean, and my dad was a man who used to travel the world a lot. And he didn't spend much time with me as a child because he was always away and working. So I don't know, I must have been about 9, 10, perhaps. And I was in the garden, I was playing basketball, and it was hurricane season at the time. So I don't know if you've ever experienced hurricane season, but it can be quite an intense, dark sky when the clouds are forming on the horizon. And I was outside in these clouds. I was right on the ocean on the south coast of an island called Barbados. And these things were forming and piling high into the sky. And my dad shouts, he says, "Carl, are you going to come inside? The rain's going to fall, you're going to get drenched." And I thought to myself, no, I'm not coming. I'm going to stay out here and play. So I played in the rain. And as the heavens opened, I looked in the corner of my eye and I saw my dad coming, and he was putting on his trainers. And he put his trainers on and he came outside and he joined me. And we played in the rain until we got completely soaked to the core. I mean, we're talking raindrops 6 inches long, hitting the body with such force. But it was magical because I was bonding with my dad in a way probably I have not bonded since. And I don't remember bonding in that way before. It was really quite a profound moment. And we played and we played and we played, and it rained and it rained and it rained. So we went inside and I said, "Dad, why don't we bond like this more frequently?" And I maybe didn't say it as philosophically as that. And he came and he says, "Come here, son." And he grabbed me from under my armpits. He put me on his leg and he rubbed his hand through my thick, luscious hair at the time, which I remember those events quite fondly. And he said, "Let me tell you a story." And my dad then proceeded to tell me a story of himself growing up and how he was one of 11 and he went to school without shoes. And he had to help his mother raise all the younger kids and all of this hardship and challenge. And he then said, "I made a decision that you and your siblings would never have to go through that. And that is why I do the work I do. And this is why you don't see me so much." And that helped me to understand. It helped me to really make sense of the world that I was living in and the experiences that I was having as a boy who just wanted his dad. But I understood. And this is the point. I think we have an opportunity to explain ourselves in a way that helps us to build understanding, but we also have a duty to ourselves to see what story is running already in our minds. And that is why I want to approach this meditation today, the storytelling meditation, which really helps us to connect with the stories that we're telling ourselves right now. And being at peace as well with that. And that's how I'm going to move forward for the rest of this session. So for the next 15 minutes or so, or the next 10 minutes, I'm going to ask us to just get ourselves comfortable. wherever we are, however we're positioned, however we're seated, and just bring our attention now to our breathing. Feel free to close your eyes if it's more comfortable for you. And just feel yourself slowly relaxing, getting in touch with your natural breathing rhythm. As you take your next breath, just set your intention now to let your mind be at ease and flow with the meditation. As you take one deep breath in and hold, and exhale slowly. Another deep breath in and hold, and exhale slowly. A nice big deep belly breath now, really expanding your stomach and pushing that belly out and filling the lungs with air. And hold and release when you're ready. Push every last bit of air out of your lungs. I want you to put yourself now in the middle of a forest, right next to a path. The forest is beautiful, teeming with life. You can hear the wind just rustling through the trees. You're just very happy to be here. You start to walk through the forest, slowly, step by step, beginning to feel the forest beneath your feet, the squelchy, mushy sounds of twigs, leaves, soil, softly cushioning as you begin to make your way deeper into the forest. You can hear the birds singing, a beautiful bird song all around you. A comfortable breeze blowing across your face. And as you walk, your breath is in a nice, gentle rhythm with your stride, relaxing more and more with each step as you get deeper into the forest. You begin to hear the leaves rustling in the wind as the sunlight twinkles through the trees. The leaves, they begin to say something to you. They begin to talk. Only you can hear what they're saying. And as you continue listening to these leaves, they begin to say something to you that only you would know, something you believe to be true. Just in the distance, you could hear the gentle trickle of a stream, water running effortlessly through the forest. And as the forest begins to talk to you even more, it begins to tell you all of these things. Your whole life story is being told to you by the forest itself. It might be a stone. It might be a large rock. might be the trees themselves. It might be the animals in the forest telling you everything about you. As you approach the stream, they speak to you more and more and more until your mind is full of all the events of your lives, as the forest knows more than anyone else other than you. The stream is getting louder. The water itself is becoming palpable. You can almost taste it. As you approach the stream, you encounter a small bridge over which you start walking. The bridge forms an arch over the stream. And you walk step by step up this bridge. And you stop in the middle of the bridge. You look now directly into the stream in the direction of its flow, as it snakes its way through the dense, luscious green, the very autumn colors of the leaves that are falling. And you put your hands out in a cupping gesture, but you're not receiving anything now. Actually, this cupping gesture is now going to be filled with all the stories that you've heard from the forest, all of the events of your life, that the leaves, the stones, the trees, the squirrels, the ferns, they've all been telling you things that you see as absolutely true for you. And each one of those you take and you put it into your cupped hands. As they flow out of your mind and into this cup. Your cup, formed by your hands, is now overflowing. One by one, you release it into the stream. Each story, each event, whatever that might be that you've been told, it goes back into the flow of the forest. And this goes on and on, one after the other, being released into the flow of water until your hands, your cupped hands, are completely empty. Nothing. Nothing is there. You feel much lighter in your body now, as it has been relieved of everything you've been told. You feel much more free. You take a deep breath and you smile. You continue now making your way over the bridge onto the other side of the stream. The forest is more alive than ever, and it smiles back at you. As you get to the other side of the forest, the stream is now behind you. You see a giant cedar tree, which you choose to sit down at for a few minutes. You go over to the tree, and you rest your back against the tree. And you slide down its trunk until you're sat on the soft forest floor. And as you do that, You begin to relax into absolute presence. Not a single worry is left in your mind. You feel absolutely free. And you connect so deeply with the forest now. You become the forest itself. As you smile and bring a deep sense of gratitude for your experience, you take a deep breath in and a deep, long exhalation out. And you out of the forest on the other side of the stream. At this point, you begin to feel your body again. No longer at one with the forest, but its own organism, alive and thriving. You feel your heart beating, your body expanding with each breath. And as you get up, you feel the firmness of the earth beneath your feet. Gently making your way now towards the exit of the forest. You feel a deep sense of gratitude for what the forest has told you. And you feel even greater sense of gratitude that you were able to let it go. And as you begin to make your way back to your present reality, you thank the forest and you're grateful for a new opportunity to write new stories, to tell new stories about your life. What message do you want to give to people that you love, to people that you serve in the work that you do, to yourself? And with another deep breath now, you start to bring yourself back into the room, slowly and comfortably, whatever timing feels right for you. As you leave the forest, you come into the room, you open your eyes when you're ready. And carry on peacefully with your day whenever you're ready.
Wonderful. Wow. I wasn't ready for that. That was amazing. That was really, really powerful. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. You're welcome.
Just looking in the chat window to see what people have to say about that amazing experience. Angela says, wonderful session. Absolutely love this. Thank you so much, Calvin. Thank you. It was my phone. It was brilliant. Says Karen. Kiara, thank you. That was amazing. Thank you, Calvin. That was beautiful. Says Laura. Wow, that was exactly what I needed, says Sam.
Oh, brilliant.
Really tapping into people's needs there. Had a jolly good cry with that, says Zoe. Thank you so much for helping me to release. I think she was going to say that. Ola says, that was great and beautiful. Exactly what I needed in the middle of the day. Thank you. And lovely, says Christine and Nishi. Loved it. Vivienne, loved the storytelling, especially about playing in the hurricane. Oh yeah, that was brilliant.
Amazing.
So much in it. That was like a whole week retreat in half an hour. It really was. Everybody else felt like that. I'm like, oh my god, it's like back to back.
Doesn't Zoom have a time limitation?
I think most people are in shock. That's why it's like, when you take loads of drugs, you just can't move. Well, I wouldn't know, but I think that's what people say. Carol says, I couldn't imagine a more beautiful meditation. That's so nicely said. Yeah, trees are so powerful. Love that. Mel says, oh my gosh, this is an all-encompassing, beautiful, powerful imagery and letting go. Yeah, exactly. Beautiful voice, says Yvonne and Nishi. Oh my god. You got loads of extra fans now. Can you handle it?
I'm actually still trying to come out of the forest myself, to be honest.
It's time to leave the forest, Calvin.
Maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. Maybe
I'm
that's where I belong.
I'm just loving the forest and like me smiling at the forest and the whole forest smiling back. I mean, that's something to be seen. My imagination of like a million trees smiling at me.
Yeah, the last time that happened, I won't tell you what I was on.
You were just on a tree, weren't you? That's what you were on. Also, thank you. So how can people get in touch with you? And what do you kind of offer in terms of your work?
Yeah, so the first thing is anybody who wants to get in touch, feel free to just go to www.calvinniles.com. Or just type in calvinniles.com on Instagram or Facebook and you will find me. I specialize in helping people to tell their story. I don't think that people really exploit and harness the power of their story to communicate whatever it is they want to communicate with clarity, with impact, and with confidence, so that they can connect with their true customers. This is not only about what you say, but this is about you and your message, and this is about the story we tell ourselves as well. So I think what's really interesting about the mindful storytelling element is that we have an opportunity all the time to be more aware of what we're telling ourselves. We also have an opportunity to let go of what we're telling ourselves. We also have an opportunity to tell ourselves new stuff. So it's really very much about you knowing that you really are the master of your story, and that you are not you're not your story, and you're much greater than your story. And we just want to be able to use the stories to help us contextualize our experience of the world, to help really get that message of transformation across, and a way that we can connect with others.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to share the link here on the slide as well, so people can get in touch with you and work with you, calvinniles.com. And I love this concept of mindful storytelling. Thank you so much, Calvin. If you've got a few minutes, then feel free to kind of share your link in the chat and chat to other people there.
Wonderful. I'll be hanging around.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thanks so much, Amash.
Awesome. So now from Calvin, we go to Sarah. So let's see if we can get Sarah on here. I've been working with Sarah for a while. She's worked with me at the Museum of Happiness as well. So here we go. Make you a co-host. Sarah, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Awesome. Oh, there we go. Awesome. How are you doing today?
I'm doing really good. And I think that there's always IT issues with this. It's kind of just become part of kind of like Zoom life, hasn't it? And so I think Calvin's thing was like, okay, yeah, this is just what I need. It's okay that my computer isn't working.
That's working really well. Are we on your phone?
My phone.
Oh, wow.
This is Plan B, my friend. This is Mindful Plan B. Yeah.
Mindful Plan B. Well, it's very clear, actually. Very clear. So that's wonderful. And do you need help with anything else, or do you need me to share anything else? Are you okay?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm all ready to go.
Thank you very much for gifting your time to us all. And I'll hand it over
It's a pleasure.
Take us through it.
It's a real gift. And I've really enjoyed, Shamash, you bringing us this day, because I felt like it's really just offered a theme for the day, not just, you know, for everybody joining this, but I feel like probably all of the panelists have kind of like introduced that into their homes. I felt like we had a really mindful breakfast, and during lockdown I've been growing tomatoes, and today 3 of them became ripe and they're so tiny. But we kind of really mindfully savoured them over breakfast. So you've kind of added to the theme of our family's day. So thank you.
Good. You're making me hungry now.
If I could share via Zoom, I really would. I really would.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Sarah.
Beautiful. So I thought I would start off by sharing a photo of somebody who is incredibly mindful. And there are lots of mindful people in the world, and some very, very famous ones. But this person is very little and very, very dear to me. Let me see. Here we go. Can you see him? Is he the right way?
Yes, I can.
You can see him.
Yeah. I think
so,
you'd work in any direction, actually.
Is he the wrong way?
No, he's the right way.
Oh, he's the right way.
You're the wrong way, actually.
Oh, I'm the wrong way.
Yeah. There you go.
Turn my phone around. There we go. All right.
Perfect.
So that's my little nephew, Lewis. And I've just spent 2.5 weeks with him after not seeing him for 6 months because of all of this kind of pandemic. And he was such an important reminder. I always think you get so many different teachers and guides in life, and he is absolutely one for us. You can see that he's a very happy little chap. And the interesting thing is that I think children are often really happy, not just because their needs are being met, but because they insist that their needs are met. He's really clear. If he doesn't want something, he'll make it clear that he doesn't want it. And if he really, if he wants some of Auntie Sarah's breakfast, he's going to go in and ask for some. He's really good at self-soothing. And I found that really inspiring. He'll cuddle up to one of us, or interestingly, he's got a thing about textures. And so he loves that rug on the floor, and he'll put his face against it, or even he'll hug walls or put his face against kind of cool walls because it's hot where they are. He grabs his rabbit for comfort at night or when he's getting sleepy, and he'll kind of hug it and touch it and suck it. He'll suck on a bottle when he kind of needs soothing. And isn't it interesting how we're kind of born with those abilities, but we kind of forget when we get older, don't we? And so we kind of doing our jobs and ticking our to-do lists off, and helping our families. And I think we've all been doing a lot of kind of volunteering and helping others in the last months. But I suspect, like me, you might also have hit days or moments where you thought, oh, I'm not feeling great right now. I'm not feeling good. And it's because I didn't listen to my own needs. I haven't taken care of myself well. Shamash and I, a couple of years ago, were lucky enough to do a course on mindful self-compassion. And for me, that work has been some of the most powerful stuff that I've done. It's really given me kind of tools and techniques to take even better care of myself. And so I thought I'd share one of those with you today, because when we started doing the course, one of the facts that really shocked me is that I think it's 78% of people are kinder to others than they are to themselves. And I wonder if as I say that, if that's resonating with some people. It's so easy to be kind to others, to give to others, to cook, to call, to really kind of help fill people's needs, particularly those of you who are lucky like me to be aunties or uncles or mums and dads. We really take care of children really, really well, or my grandma with the elderly, and we often forget about ourselves. And the truth is that the more we take care of ourselves, that's not selfish. Actually, that gives us a greater capacity to take care of others, and to do that in a way where we can be our kind of loving, most fun selves, you know? So yeah, today I thought I'd share a practice that I really love and that I use nearly every day. And it's one that you can use with your eyes open too, but let's give it a try with our eyes closed, and we can talk a little bit about it afterwards, about how you can kind of use it as a really integrated practice as well. So just settling in and closing your eyes, getting comfortable, and yeah, just finding a posture that feels good. Just turning your attention inwards. And just starting to pay attention to your breath. And we're just noticing, we're not trying to force or change it in any way. Your body's breathing just how it needs to. And as we're bringing this awareness to ourselves, remembering that this is an affectionate breathing practice, and so bringing affectionate awareness to what we're doing, a kindness to it. And it might be today that there's something that just feels a lot or feels intense. As sometimes things can when we give ourselves space to sit with things. And so it might be that you want to kind of put your hand wherever you can feel something. Might be on your heart or your chest, your tummy. Maybe you feel like that's a soothing, affectionate thing to do, just to bring warmth to the area. Every soothing in-breath, every soothing out-breath. Every soothing in-breath, every relaxing out-breath. Feeling the breath nourish on the way in, and just relax you on the way out. Just how the breath naturally fills and feeds us on the way in, and how the whole body just relaxes and lets go as you breathe out. Noticing every breath. And of course your mind might get distracted. Happens to all of us, and it's totally normal, but just bringing your focus back each time. Every soothing in-breath, every relaxing out-breath. And just really noticing where you can feel the soothing breath. If you've been meditating and practicing mindfulness for a while, you might want to see if there's somewhere else that you can feel it. Every soothing in-breath, every relaxing out-breath. Just letting your body breathe you. Just kind of gently rocking you with the breath. Just noticing how it just naturally and effortlessly flows in and flows out. It's like the waves of the sea. Gently rocking and caressing you. Right now, there's nothing to do. Just letting your breath rock and caress. Just letting your body breathe you. Giving yourself over to breathing. Just being breathing. And as we sit here today, there might be a sense of something that you feel like you'd like more of today. Maybe something that you need this weekend. Something that you'd like to invite in more of on World Mindfulness Day. And so you can choose that word, that positive word, and just carry it on the in-breath. In the out-breath. It might be peace, might be love, be soothing or nurturing. And if you feel like there's a kind of a touch or an embrace or kind of an affectionate thing that you feel like matches or goes along with that you'd like to do, then feel free to do that. It's whatever it is to nurture yourself, to nourish yourself. Just carrying that for yourself on the in-breath and the out-breath. Every soothing in-breath, every soothing out-breath. Every nourishing in-breath, every nourishing out-breath. So now I want you to bring somebody to mind who you love. It's just easy to care or love for. I'm going to think of my little nephew. Just bringing somebody to mind. It might be a friend, family, work colleague, partner, whoever that is for you. Just bringing somebody to mind that you just have an easy relationship with. On the in breath, that nourishing breath is for you. And on the out breath, carrying that to them. And so the word might be soothing or nourishing for them, but it might be a sense that something else that would be really good for them. And so breathing in a soothing, nourishing breath for yourself, whatever it is for the other. In for me, out for you. One for me, one for you. We have such an abundance of nourishment for ourselves and for others. Breathing in for yourself and breathing out for the other. With whatever nourishing words that help. Like the waves, just feeling that nourishing, soothing energy going between you and the other. It's just enough to flow between. Just like the oceans flow around. In for me, out for you. One for me, one for you. And the meditation will end shortly. And so just taking this last minute or two to really focus on your breath. Just gently and kindly breathing in. Gently and kindly breathing out. Just resting in the feelings of nourishment and soothing and kindness that you've generated for yourself and for the other. Just sitting quietly in your own experience. Just allowing yourself to feel whatever you're feeling, just as you are. Savoring the stillness, feeling soothed and nourished. Knowing that those soothing, nourishing in breaths and out breaths are there all throughout the day, every day. We just need to tune into it and pay attention. So in a moment when we're gently opening our eyes, bringing that quality and that attention and that gentleness, that affection to our breathing as we open our eyes, just to blend the practice back into life. And so whenever you're ready, just slowly and gently opening your eyes. And still feeling those soothing, nourishing breaths. Beautiful. Thanks, everybody. So I use that practice so often. I'm in Yorkshire at the moment, but I live in London normally, and I use that practice when I'm on the tube, when it's rush hour and you're having those, those group hugs on the way to work. And I use the soothing in breath in and out until I'm feeling good. And if somebody comes in and they're maybe shoving, or I've got a rucksack in my face, then the out breath becomes for the other. And it can work really well with, sometimes at work you have to have difficult decisions, difficult conversations, perhaps with family also. And so I'll do that. I'll have my eyes open, as is better to do in meetings, and or family discussions, and I'll be breathing in for me and breathing out for the other. Now, it comes with a little bit of a caveat, because generally if you're giving somebody soothing out breaths, it's good not to tell the person. I know that when I used it with my dad a few weeks ago, I wasn't going to tell him, just 1 second, Dad, I'm just doing a few soothing out breaths for you. But it's a really beautiful practice. And what that does is that when we're struggling with things, it sits in the pain center in the brain. When we can do a practice like this, a cultivating practice that feels more active when we do it for the other and or for ourselves, it actually shifts where we experience it in the brain, and gets it out of the pain center into more compassion center. So we feel like we're doing something, even if we can't change the situation or, massively change the context of what's going on. Like when my friend was talking to me about his divorce, I felt so differently when I used this technique as he was talking. I felt calmer and I felt more present. And it's really interesting how when you can use these practices in an integrated way, how actually it does start to change the situation around you. If you use it around kids when they're upset, they tend to settle quicker. If we use it when we're talking to people, when we tend to kind of drop into more presence and calm, it tends to soothe the situation without you saying anything, but just tends to just change the atmosphere a little. So yeah, I really look forward to you guys kind of experimenting with this, and I know that Shamash and I would love to hear from you as you do your little experiments.
Thank you, Sarah. We've got some nice comments coming through here. I just wanted to share because maybe you can't see on your phone. Alexandra saying meditating on the tube is an awesome way to use your commute.
Yes, it really is.
Joe says such a beautiful practice. Thank you. And you got a thank you from Christine as well. And Alexandra says shifting to the compassion center also shifts the nervous system. into the vagus state and allows others to be influenced by our nervous system. Maybe that's kind of similar to what you were saying.
Yeah. Yeah. And so it's quite an interesting technique, this one, isn't it? The mindful self-compassion techniques are kind of combined, you know, from various kind of different schools, and this one, I guess, is a combination of like a cultivating practice and also a loving kindness one, where we kind of, you know, share our loving kindness with others. For me, you know, it's a practice that I do as a kind of formal sitting like we just have, but to really integrate it into meetings, conversations, commutes has been such a game changer for me.
Yeah.
You know, you'll often see me on a tube kind of, if it's one of those packed tubes and you kind of feel a bit uncomfortable, you'll see me with my hand, you know, kind of eyes open, doing that practice, and maybe with a hand on my chest. It's really
one hand on your chest,
stuff.
one hand pushing the rucksack away.
There's always somebody with a rucksack in your face. Yeah. I'm going back to London next month, and it's one of the things I'm mentally preparing myself for.
Well, it's a little bit quieter these days. There's not so many group hugs as you mentioned.
It's true.
That made me laugh. True. The morning group hug. Group squash. Anyway, exactly. Thank you so much. And how can people get in touch with you if they want to work with you in any way?
Yeah, you know what? I'm not sure how I can. That's so funny. How can I? Oh, wait, I'm in the chat too. So I'll put my
if you put your
little website in there.
Yeah, put your website in.
And then, and also if they through that find the Facebook page, I have
SEING.co.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, brilliant.
Yeah. So I would love that.
Well, we're going to
email
it to everyone who's signed up for this as well.
That's really lovely.
I'll share it again in the chat. So, there you go. Yeah, we've got the Facebook link.
Yeah, and then I've got a daily kind of gratitude practice if people would love to join that too.
Oh yeah, what's the group called? The Facebook group?
I've posted it in there. It's called 3 Great Things.
Brilliant. Seeing great things. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much again, Shara.
Thanks for having me, Shamash. What a lovely day. Such a beautiful idea.
Yeah.
I'm going to make sure that I'm kind of being mindful for the rest of the day now.
Excellent.
Lots of love, everybody. Thanks so much for joining.
Thank you. Awesome.
Bye.
So wonderful. So next up we have Rebecca. Let's see if I can get her video working. Back to back mindfulness here. There you go. So Rebecca, I think we can hear you now.
Hi,
how you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Wow, I love the background. This is amazing. Wonderful. 1 second.
Mindful sketching from the beach.
Yeah. Wow, you've actually stepped into a sketch. I mean, that's...
It does a few little quirky things.
You're doing a stand-up sketch right now. It looks like you're doing a stand-up. Excellent. So maybe if you could just introduce yourself a little bit to start with, and then...
Yeah, certainly. So my name's Rebecca O'Connor, and I use creativity, particularly in the form of mindful sketching or mindful creativity, to actually just help sort of calm and just pause through life, really. So I guess the desire to create is very powerful, and it fuels our desire as human beings to be curious and experimental and adventurous. So years of ill health for me have left me feeling really exhausted and suffering from burnout and in constant pain. And so discovering sort of mindfulness with Shamash and practicing meditation for a number of years, and then my other love being the creativity side, and bringing those two things together as just being incredibly powerful for me, and enabled me to sort of live a more happy, peaceful and healthier life. And that's what I wanted to kind of share with everybody today, really. So the idea being is that everybody can draw. We just forget about it as we get older, or we become very hung up on the end result and not the actual process, and we can get so much out of the process. It's just amazing. So just bringing an attitude of playfulness to, and curiosity really, to the meditation, we'll just develop a willingness to open up our senses, and we achieve a richer awareness as we nurture the sense of compassion towards ourselves. So as you discover mindful creativity, as I've done, it's all about being in the present, moment to moment, as you create something, a meditative form of relaxation that calms the mind and lifts the spirits. And it's just become part of my daily routine now. I suffer from very low energy. I start with a very small pot of energy, and it just gets smaller and smaller and smaller the more things I do, or the more stressed I get. And so using this technique has actually helped me. It gives you like a little boost, like it re-energizes you, which I found to be incredibly helpful. It's not always practical to have a sort of a nap during the day. I know self-care is incredibly important, but just sometimes it's just not that doable. So it's just all about the importance of not trying too hard, just being kind and gentle with yourself, and accepting that this is time just for you. So with that, I'm just going to switch cameras over, so hopefully we can move this and you can see my screen. I will just flip that out. Sorry about this, bear with me. Yeah, okay, that's fine. And then we can just go back here. So here we are. So if you'd like to have a go at this, feel free. We put a little note in to say that a pencil and a piece of paper would be absolutely fine. And it's just about having a little, getting in touch with your senses and having a play. Okay, so to get started, we'll just need a couple of pieces of paper and a pencil or something to make some marks with. The choice of location is entirely up to you. So it can be, if you're in the garden or in your room, or lucky enough to sort of have a garden to look out on, somewhere sort of quite close to nature, but get creative. So start by setting your intention and being really clear that for the next few minutes, you're going to give yourself your full attention to the mindful exercise. Ensure any potential distractions are minimized. And then to begin, I just want you to place your pencil on the corner of the paper. And then just adopting a comfortable position. Half close your eyes if it's safe to do so. And then take a few deep, meaningful breaths. And this little ritual helps send a signal to your brain that you're engaging in a mindful exercise now. So noticing where your body connects with the chair, where your feet connect with the floor. Does your body feel tense or relaxed? Readjust your posture if necessary. And then feeling the back of your legs on the chair. Now take 3 deep breaths, breathing in through the nose as you feel your ribs expand, breathing out slowly through the mouth, feeling your shoulders relax as any tension softens. Open your eyes And as you begin to focus on what's around you, allow your curiosity to deepen as the pencil starts to make its way across the paper. And as you're looking around you, just look for one thing, something that you've not seen. And then not particularly looking at the paper, but just looking at the object you've observed. Press very gently, and the line is barely visible. Apply more pressure, and the line looks so much darker. Have fun with these marks as you make them, as they will represent something just to you. You can rotate your paper around at this point to see if you can get a different perspective. As you do so, allow a soft smile to gently spread across your face. You may find it easier to have your eyes half closed or your gaze softly facing downwards, allowing you to tune into the sounds around you as just sounds, not necessarily the birds outside or the traffic or just the individual sounds. Instead, listen on a deeper level. Continue to move the pencil across the page, and in time, to your own intuitive sound, you can speed up and slow down, or splutter. It may be that your own heartbeat or something else entirely becomes your intuitive sound. So allow yourself to really feel the sensations. Notice how the weight of the pencil in your hand feels. Does it feel balanced? Experiment with where you're holding your pencil. Once you have settled on a position that's right for you, just make quick, rapid marks, moving the pencil at pace. You can feel the resistance of the pencil as it touches the paper, and the heel of your hand as it touches the table. And all the while, you're aware of your breath. Now continue with that for a few moments, and then we're going to start another little exercise or experiment. And this little experiment involves tricking your brain. So you know at the beginning, and I said you can't draw. Well, we all can actually draw, and we do it all the time. And we just become our brain, because it has so many thoughts to process during the day. It goes back to the last time it drew an eye, a nose, a house, the sea, and it just replicates that last image that it did. And so this time we're going to actually draw it either upside down or sideways on, and see if we can actually do something a little bit different. So just taking the piece of paper again, and I hope you can all see this in the image there, this little picture. And what we're going to do is we're going to actually draw these lines and series of lines, and we're going to draw them in relationship to each other. We're not actually going to draw the picture as a picture. Okay. So while we continue with our breathing, keeping your body upright and your chest open, your shoulders and neck relaxed, enjoy the playful nature of the process. And if you find your mind wanders, that's fine. Just acknowledge it and return to the breath. So now we're going to just start to replicate some of these little lines. There's no need to rush. So just take a moment now and check in with how you're feeling, as well as how your hand and fingers and arm feel physically. Breathe away any tension and just slowly check in with how you're feeling. And then just continue to go back and draw or make marks that represent what you can actually see on the page as just a series of marks. Like with any meditation, your mind will wander, and as you noticed it's wandered, and you've got lost in thought, accept with kindness that you've noticed and then restart the process over again in the present moment. What we're doing here is you're actually encouraging your brain to not revert back to what it's previously learnt as being a house or a lighthouse. You're actually encouraging the brain to actually think about it differently. And by doing that, I think you will be pleasantly surprised with the results that you've managed to achieve. Or surprised, I should say. So as we start to bring this meditation to a close, I'd like you to just take a moment, take a few more deep breaths as you just finish making any last few marks. And then refocus your gaze. And then I'd like you just to turn over your piece of paper once again. And this time, I'd like you to reflect and just really think about what, without writing in sentences or anything like that, I'd just like you to write out what you're actually, what comes to mind. So write down what thoughts come to mind, where you, just where your attention is. Were you able to keep your attention on the breath whilst you let the pencil move across the paper? And how did it feel? Revisit your sketch and review it with kindness. So as we finish this meditation, see if you can be mindful with whatever you need to do next, but give the task your full attention as you transition. So with practice, you too could identify small pockets of time in which to immerse yourself in mindful creativity as you access the effects of this nourishing, re-energizing superpower just when you need it the most. Thank you. I'll switch my camera back now so that you can actually see what's going on.
Thank you, Rebecca. That was really, the cameras worked really, really well. Thank you so much.
Yes.
I really loved that experiment. I've never done that before. I've just been getting into some art, and that was so interesting, especially to do the kind of almost like the scribbling in a mindful way. I've never done that where you get very mindful before you start.
Yeah.
And then just
really important
experimenting with different speeds as well. I really enjoyed that. And then doing the diagram sideways. Now I turn it and put it straight. Yeah, it's really interesting. So it'd be good to see what others have to say about that. Doris says, fantastic. Thank you so much, Rebecca. That was amazing.
Oh, you're welcome.
So have you been doing this for this mindful sketching concept? Is that a new thing for you, or you've been doing that for a while?
I've always been very creative, but unfortunately I had a problem with my eyesight last year as part of my sort of poor health, and it meant that I actually couldn't see any longer. So I actually ended up not being able to see properly at all. And then as things have progressed, I've kind of just thought, oh my goodness, I can get around this, you know, and there must be a way. So I've gone from drawing and painting all of the time to literally just not being able to see or not being able to focus. Okay. So that was actually really hard for me to come to terms with. And I think through sort of the mindfulness and sort of doing the ACT therapy with yourself, Shamash, it's really sort of helped, well, just transformed the way I think about my art and my creativity as well. So really? It's more about sort of thinking about it differently and accepting that, you know, when I'd sort of learned to draw, I would measure using my sort of my pencil as a line of sight. So I would kind of do this and measure. And then I suddenly discovered when I kind of closed my left eye and looked with my right, there was nothing I could see. I could just see just a black fuzzy ball. And that was literally it. So that was really challenging. It's slowly improving, but the the actual creativity side of it is just you get into a place where even just the warm-up work that we did around, you know, sort of thinking about your senses, and then, you know, using the pencil, just takes you into a different place. You get into a zone where, or you get into the flow, I suppose is the best way to describe it. And hours can have gone by and you just think, oh my goodness, you know, you haven't thought about anything else at all. You know, it isn't about the piece of work you end up creating. It's all about, you know, the process that itself, you know, and how that journey goes for you. So yes, I absolutely am passionate about it. I use it every day. It's not always sketching. It can be something else. It can be something just as creative. But I've probably been doing the actual mindfulness, bringing the two things together for probably about the last 6 months or so.
Oh, wow. That's so good. And I guess through the act, it became even clearer that creativity is like a key value for you, and mindfulness as well. So you're bringing those two values in.
Yeah.
And then I suppose the challenges through, you know, the different power that you have in your senses, but you can still apply those values no matter what's happening with the senses.
And I think that's really important for anybody. My hearing has become actually much stronger, or much more acute, I would say, since I've had the problems with my eyesight. And I just kind of think, well, goodness, you know, if you hope nothing else happens, but it just makes me feel much more confident, and comes to terms with the fact that actually, do you know what, if something else happened or my sight deteriorated again, which unfortunately it may do, it's not going to stop my creativity. And I think that that is really, you know, key, as it helps kind of just, you know, getting up every day and feeling positive about myself and about the fact that I can actually help other people through this process.
Exactly, yes. I mean, there's so many people going through so many challenges, and you coming on today and sharing that little story, really, really inspiring for others. So Lorraine says that, thank you, Rebecca, that was amazing. I asked my daughter Lily to join in with the experiment and she loved it.
Brilliant.
And Doris says, love more of this. Karen says, love this novel approach. I would love to get into drawing more. This has given me a whole new meaning. Thank you.
Good.
And Pauline says, thank you, Rebecca. It reminded me that I love drawing, the process rather than the result. And I think that's what you're trying to say, isn't it? The process rather than the result.
So there's been a lot of feedback from, it's actually people, I think, because of the structure, you actually sort of get it drilled into you. We draw brilliantly as children, but then, you know, it becomes very competitive and you're very self-critical about the end result, because it doesn't actually look like you think it's going to look. And ultimately then it kind of can put you right off any sort of creativity. You suddenly stop drawing, stop painting, making things, because you almost kind of deter yourself and say it's going to look rubbish and it's not going to look anything like. But in actual fact, you know, by using the creativity side of things and getting into it in I suppose, a more compassionate way, you then, it's the process, it's not necessarily what you end up with. So the dive bombing seagulls that are flying over my head at the moment.
Yeah, I love that. That is so, it's a great part of the whole experience, actually, seeing that wonderful background. Alexandra says, realized I can draw. How amazing is that? Focused on drawing, not the pencil or the breath, and I really enjoyed the process.
Yeah.
And Mary says, wonderful. And Melanie says that I really enjoy it and feels really good too. Denise says, just come back to and hope to watch this again on the recording. Mary says, do the other senses become more in your awareness? Say touch. She's asking about that.
Definitely. Touch, hearing becomes much more focused, I think, and texture as well. So I find that one of the mini sessions that I do is around sort of almost looking into the minutiae of something and looking at it as if for the first time, sort of with fresh eyes. So I might not be able to see a lot of things, but sort of if I actually zoom into something or magnify it, or it can be the veins on a leaf or something in the garden, or just a piece of moss, or just something unusual. I'm looking up in my studio at the moment, and there's a stapler, and it's kind of the strange way on, and it's when you then look at things, you realize how much you take for granted, and I think that's just, it's such a lovely way of being able to kind of just focus on that minute when everything else is so chaotic around us. It's just, I find it really helpful, and that was kind of what prompted me through meeting you, Shamash, and working with the rest of the group. I've just thought, actually, I've benefited so much. I don't want to just keep it to myself. I want to help other people with it as well.
Wonderful, wonderful. And I think that's a really important part of the process. First, we go through that self-transformation, and then the next stage is important to share it in some way, however feels good for you. And that's the bit when the anxiety comes up and the challenge comes up.
Yeah.
But that is a sign that you care about it, right? We hurt where we care. So it's challenging, and that's actually the sign we're going in the right direction. So I hope you get time to see some of these other comments. They're really amazing, such as Laura says, I wish you could see this. My 4-year-old daughter came in as we were starting and is curled up on the bed falling asleep whilst you were leading the beautiful mindful sketching exercise.
Whoa, that's so cool.
Found it very relaxing. That's really great.
Oh, lovely. That's brilliant. Thank you very much, everybody. And I've seen a little note there, actually. Yes, I do classes, and I'm more than happy to. I think there's some access to my website as well. There's nothing live on there at the moment, but I'm going to be launching some new. Oh, yeah, perfect.
I can put, there's a slide.
There's a slide.
So it's a simple one, mindfulsketcher.co.uk.
Yeah.
There's someone, yeah, wonderful.
And or email me through this group, and we can set up some sessions. So I do one-to-one and group. It's just a really nice way to actually, I think, make that social connection. I've been shielded for 7 months now, and so I don't leave the house really unless it's to go to the hospital to have them look at my eyes. So been able to do this online has been phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. And I just don't think, you can't overemphasize the importance of that social connection and just joining with like-minded people.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This has been a wonderful part of that journey too. This feels like we're in a community together right now. So it's brilliant. So thanks a lot for all your help, Rebecca, and thank you for sharing that today. I really enjoyed it. Looking forward to doing some more. And yeah, let's get in touch with Rebecca, and she'll let you know when she does a group class or one-to-one. Do some mindful sketching and more. Excellent. Thank you. So next up we have, I think it's lunchtime, guys. It's so we're going to have a talk on mindful eating with Jane. So let me see if I can get her up now. So here we go. Let's see. Jane. Aha! Yes, it's working. So actually, can I hear you? Try saying something, Jane.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Great. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. How are you?
Good. It's really lovely. It's really a lovely, enjoyable day. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. So, would it be okay if you introduce yourself a little bit and your mindful eating bit?
Yeah, I'll go through it. So, hi, everybody. I'm Jane. I'm a mental health nurse and have been for well over 35 years now. Ooh, I hate saying that out loud. And mindfulness came into my life quite a long time ago, some years back, due to sort of grief and stuff like that. So cut a long story short, the journey took me into teaching and then getting a master's. And I've worked with some corporate companies with their mindfulness health and wellbeing programs, courtesy of the government's Mindful Initiative. And generally, just takes over your life really and becomes a way of living. And then it starts affecting, or not affecting, but just the being of everything that you do has that underpinning mindfulness, or for me, that's where it went. And that's where my interest in mindful eating came into play, because my family all have a very different style of eating to me. And I just sort of worked with individuals and groups in understanding what mindful eating is and the sorts of benefits that you might get from it. So I'll start here. So I'm not going to do a meditation. However, if you wish to access a meditation, there is one that I've done via Bupa for when I left Bupa because of COVID and going back to the NHS. But there are still the Bupa blogs there, and I can share that link, or Shamash can share the link. Also, I'm not going to put the slides up because it will distract from the eating and your lunch. So if anyone is interested, I can also send all the slides if anybody would like them, which have some exercises within them and some little bits of information. So happy to have that. And you can do whatever you want with them. It's entirely up to you. You can play about with them, deliver them. You can take them and do what you want, because the idea is to share. So I'll start off with what is mindful eating. Mindful eating, as defined by okay, slides, wonderful. Mindful eating, as defined by John Kabat-Zinn, is when you eat mindfully, you're in touch with your food because your mind is not distracted. So you're not thinking about anything else. You're just attending to your eating. And I think the couple of sessions ago, there was that nice bit about the tomatoes and about growing your own. And then, you know, enjoying them and sort of spending time with them. They might be small, but there's that enjoying being in the moment and really experiencing the eating, which is really helpful. So mindful eating offers present moment awareness in what you're doing with your food. It involves your senses. So it involves your seeing, your tasting, your hearing, your smelling, and what you're feeling. All of those things are the things that you bring into play when you start to mindfully eat. And it's quite surprising how when you start doing it, it sort of gets a momentum and becomes something more than what you really, or for me, you know, it became more than what I really thought it was going to be. And it helps think about how you eat, why you eat, and what you're eating. So it's about making conscious decisions, conscious choices. So we live in a society that is so fast moving, and it's become quite normal and ordinary to eat on the go, eat at your desk when you're working, you're not taking lunch, or people aren't encouraged, or, you know, it isn't the norm anymore to go off and take your lunch break and go and sit somewhere and eat. You're kind of there with your computer, pinging away your emails, having a sandwich, not really tasting it. People eat more finger foods, they sit in front of TVs, tablets, the distraction. Eating brings that back into a conscious choice and awareness of what we're doing with our food. And that can help with how much you eat. Because when we're distracted from eating, it's not registering in our stomachs. And that registering of being full or not full is then not registering in our mind. And that's where we can overeat, because we're just eating as a habit and it's automatic pilot. And then we start developing habits, these unconscious habits. As everybody knows, we've all, you know, we're all practicing mindfulness, and we know that a lot of the things is about becoming aware of our unconscious habits and then putting in that pause and that conscious choice. So just because I'm a bit of a nerd, so apologies to everybody, research now suggests that if we can foster healthy eating habits, then it has got implications. There's suggestions that there's implications with obesity, so we can cut down on obesity, cut down on the processed foods that aren't particularly very good for us. You know, there are links with the different foods and perhaps ADHD and things. We can start looking at those sorts of things. And research is starting to come out saying that there is a link to a more mindful approach to what you eat and then your behaviour. So it can help with binge eating and all that sort of thing. However, you know, this is all very baby research. There needs to be a lot more to make it far more scientific, but there is research out there if anybody's interested. So it's easy to have these concepts, or it seems easy to have the concept. Mindful eating, yeah, be aware of your food. Be in the moment with your food. But like all things with mindfulness, it's not as easy a concept as we sometimes think it is. So what can we do? Where can we start? How do you mindfully eat? There are questions that you can ask yourself when you're thinking about the process of mindful eating. Just things which you can just reflect on. Things like, do you eat when you're not hungry? You know, are you somebody who is an emotional eater? Do you continue to eat even when you're full? Are you not registering that you're full? So you eat, and then you get that real uncomfortable feeling because you've had too much. Are you multitasking when you're eating? Are you sitting at a desk working? Are you watching TV? Are you distracted with your phone? You know, it's just the questions that you ask, which are not right or wrong, the answers. It's just about gaining an understanding of food, your eating habits, and you. That's it. So that you have a place to start. Other questions can be, do you feel inclined to eat everything on your plate? And that can go back to childhood when, you know, I'm from that era where your parents sat you at the table and you weren't allowed to leave the table until you'd eaten everything on your plate. So there's that unconscious habit that you've developed where you feel you have to eat what's on the plate. You can't leave food on the plate. And are you reaching for the next bite of food before you've finished what's in your mouth? Often people do that, don't they? It's just an unconscious habit. And mindful eating is about developing that awareness of those unconscious habits and then being able to make those conscious choices, as I've said already. So as I said a little moment ago, it's an easy concept, or could be seen as an easy concept, but it isn't really always that easy to get started because there's so much stuff. We've got all this stuff going on in the world. We've got all this stuff with our daily living. There's an awful amount of stress. And this can be another thing that we add to our stress with all the stuff that's going on in our minds anyway. So one thing that can help people to get started is with a food diary. And a food diary helps you to start thinking about the senses. It starts bringing those into play, thinking about your behaviour. How do I feel before I eat? How do I feel while I'm eating? How do I feel after I'm eating? So we can jot that down, not writing essays and all that sort of thing, just a very basic diary. We can write down the food that we eat. How do I feel about this type of food? Do I feel the same about eating a Brussels sprout as I do a bar of chocolate? We can start looking at all of those things. And that's a nice place to start, just again to learn a little bit about ourselves. Also, we can look at the food diary and look at where are we eating. You know, are we eating in front of a TV? Do we sit at a table? Yeah, do we have do we make this meal the focus, or are we just doing it because it's become the thing we have to do? We have to eat X amount of days and X amount of times a day. And that can often lead to grazing, where we're just constantly eating and not even aware that we're eating throughout the whole day. Bag of crisps, couple of biscuits, a sandwich, another bag of crisps, there's some cake that someone's brought into work, or, you know, someone's brought round, and you eat the cake, and before you know it, you've eaten 2 slices of cake. You're constantly just eating. So the food diary is very, very useful if that's something that you enjoy. For those people who don't like journaling, well, you know, there are other things we can look at. When you look at your journaling, or you start looking at your eating even while you're doing it, it can help you notice the responses that you have and the actions that you take as a result of those responses. I'll go back to the Brussels sprout again. Yeah, you know, when you eat a Brussels sprout, I mean, I love Brussels, by the way, I absolutely do. One of the few in the world. But that's by the by. You look at that, I'm eating something, I don't like it. What are my responses to it? What do I do with that? Yeah? And that's where, again, we can start developing habits where we're not always putting rainbow colour food into our diet. It helps you notice how you feel, whether you feel good about something that you're eating, whether you feel bad about something that you're eating. Are you satisfied after eating a bowl of vegetables? Do you feel the same satisfaction when you eat, you know, a bar of Bounty or a Snickers bar or something like that, you know, a big tub of Pringles? So you start looking at how you feel. And it helps with portion size, because you can start bringing into play the satisfaction that you feel at that point, and recognising it. And as I've said, it brings those awareness to the habits. So as I've given you or talked for quite a little while on sort of the concept, the ideas, it would be nice for me to move on and kind of say, well, let's get started with what you're actually doing. Mindful eating is about stopping when you're full. It says, my stomach doesn't need anything more in it. And it's that gratitude and that kindness to yourself, that understanding, and that feeling good about eating what you're eating. It's about recognizing the signs of hunger. In today's society, mindful eating brings us back into that recognition of, I'm hungry now, I'm going to eat, rather than I'm just going to continually eat. And it gives us set times. It starts putting that routine in. And I am an advocate for routine, because I think routine is important. And alongside the routine, one of the sort of things that can help you to start introducing mindful eating is to make the routine more than just the eating. I find it's really nice when I have my daughter and my grandchildren and my daughter's partner round, that we make the food as a group. So I like to grow food. I've been encouraging my grandchildren to do the same. So we would perhaps go and pick tomatoes, runner beans, whatever. We bring them in, we prepare them. So it becomes that whole process, you know, we lay the table. And the mindful eating isn't just that moment. It becomes a much, much bigger thing. And it becomes more of a social family gathering, time to connect and share, you know, and experience. What does the tomato look like? What does the tomato feel like when you haven't cut it? If you're going to cut it in half, what does it feel like when you've cut it in half? What does it look like, the two halves? The difference between a whole tomato and a cut tomato. The smells of the food as you're cutting, preparing, and dishing up. You know, we sort of feel, or, you know, or should I say, it's easy to lose all of that, especially with the processed and prepared foods that, you know, microwavable and everything, and how easy it is to get your takeaways and that. So it doesn't have to be done every day, but just once, making a decision to eat something every day mindfully, to once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks, however long you think is okay and it suits your family lifestyle, is to do that thing where it brings you all together and you experience the whole process. So a bit like what was being said with the art thing, it's not the outcome of what's on your plate. Obviously, you know, it tastes nice, fine. It's the process that gets you to that point where you become so aware of the food that you can then engage with it. So like, you know, we go into the raisin activity, if that's something that, you know, people have tried, and I'm sure you've all tried it 100 times like me. And it's all about, you know, something that you might just be shoveling in your mouth and suddenly you're there and you're feeling it. This is what it feels like, what it smells like. This is what it sounds like. Yeah, because food does have a sound. You know, cutting food has a sound, cooking food has a sound, eating food has a sound. You know, what does it taste like? So we sort of sight, see everything, touch, everything, all our senses we're bringing into play. Which, if you're eating now, you can start maybe thinking about just taking a moment to say, what does my food look like? Does it smell? What can I smell? What can I hear? Yeah. What can I feel? You know, what am I seeing? It's just bringing them all into play. And the easiest way to do that is to be more tortoise and less hare. That's the way I like to look at it, because the tortoise won the race. So slow down. Slowing down, taking time to plate your food up, to get rid of your distractions. Take them all away, turn the telly off, put your phones down, sit at a table if you can. Don't just chuck your food in a bowl and whatever. Present it on the plate so that you can then really stimulate all of those senses so that you can engage in the moment and pay attention to what you're eating. And again, you know, it's practice, 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 practice. The more you practice it, the easier it gets. And bringing that awareness to your habits gives you that opportunity, as I said right at the beginning, to start making conscious choices about how you eat, why you eat, what you eat, and when you eat. And then you can make those decisions to say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to cook my own food, I'm going to buy more organic food, I'm going to use less processed food, I'm going to cut down on sugar. Whatever the choices you are, you'll start to understand your taste buds. You'll start to embody your eating again. So it becomes an awareness and a body sensation alongside, you know, alongside the emotions that you have. So it doesn't spiral out of control and become emotional eating. So you're bringing in the mindfulness concept of thinking, you know, the thoughts, the feelings, and the behaviours, which is all quite useful. And you know, it as I said before, there is some suggestions in research that it is very useful for people who are struggling with their, you know, with their eating habits. And it can help for people who don't like to eat, because, you know, I talk about obesity and people eating lots, but there are people out there who don't really find food that engaging. They don't get the taste the same. People who don't like eating, if they're using the mindful eating approach, or they're doing it because they really have to, but they're not getting much joy from it, can start looking at the foods they like and integrating those in and setting up their own routines. So I hope that's helpful. I say I will send Shamash the slides. And yeah, questions if anyone wants to ask any.
That was excellent. Thank you so much. Really, really enjoyed that. So much aspects to it that I didn't know about. Loads of interesting comments here. One of them is a nice one here from Chris. Says, I eat too quickly, always have. My extroverted sensing is weak. I'm consciously slowing down and enjoying it now. So that's nice.
Perfect. Yeah, it is just slowing down, I have to say, but that's an easier thing. It's easy to say, not so easy to do.
Yeah. I liked what you said about how mindfulness, at first it seems so simple, doesn't it? But if it was so simple and easy, then people wouldn't have an issue with it, right? So there's obviously some barriers there that are preventing people being mindful, eating mindfully, behaving, living mindfully. Yeah. There's some.
This is just a daily activity. If we can bring mindfulness into our eating, it's the encouraging that practice into daily activity, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, and living and sort of like putting it into your daily living. But it's, you know, it's easy to say, but it's not easy to do. We all know to slow down with eating, but how many people do it 24/7? I don't mindfully eat all the time. I'm quite mindfully aware sometimes that I'm mindlessly eating, but that's life, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It definitely can't be. And then I suppose does the self-compassion link with mindful eating quite a lot as well, I'm guessing?
Yeah. I do think that it is about that sense of kindness to yourself, and also not being too hard on yourself, because, you know, to try and think that you're going, or to think you're going to mindfully eat 24/7, so to speak, for the rest of your life isn't a kind thing to be thinking.
True.
Kind yourself is to be saying, you know, once a week I'm probably going to get a takeaway, eat far too much, feel really bad and regret it in the morning, but hey ho, I'm doing it as a conscious choice.
No, it's really
no longer a habit, it's kind of a treat, and I'm allowed to do that, you know. But it's not doing it every day, so that then it becomes something that's not good for your health and well-being, because it, you know, food, the sort of processed foods and the takeaways, and it's just not good for health and well-being.
There's an interesting question here from Alexandra. For people who don't like eating or have sensory issues or have a negative association with eating, I wonder if it'd be useful to distract themselves, or would being mindful help them to appreciate the healthy food more?
Distraction isn't helpful per se. So it can, because distraction isn't going to be something they're going to be able to use for the rest of life, and it's just going to compound the fact that they don't like food. Mindful eating can help people who don't like food particularly very much, or don't engage with, they've got those sensory issues, or, you know, food is just an issue, and you can slowly introduce it in so that they learn what they like and what they don't like, but also that why, it's that whole thing of why. You've got that, how do I feel before, how do I feel during, how do I feel after? And they can sort of like compartmentalize it and say, right, okay, then these are the things I like, these are the things I don't like, and they can start exploring a little bit more where that comes from, and start to enjoy food. Because we, you know, you don't have to have a wealth of food that you're going to eat, so long as you have, you know, you are eating really, and you're eating foods that are nutritious to your body. So it just helps people who struggle with food to find the foods they don't struggle with.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Mary says, you know, I remember the first time I had the raisin, it was like a light bulb moment for her. Not everyone would have done that, where they eat a small piece of food really mindfully. What do you think? What's the light bulb moment part of that exercise?
The light bulb, when the raisin exercise is about something that's so insignificant, and we tend to shovel in our mouths without even chewing. Yeah, so we're not engaging. It's one of those foods you can just pick a handful up and you can do this with. And for me, the light bulb moment was actually tasting a raisin. Yeah, you know, I know what a raisin's like. I eat loads of them. Taste a raisin. And it was the smelling of a raisin, the feeling of a raisin, all those things. And then I put it in my mouth and I hated it, right? And I hate the raisin exercise because it made me realise how I'm shoveling food into my mouth and into my body. I'm not tasting it. And actually, if I bothered to taste it, I don't like it. So it was that whole habit. Look at that, Jane. You're putting all this stuff in your body and you don't even like it. You know, and I don't, other light bulb moments for other people, but it's taking something we take for granted and that we're not really aware of. You know, we can all do it with a bar of chocolate, a piece of chocolate, whatever, yeah, because that's we're likely, or more people are likely to like that. But a raisin is something insignificant, and then it can become so sensory. I don't know if anyone else had that, but suddenly this tiny raisin pings all your senses into play, doesn't it?
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
like,
it's amazing. Yeah.
It's a
I remember one funny story. I had one client, and she part of the group. We learned about mindful eating, so she decided to eat her cereal mindfully, and it's the same cereal she'd been having for 10 years. But that day, when she ate it mindfully, she hated it.
Yeah.
And she said she was really annoyed with me because it took her like 3 months to find another cereal that she actually liked.
Yeah, it's because we shovel. We're just we're in a fast society. We're shoveling, and no longer tasting.
Yeah.
We're not even seeing a lot of the time what we're eating. People aren't even looking at it. They're watching a telly. They're not even engaging just in sight. You know, they're just sitting there with something by the side of them or on their lap, and they're just doing this, and they're watching a program or whatever.
Yeah.
So
I think partly because of our modern society, we're very stimulated and everything, like, you know, faster music, moving fast, everything's got very quick. And so we're used to everything being very fast. So we're not used to slowing down. But you get into a situation where like I've been on retreats where, you know, you haven't been doing much, and you get the food and it just tastes incredible, and you really want to eat it slowly. It's amazing.
Yeah, I've had that. I mean, I became a vegan some years ago because once I started, this what I was saying earlier on, the mindful eating for me, once I started, it just got its momentum, and it just made me start thinking about more than just what does a tomato taste like. I started then thinking, where's this tomato from? You know, and then all this sort of ethical stuff came into it and all that sort of thing. But it really made me think about what things from outside I was putting into my body, and then the impact that was having, because I have fibromyalgia. And so, you know, it had mindfulness is great for people with fibromyalgia, believe you me, it changes your life. But, you know, it was all those sorts of things that when you're struggling, when you have all this stuff going on, and you just don't engage in it all.
Yeah.
You just don't engage. And then suddenly you kind of do, and then think, that's what it's doing to me. I'm going to take that out. And I now see what that piece of food or like alcohol or whatever is doing to my health and well-being. You can experiment. It's just, mindfulness is lovely, isn't it? Because whatever way you do it, however you practice, it's like you just spend the rest of your life in a scientific experiment.
Yeah, exactly. The monk we've got later on, he said, oh yeah, I'm going to experiment on people with the way I guide the meditations as we go through it. So yeah. It's linked to being, it's linked to that curiosity, definitely.
Yeah, great. And you just like, one day it works, one day it doesn't. You know, you have a good day, a bad day, and it's just so engaging in the whole of life, isn't it? And then like brush your teeth mindfully, because it's like, oh, mint toothpaste. Suddenly, when you start eating a satsuma like mindfully, you're suddenly like, oh, let me try my toothpaste.
Yeah, exactly. I love it. I love the way you've embodied that too. Well, thanks a lot. I've shared the link to the Booper as well, so people can try that out.
Slides, because people have said yes, they'd like the slides, so I'll ping the slides over to you.
Yeah. I'll share that when
they're only my slides. If people want to just kind of use them, play about with them, change them, do whatever they want, they're just interested, then feel free to have them and do whatever you want with them. That's
wonderful. And maybe if you could send a few sentences about fibromyalgia as well. I'm sure people are interested in how mindful that as well.
Lady Gaga. Just read up on Lady Gaga. She's very
good. Okay. I didn't know that. Okay, I'll check that out.
Yeah. It's just chronic fatigue, constant pain. I go through periods of time in life where I can't move, so I become bedbound, and then I have to learn to walk again and all that malarkey. But mindfulness has taken me through. Oh no, mindfulness. I have a great life, and mindfulness is the key point to do my health and well-being. And
That's amazing. Wow. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, well, thanks a lot for your time today, for sharing, and have a great day.
Yeah, still listening to you. I'm enjoying the day, so I'm still here.
Okay, cool. Hang out with us. Thanks a lot. Okay, awesome. Wow, that was fascinating. And now we go over to Elspeth. Let me see if I can get Elspeth's thing working. And we're going to have a body scan experience. Remove the pin. Hey, Elspeth, can you hear me?
Hi, Shamash.
Oh, wow.
I can't start my video, but
That's not your video.
I can hear you.
Is there a video button there for you next to the mute button?
Oh, there we go. That's it now.
There we go. Awesome. How you doing?
Hi. I'm great, thank you. I'm good. I'm loving all this chat about food. It's making me hungry.
Have you had any food yet or not yet?
No, I thought I'd save myself till afterwards, but it's taken me back to my first mindful raisin experience.
Oh, yeah. Everyone must be really curious now. What are they getting on about the raisin experience if they haven't done it?
Yeah.
Awesome. Anyway, if you maybe just introduce yourself a little bit to start with, and then you can go for your session.
Absolutely. So I'm Elspeth, and I'm in Edinburgh today, and I look after Pause to Be Mindfulness. And I trained with you, Shamash, a couple of years ago, almost a couple of years ago, I think. I came to mindfulness after some quite heavy life events that happened in a short space of time. And also had a really challenging job at the same time, which could be quite stressful at times. So things came to a head a few years ago, and I decided to leave. I worked in recruitment for about 16 years, so quite a full-on job at times. And I decided to move into mindfulness. I found mindfulness for myself and found it really life-changing, able to step back from all of the chaos that was taking place. And I think one of the things that really hit me was that after all of these life events out of my control, I kept looking out. I could feel that my brain was on the lookout for the next disaster, and I was always on edge. So mindfulness helped me to step back and just allow that to be there. And I just love sharing it with other people. So this is really great. Thank you for organising.
Wonderful. Thank you. Well, very warm welcome. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. No, thank you. So I've got a screen to share, which I hope is going to work. I'm going to give it a go anyway. This is us.
Yeah, that's working nicely.
Is this working okay now?
Yeah, it works brilliant. Yeah.
Excellent. I apologize. I think one of my neighbours has started cutting trees, but we'll go with it. It's in the moment.
I can't hear that at all, so that's fine.
Oh, good. Excellent. So I think you advertised this as mindful nap time, Shamash. So yeah, obviously if you've been lucky to have some lunch, or maybe you've just had some breakfast, depending on what part of the world you're in at the moment, you might be feeling a little sleepy. So I just invite you to settle in, whether you choose to sit or you might like to lie down. Often we lie on our backs in what we call Shavasana or corpse pose for this body scan meditation. But really any position goes, just as long as you're nice and warm. I've got my blanket on here and comfortable. So use lots of cushions and whatever you need to support the body. So I'll just give you a moment or two to settle in. And as you're settling in and adjusting the body to make yourself really super comfortable, I'm going to sound the bell to bring us into our practice together. And I just invite you to close your eyes gently if that feels right with you, or maybe gently soften your gaze, whichever works best and feels right for you at this moment. So I'm inviting you to use this opportunity to really have a check-in with the body. We spend so much time checking in with social media, with the latest news reports, with the weather report. We don't often check in with the body as much as we maybe could do. And I'd like you to see if you can be open to receiving any messages from the body over the next 20 minutes or so as we practice, just noticing if you can observe anything new that you maybe haven't noticed before. We tend to have lots of preconceived ideas about the body, about how we see it. Seeing if we can commit to really listening to the body, listening to the live updates that the body has for us right now. So just beginning by settling in and noticing the contact between the body and the earth. So noticing where the body may be in contact with the ground. Just seeing if you can really feel that connection with the earth. Knowing that gravity is working by keeping you in contact with the earth. And a nice thought also is that all of us practicing right now are connected through the earth. We're connected together through the internet, but also through the earth that we're sitting on right now. And simply feeling the body held and supported by wherever you're lying or sitting right now. And as you bring the whole of your body into your awareness, you might like to imagine a lovely warm beam of light shining on the whole of the body. A warm, welcoming, friendly beam of awareness. You can breathe this beam of awareness into the whole spaciousness of the body. You can breathe this awareness to the very crown of the head, into the very tips of your fingers, through the whole of the body to the very tips of your toes. If you like, you might like to imagine that this awareness has a colour. Perhaps it's a warm golden glow, or maybe it has some other colour, and you can visualise this awareness moving through the whole of the body, filling up the spaciousness of the whole body. And becoming aware now of any sensations you notice within this space. Maybe tingling, maybe tensions, maybe areas of coolness or warmth. And just pausing for a moment to check in as the body rests in this warm beam of awareness. Notice which sensations are dancing in the whole of the body, perhaps trying to catch your attention. You may become aware now of the mind starting to wander, which would be perfectly normal. Simply noticing where the mind has drifted off to, if it has wandered off, and maybe bringing a small smile to the lips to welcome the mind back to the body again, and noticing the sensations present. And then when you're ready, bringing a smaller beam of awareness to shine on whichever part of the body where you feel the breath most strongly right now at this moment. Noticing what sensations are present here. Knowing that you don't have to control or judge the breath. And in much the same way as the beach receives the waves as they roll in and roll back out to the ocean. We can notice the waves of breath rolling in and rolling out effortlessly. An effortless practice of receiving and releasing the breath. Simply allowing the breath to be just as it is for a moment. And seeing if you can observe the waves of breath coming and going on the body. In the same way as you might stand on a beach and watch the waves rolling in and out. And again, your mind will likely have wandered away from the breath, which is perfectly normal. And simply smiling at the mind if that feels right to you. And being curious and wondering where the mind has wandered off to. And when you're ready, shifting this beam of awareness from the breath all the way down the body to the feet. Notice any sensations which may be present here in the toes, the soles of the feet, the heels, the upper parts of the feet. Seeing if you can feel any energy inside the feet. Maybe a coolness or a warmth or a tingling. And again, checking in for any magical messages from the body. Noticing if there are any different sensations in the left foot from the right foot. Now shifting this warm beam of awareness up from the feet to the ankles, to the lower legs, the knees, the upper legs, the buttocks, the pelvic area and the hips. And just noting any sensations which might be present in the whole of the legs right now at this moment. Seeing if you can allow the space for these to simply be within this beam of awareness which is shining on the whole of the legs right now. And now when you're ready, directing this warm, friendly beam of awareness up from the hips, up to the middle part of the body. So into the abdomen, the belly, the rib cage, the chest, the back. Allowing this beam of awareness to take in the whole front of the torso, the back of the torso and the sides. Knowing that we often hold a lot of emotion in this part of the body. So there may be messages to be found here, maybe in the belly. You might notice a contracting, a tightening, or perhaps a fluttering. Perhaps you notice simply the sensation of the breath as the chest and the rib cage, the diaphragm, the belly, all expand and release, rise and fall within this beam of awareness. Or perhaps there are sensations present in the heart space, in the chest. Knowing that if anything becomes too overwhelming at any point, you can choose where to shift this beam of awareness, perhaps to the feet, or maybe another part of the body. Or perhaps it might feel right to bring a warm hand of comfort to the belly or to the heart. Just noticing what's present for you and what feels right for you at this moment. Now, when you're ready, shifting this beam of awareness up into the shoulders, seeing if you can feel inside the shoulders, down the upper arms to the elbows, down the lower arms to the wrists, allowing this beam of awareness to travel now into the hands, all the way to the fingertips and just beyond the fingertips. Noticing any energy which might be inside the hands, any sense of tingling or warmth or coolness. And breathing this warm beam of awareness in and out of the arms, all the way from the shoulders, through both arms to the fingertips. And back up to the shoulders once again. As the beam of awareness now moves up to the neck, taking in the front of the neck, the back of the neck, perhaps feeling the air moving in and out of the throat. Just noticing any sensations which may be present here. And now allowing this warm awareness to shine on the whole of the face, perhaps smiling at this warm beam of awareness as it shines on the face, into the jaw.
Do you think of a way to test
the mouth, inside the mouth, the teeth, the tongue, the gums, the lips. And allowing this smile to rest on the lips if that feels good with you, extending that upwards to the cheeks, the cheekbones, the nose, perhaps feeling the passage of air in and out of the nostrils. Taking this beam of awareness up into the eyes now, the eyebrows, the little muscle between the eyebrows, the forehead, the temples. And feeling this warm beam of awareness on the whole of the front of the face. Moving round to the sides of the head now, the ears, round to the back of the head. And then up into the very top of the head, the scalp, the hair, up to the crown of the head, and noticing any sensations which may be present just above the crown of the head. Just noticing what might be present for you here, if anything. And again, if you don't notice sensations, that's okay too. Simply noticing the lack of sensations. And as we feel this warm beam of awareness on the whole of the head, perhaps we can feel a sense of gratitude for all of the senses which rest here. Our sight, our hearing, our sense of smell, our sense of taste. And then when you're ready, allowing this warm beam of awareness to move upwards from the body and shining a wider beam on the whole of the body, wherever you're sitting or lying. So taking in the whole of the body, breathing in this beam of awareness from the soles of the feet, up through every cell in the body to the very crown of the head. And knowing that no matter what thoughts or feelings might arise, no matter how we feel about the body, that every single cell is working together right now to allow us to be here right now in perfect completeness. And when you're ready, now allowing this beam of awareness to extend outwards from the body to the space around you, and taking in your surroundings. Maybe noticing any sounds in the room where you are, or the space where you are if you're outdoors. Feeling the temperature of the air on the skin once again. And I'll just invite the bell and invite you to bring some movement back into the fingers and toes if that feels right with you, or you may wish to lie a little longer. We just welcome the sound of the bell. So just checking in and noticing what the body needs right now. Maybe needs a bit of a stretch. I know I need to stretch. And maybe you need a drink. Just noticing what messages have come to you from the body during that meditation. And thank you.
Wonderful.
Oh.
Thank you. That was really, really nice. I think everyone's super chilled now. You got a lovely voice for that body scan. It was really soothing. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
You made it.
Made
even though it's
everyone go to
relatively
sleep.
short, it's a relatively short period of time, but it felt like it had so much in it. So I really appreciate that. Denise says thank you. Yeah, I was kind of joking a little bit about it being like a nap, but actually in Plum Village, I don't know if you've ever been there, but they do a deep relaxation after lunch, which is basically like a body scan, but it just lets people just rest lying down, and people do fall asleep. But then when you wake up, you feel a lot more refreshed. It's like you've had your afternoon nap. So it's nice. Jacqueline says thank you, so relaxing.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think
Everyone's dozed off.
Yeah. So it's wonderful. Is there anything else that you wanted to share about pausetebe.co.uk and the kind of the mindfulness stuff that you do in Edinburgh and beyond?
Yeah, well, it's mostly online at the moment. I think we're still waiting to get back into workshops, to have, I do half-day workshops at a place called Restoration Yard, which has got a well-being lab where they actually teach mindfulness and yoga, which is amazing. And other locations around about Edinburgh, but we've had to put those all on hold. So yeah, so mostly online at the moment, and I'm hoping to include some of the ACT training that I did with you recently as well, Shamash. So
great, wonderful.
yeah.
Well, it's been really fun. I think when you first started working with us, I had a chance to meet you in Edinburgh, and that was really fun.
Yeah.
We've been in touch ever since, so that's been wonderful. So thank you very much. I've been following all the different classes you've been doing for young people as well as adults. So it's been nice, and bringing it into your family as well.
Yeah, no, it's good. My kids like it too, and yeah.
Nice.
So thank you.
How old are your children now?
So my older daughter's just turned 13. And my younger one's 10. So they both practice. They do a little bit. They use sleep meditations and that type of thing as well. So I don't force it, but they do. Yeah, they like bits and pieces, small doses.
That's great. I think that's the secret, not to force it. Well, thank you once again.
Thank you.
And we'll share the link by email with everyone too. So thanks for sharing.
Super. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
You can see all the comments of people in the chat as well.
Oh, great.
Wonderful. So now we are going to be connecting with Fat Blin from Plum Village. So let's see if we can get this to work. There we go.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Let me just try and... Wonderful. Let me just try and get your video up a bit bigger. There we go. Oh, that's wonderfully clear. Yeah. How are you today?
Very well, thank you. And you?
Very well, thank you. Very well. Just to briefly introduce, I think we may have met a couple of years ago at Plum Village for maybe a summer retreat, but I particularly remember the neuroscience retreat, which was it last summer or the summer before? I'm not sure now.
It was 2019.
It's 2019, yeah. Things have changed quite a bit since then. It's quite hard to keep in touch with how time has passed. But it was a wonderful experience, and I loved what you shared about neuroscience, but also about mindfulness in general. And we happened to get in touch on Twitter. I really appreciate you gifting your time to share some of your wisdom with us all.
Well, thank you for inviting me. It's wonderful that this is happening. It's wonderful to be able to connect in this way, even at a distance. So hello to everyone. Hello from all of us here in Plum Village. My name is Brother Fat Blin, also known as Brother Spirit, which is a kind of rough translation of the name given to me by my teacher, the Venerable Thich Nhat Hanh. So he's our teacher here in Plum Village, and for those of you who are not familiar with Plum Village, it's a monastery in the Zen Buddhist tradition. It's about 200 monks and nuns living here full-time all year round, and we usually, in any year other than 2020, we would be offering lots of retreats for people to come and practice with us and learn the art of mindful living. But yeah, like us, like everyone, we've been affected by the pandemic, so we had to close temporarily. So we're kind of trialing a lot more online stuff like this. Also, we've done some of our own online retreats. And we actually had another neuroscience retreat earlier this year, also in June, as a follow-up to the last one. So that's it's fun to keep that thread alive. So yeah, very happy to be here with you all and to have this time to explore together and practice together. And so my hope is that we can treat this time really as a kind of shared exploration. And we do it in the laboratory of our own direct experience. And the first thing that we can experience is our body. So what I'd like to invite us all to do is to treat the whole session as a kind of guided meditation. So, you know, sometimes we think there's like a talk, and then there's a guided meditation, and we differentiate between the two, but I'd like to think of the whole time as a kind of guided meditation. So maybe the first thing that we can do is just get in touch with the feeling of contact with the ground, or however that happens to be, whether we're sitting on the ground or maybe even lying down or sitting on a chair, whether we're leaning back or sitting up straight, just leaving things exactly as they are, so not trying to do anything special or different. But just noticing how our body is in space, noticing the feeling of our weight channeling into the earth, how it's distributed, whether you feel more weight in the right hip or the left, and not changing anything, just letting it be as it is. And then as we tune into those sensations in our body, we might naturally start to notice the sensations of our breathing coming in and out, and in and out. So I'd like to invite us all to consider our breathing throughout the whole time as a kind of anchor for our mind. So really, I'd like you to pay less attention to what I'm saying than to your own breathing. It might sound funny, but I believe if you actually pay attention primarily to your breath, what I'm saying might come in more easily. So often when we listen, there's a lot of thinking, comparing, analyzing, judging, reacting. And so we kind of have a mental filter to whatever we hear and whatever's coming in. We want to test it against what we already know. But that means that we might miss a lot. Actually, we might not really hear what's being said. So it seems maybe like a bit of a strange proposition to drop your guard, to drop your filter. But I hope I can be worthy of your trust for these few minutes that we have together. I promise not to misuse your trust and only to say nice things. I'll do my best. So the idea is just to stay focused on our breath as much as we can. And really the invitation for the whole session is to see if this meditation business works. So some of you may already be convinced of that. Some of you may feel, yes, definitely works. Some of you may be unsure. And of course, there's many different kinds of meditation. So although you may have tried all kinds of different techniques and you may have one that you practice regularly, just for the sake of openness, I'd like to invite you just to accompany me on this journey, and we try to do something together, and then you can see for yourself. Does it give rise to feelings of peace and freedom and well-being? And I know there's a lot of interest in science and meditation, or neuroscience and meditation. But I think we are our own best scientist, as it were. We don't need an fMRI machine to tell us whether or not we are peaceful and happy. In fact, an fMRI machine almost certainly can't do that. Whereas we should be able to tell very easily for ourselves if we are peaceful and happy. So let's take a moment right now to kind of check in with ourselves and see how we're doing, what's present for us in our emotional, mental world right now, even physical. Maybe there's a little bit of tension somewhere in the body, or maybe there's feelings of well-being after the previous meditation. Maybe there's feeling of ease or relaxation. And then just checking in with your emotions. How does it feel right now? Maybe hopeful, curious, or maybe there's some sadness or some feeling of anxiety related to work or some other situation in your life. Whatever it is, just notice it and allow it to be there. So we're just taking stock. And we try to be very honest and just see how we're doing right now. And the experiment is to then do this practice together and see how we feel after and compare. So we talk a lot about mindfulness, and we may have a sense that we know what mindfulness is, and we may even have a kind of a ready definition of mindfulness at hand. What I'd like to invite everyone to do is to kind of, if you think you know what it is, maybe take that knowledge of what it is and put it to one side, because there's a danger with definitions, even good ones, that we mistake the definition for the real thing. It's kind of like a confusion between the map and the territory. So the word mindfulness and any definitions associated are just a kind of mental map, but they're not the thing itself. The thing itself, we can't really say what it is. We can't really describe it. All we can do is experience it directly for ourselves. And that's what I want to invite everyone to do right now, is to put aside whatever you think you know about it. And that goes for me too. I apply this to myself. And that puts us in the condition, in a state in which we can really discover something new. If we think we already know, or if we're certain we already know, then we are guaranteed of one thing, which is that we will learn nothing. Whereas if we accept that maybe what we know is good but incomplete, or it's only a map, it's not the territory, then we create a condition in which there's more openness and more of a possibility of learning. So what I want to talk about is a body-centered practice of mindfulness. So mindfulness as a word is just a translation of a Sanskrit word, and it may not be the best word because it has mind in it. And really, maybe what we're talking about is bodyfulness. So I want to invite you right now to kind of switch on every cell in your body, to see if you can get in touch with the aliveness of every cell in the body. And you can feel the breath in the whole body as well, traversing the whole body, refreshing the whole body with oxygen. And evacuating the carbon dioxide from every cell in the body with the out-breath. And there's a kind of direct feeling of aliveness in the whole body. So as we sense into that, we can do a mini guided meditation with the sound of the bell. Hopefully the sound of the bell won't make the microphone freak out. And we can just allow the sound of the bell to support our awareness of the breath in the body. And just let all of our attention settle into the sensations. So not thinking about the sensations, just feeling the sensations directly. Thank you. So as we continue to listen, we're listening primarily to ourselves. We're listening to our breath, our feelings, our body. And the words will be heard automatically. We don't need to make any effort to listen, and we don't need to make any effort to understand. We just keep bringing our mind back again and again to the breath, and keep allowing ourselves to sink with every moment a little deeper into the present moment. And how do we know we're in the present moment? Well, there's one very simple test, which is if we are aware of our sensations, bodily sensations, then we must be in the present moment. If we're actually actively feeling the sensations of the body, the only place those sensations can be is the present moment. Our thinking can take us all over the place, into our anxieties about the future, our regrets about the past. We can go into all kinds of different worlds very quickly, just with one thought can take us away. But as long as we are in touch with the sensations in our body, then this is it. We are in the present moment already. And at first it might seem nothing very special, or there may even be a little bit of discomfort, because maybe in our daily life we tend to be mostly located in our head and in our projects, in our ideas, thoughts, or in our interactions online. Then maybe there are feelings, sensations in the body that we haven't tended to. And so when we return to the present moment, it might not necessarily be a pleasant moment at first. So we need a little bit of courage to stay with whatever sensations are there. And I would invite you even to suspend judgment on whether the sensations are pleasant or unpleasant. And just let them be sensations. And we to see if we can discover them anew. see if we can even treat our own sensations as a new territory to be discovered, something that we don't really know so much about. And this is really what I'd like to share with you today, is the sense in which meditation can be a training in mental flexibility, mental and emotional flexibility. We know that the world these days is changing very fast, and we are kind of challenged multiple times in our lifetime, and probably in the years to come, to be able to change paradigm, to change our way of thinking and behaving, in order to stay in tune with the rate of change. If you have any awareness of the history and philosophy of science, you know that science advances by these kind of paradigm changes, paradigm shifts, that for a while one theory is held to be accurate and that it makes good predictions. And then after a while, some observation is made that that theory can no longer account for. And we need to reframe our way of seeing and understanding reality in order to be able to account for the new observations. So we come up with a new paradigm, a new description, a new model, which can account for the new data. But in that process of paradigm shift, there's always a kind of resistance. So if you've made your career based on the old paradigm, you're reluctant to let go of what you know. And it's very hard to accept the new way of seeing things and a new understanding. And that can happen to us again and again. And even if we believe in principle that we want to be flexible and ready to adopt new ways of understanding, the reality of it can be quite challenging. It can actually be quite hard to do, especially when it concerns our own emotional lives and our relationships. So in that context, what do I mean by a paradigm or a paradigm shift? It's mainly the ability to release our feeling of certainty. We've probably all been in situations of emotional conflict with a loved one. And I think we probably all know that being attached to being right and demonstrating that we're right is usually not the best way to reconcile and to resolve the conflict. It's usually a way to end the relationship sooner or later. So if we want to be able to stay connected to our loved ones and even understand them better and understand ourselves better, we have to be able to let go of our perceptions again and again. Because we know that most of our perceptions are a kind of vast oversimplification of what is really there. That goes for ourselves and for others and for the world. And the brain is constantly trying to simplify what is presented to it and to make predictions about it. This is the neuroscience bit, and there's not going to be much of this. So if you like neuroscience, this is it. There's a kind of predictive coding theory that says, is very much in vogue. It says our brain is mostly a prediction engine because it's metabolically efficient, not to try to process all of the sense data that's coming in, but to predict most of it, and only really to pay attention to the surprising aspects of what is happening. Because there's so much coming at us in every single moment through all of our senses that it's kind of overwhelming. So our brain just simplifies the situation a lot, seemingly, and this is just the theory currently in vogue, that mostly what we see, feel, hear, taste, touch is oh, I didn't say smell, huh? Is just a prediction. It's our expectation, because it's much cheaper to just reproduce an experience based on our memories of that experience than it is to actually reinterpret the data coming in every moment. So the example often given is that of eating an apple. If I ask you right now to imagine a crunchy Granny Smith apple, you can imagine the color, the weight of it in your hand, even probably the smell, the shape, and you can imagine biting into it, how crunchy it is, the juice, the kind of sharp, sweet taste. Now, all of that just happened based on your past experiences of eating a Granny Smith. You didn't need a Granny Smith to have that experience. And in fact, if I gave you a real Granny Smith right now and asked you to bite into it, what the neuroscientists are telling us is that your experience of that Granny Smith would essentially be the same as what we just experienced now, imagining it. So your brain doesn't, most of the time, does not give you access to reality. It just gives you a kind of constant dream of reality based on our past experiences. And that means it can save up its glucose for emergencies. And that, of course, is a kind of evolutionary advantage for times when we didn't have enough food to eat. But now, when most of us have enough, maybe we don't need to live like that all the time. And we might even feel that life becomes a little jaded, dull, that we become jaded if we live only like that in a kind of dream world. So with the practice of meditation and mindfulness, we can deliberately pay attention to all the little sensations that are there that we would usually just predict away. And those sensations could be the sensations right now coming from your contact with the ground. I'm pretty sure your brain can predict what those are because they haven't changed much since the last minute, and they probably won't change massively. There won't be anything very surprising. So why would you need to pay attention? Well, in principle, you don't. But if we deliberately pay attention to all of those small sensations, the unsurprising ones, like the breath, deliberately choose to pay attention and pay attention continuously to the entire sensation of the breath from the very beginning all the way through, then what happens is we disrupt the prediction engine in the brain. And maybe for a moment we have access to what is really going on, to life itself. I'll tell you a story to motivate this a little bit. They say that very often when people experience a magic trick or a magic show, they go to see a magician. After coming out from the show, a lot of people have this experience that the sky is more blue, the colors are more intense, everything feels suddenly alive and intense. And often there's even stories with really great magicians that people come out and think that their drinks have been spiked or the magician has hypnotized them. Suddenly everything seems so alive and so real, so dynamic. It turns out that magicians are very, very good at exploiting the gaps in our perception that are caused by the predictive brain. So because our brain is not actually paying attention to most of what is going on, it's just generating these predictions, it leaves a lot of gaps that the magicians can exploit. And so they can do things right in front of us that we don't see, because they know and they've trained to know in a very precise way where the holes are in our perception. So they can do things right in front of us and we just don't even notice. But after seeing the same trick a couple of times or a series of different tricks, what happens is that your brain starts to say, hey, my predictions are not working anymore. So I need to start paying attention. And then you actually start deliberately paying attention. And what happens is then you get in touch with life. And maybe for a moment, there's a kind of echo for a few minutes afterwards as you leave the show. And you look at the sky and you're not predicting it anymore and you really see it. And it's really alive and it's really there for you. And then you think that they put something in your drink, but it's just life itself. You don't need anything in your drink. You just need to pay attention. So that's the whole practice of mindfulness. That's what we're doing. We're deliberately choosing to pay attention to these little things that we would usually just predict unconsciously. And as we train in that, my hypothesis is that we get better and better at this letting go of our certainty, letting go of our ideas, our certainty of how things really are. And that for me relates to the whole purpose of meditation. Like, what is it really about? What are we really trying to do with this meditation stuff? And there's a lot of talk about mindfulness these days, and you can have kind of mindfulness as a spice added to pretty much anything nowadays. And there's even some criticism of that. We call it mindfulness, and maybe it's kind of mindfulness taken out of context, and even mindfulness exploited to maintain the status quo and keep us in our fundamentally unpleasant jobs doing unpleasant things, but just manage the stress enough that we can keep going. I'm not saying that's true or not. I'm just saying that's kind of like in the discourse right now. So I would ask, like, I believe it's important for us all to ask, like, what are we really trying to cultivate with the practice of mindfulness or meditation? What is our goal or our intention? And maybe especially, what is our orientation? What is our direction? Because a goal is something in the future, but a direction is something that can be held in the present moment. And for me, I want to know that whatever I'm doing in the present moment, I'm moving in the direction of more freedom, more peace. And I think peace is fundamentally connected to happiness and well-being. If we have peace, then happiness is born already. And in order to have peace, we need some freedom. And that's not really the kind of freedom, it's not political freedom. It's not freedom to choose whatever lifestyle I want, or where to live, or what clothes to wear. You see, I don't get to choose what clothes I wear. I have maybe, according to some people, very little freedom, very scheduled lifestyle. I don't have any money of my own, apart from a little bit of pocket money. We have 40 euros a month pocket money. We have no bank account. So we live quite simply. We share rooms. We don't have many possessions. So maybe that doesn't look like freedom to a lot of people. But the freedom that we try to cultivate is not freedom to do things, to go places, to buy things, but freedom from. So I would like to cultivate, or to know that I'm going in the direction of freedom from my own reactivity, freedom from my anger, from my judgment, freedom from my regrets or my anxiety, freedom from my greed maybe, or desire for more, whatever. And if I could be free of those things, then what is left is a vast space of peace and happiness. And that can be at the individual level. And but I think most of us also aspire to contribute to that kind of peace, freedom, and happiness at the collective level as well. And of course, the collective is made only of the individual. So whatever we do as individuals, it contributes to the collective peace, freedom, and happiness. So that's what we're doing right now. And we're actually already doing it collectively in this moment by establishing a little more peace and freedom in this moment. We're already contributing to collective peace and freedom. So that's why for me, when we think about mindfulness, we have to think about it in the context of our entire lives. It can't be just something that we do for a few minutes, maybe 20 minutes a day. I heard from a friend last year. We were talking about mindfulness practice, and she said, yeah, I have an app, and I won't say which one, but I have an app, and I use it every day. But sometimes I feel like, I wonder, am I really doing it right? Is this really meditation? And so I asked her to describe what it is that she does. And she says, well, like this morning, I put on the app, I have my headphones, and I did my 20 minutes, and then I went out to work. And I said, but what were you doing during that 20 minutes? She said, oh, I was putting on my makeup. And I was sort of saying, oh, okay, well, that's interesting. So maybe you could try tomorrow when you do your 20 minutes, maybe try not doing anything else. Maybe try just putting everything down, sitting still, listening to the guidance on the app, and being completely with yourself in that moment as an experiment. So mindfulness is not just something we do to get points or to maintain our streak on an app. It has to be real. And for me, it's something that, of course, apps can help, but we have to check in on the quality of what we're doing. And there's a very important aspect which perhaps doesn't get mentioned enough, which is ethics. There's one thing which is very clear when we start to meditate, which is if we don't feel at ease with our way of life and with the actions that we've taken, then we will not have peace when we sit on a cushion and listen to a guided meditation. So peace isn't something that you can kind of manufacture after the fact. It's something that we generate in each moment through our daily acts. And so necessarily, if we want to have peace in a session of mindfulness, that needs to be in tune with our way of thinking, our way of speaking, and our way of acting in the world. And that may be very challenging for some people. And I apologize if I say challenging things, but that's just how it is. I'm going to say it anyway. Like if your job involves exploiting unfair labor practices, exploiting other people in other countries, or extracting more than is sustainable in terms of resources from the earth, then I think it will be very difficult to have peace in the long term in your life, no matter how much meditation you do. So that's a little direct. I apologize if it's too direct, but it's just an invitation for us all to contemplate what kind of life are we living. Because we may aspire to these moments of peace, but I would like to invite you to consider that it's all connected, and that if there is kind of hidden areas in our life that depend on causing suffering in some way, even at a vast remove in another country or to other species or to the biosphere itself, then we will feel that at some level. And this ultimately is what meditation is about. It's about changing our view of who we really are, and removing the idea that we are separate from the world. And when we start to do that, then we naturally feel responsibility and to the whole world, because we are already interconnected with the whole world. So if the goal is peace for ourselves and we are interconnected with everything, then the goal is also peace for the world. And we know that one cannot be without the other. And in fact, there's one guarantee, is that if we don't have peace in ourselves, then already we know that there's no peace in the world, because we're part of the world. Whereas if we can get a little bit of peace in us and around us, then we are already contributing to the peace in the world, because again, we're part of the world. So we talk a lot about productivity these days. There's even talk of mindful productivity. I'd like us to maybe consider a different kind of productivity in this moment. We can do another little guided meditation, which is to produce a thought of compassion. This is something that we can produce in any moment, and we can be very productive in terms of compassion. So let's do it as a little guided meditation. So just aware of my in-breath. I am aware that in my life I have experienced suffering. Breathing out, I am in touch with all the moments in my life, my childhood, my upbringing, where I felt vulnerable, lost, alone, despairing. Breathing in, breathing out, aware of all the moments in my own life where I felt lost or alone, overwhelmed by sorrow or anxiety. Now breathing in and out, knowing that in this moment, in this very moment, I have established a reservoir of peace and solidity. I can offer that energy to my past self. I can embrace myself in the past as a child, as a teenager, as a young adult. All those difficult moments. Aware of all the ways in which I have suffered. I feel compassion naturally arising. And I offer that compassion to my former selves. I embrace them with love and tenderness. Now as I breathe in and out, I bring to mind my loved ones, maybe the people I share a house with, my colleagues at work, people I'm close to every day, my family, my friends. I'm aware of the suffering that they face. Maybe some of it I've contributed to with my way of speaking, judging, reacting. Just for a moment, I put myself in their shoes. I'm aware of the challenges they face. I'm aware of the sorrow they feel, the overwhelming anxiety or despair that sometimes is there for them. And with that awareness, naturally compassion wells up in my heart. And my wish for them in this moment is to be at peace, to be able to face courageously, calmly, whatever challenges they encounter. My heart overflows with compassion. All the people I'm in touch with who are suffering in whatever way. And all I wish for them is to be well, to be free, to be happy. Even if sometimes their actions and words have contributed to my own unhappiness. I know that really all I want is for them to be well, to be happy, to be at peace. Now breathing in and out, I bring to mind all the suffering in the world in this moment. The refugee camps where people don't have enough to eat, where they are at risk of infection, disease. The migrants crossing oceans, uncertain whether they will be welcome at their destination. All the people facing ill health or having lost their job, or living with increased uncertainty. All those experiencing the fear and uncertainty arising from the divisions in our society, discrimination, hatred. All those who are at risk from climate change, displaced by fire, flood. Breathing in and out, aware of all the pain there is in the world in this moment. My heart overflows with compassion and a desire to help in whatever way I can to alleviate that suffering. Let my actions this day contribute in some way to alleviating that suffering, that pain. As I rest in the energy of compassion rising in my heart. I feel that that energy is limitless. It transcends time and space. It can embrace the entire cosmos. Thank you, dear friends. Thank you for practicing together. I think my time is up. There were many other things I was hoping to share with you, but maybe this is enough. So thank you so much for taking the time to tune in and tune in with yourselves and with your feelings and with each other collectively in this space. Yeah, it's wonderful to practice together. Thank you, Shamash, for making it all possible.
Thank you very much, Fablin. That was really wonderful and lovely. You almost described it like an experiment, but it was wonderful. In fact, it was quite a challenge because what you were saying was very interesting, but you said to focus more on the breathing than what you were saying. I managed it for the first couple of minutes, but then I got too interested. But I had lots of lovely comments here. A couple of I wanted to just share if you have time. Kush was saying that according to the Buddha, about 90% of our perceptions are false. So how do we know when to trust what we see, our perceptions?
This is an excellent question, and it's one that I ask myself a lot. So there's a famous study that was done on judges in parole hearings.
Oh, yes.
You probably know it, where they found that parole hearings before lunch were statistically much more likely to result in a negative result, i.e. parole was not granted. And they wondered why, and they just found that basically the judges were hungry. So they had a feeling, but they misattributed their feeling to being a kind of gut instinct on the reliability or the trustworthiness of the person in the hearing, person whose parole they were considering. So they had this feeling, it was basically an unpleasant feeling of I'm hungry, but they didn't notice that it was hunger, and they thought, oh, I don't like this guy, I have a bad feeling. And so that's something for us all just to be aware of. We need to know that we're all doing that all of the time, that we're having feelings. The feelings in and of themselves are not wrong in that they relate to something real. So the feelings might not be wrong, but our interpretation of them can be very incorrect because maybe we haven't paid attention enough. So I think there's two key things. One is the question, am I sure? And we can always ask that question. And the answer should always be, no, not really.
Yeah.
That's a very, very good tool to have in our toolkit for daily life. Because we know from neuroscience as well that the feeling of certainty is something which is not really under our conscious control, that it comes up from the lower areas of the brain, from the limbic brain, and it's very compelling, and it can drive us to action in lots of different situations. And it's not that it's always wrong, but it's often wrong, and it's often misattributed. So it's good to have a kind of healthy questioning attitude to that feeling. When we are feeling very sure of something, we can say, I know you. You are my dear friend, the feeling of certainty. And it may be that I am addicted to you because the feeling of certainty is fundamentally pleasant.
Interesting.
Lots of situations evolutionarily where we were compelled to act fast. We needed to act fast. And so we needed it. This is a hypothesis that the scientists have kind of extended. It's not really proven yet, but there's a sense in which they say probably the feeling of certainty relates to that need to be able to judge very quickly in a situation and take decisive action and not be in the state of, oh, I don't know, should I do this, should I do that? Because then you're dead. It's too late. So the feeling of certainty was important, and sometimes still is. We need to act quickly in some situations, but in most situations, it would help. It would be more beneficial to pause and go, I remember this feeling. Although I like it, I have to be very wary of it. And so there's a kind of training that we check in, and in the process of attuning ourselves, and this can take months and years, to paying more attention to all of our interoceptive sensations, so all the bodily sensations. And this can be something that we train throughout the day. It's not just when we sit on our meditation cushions, but it can be, driving to work. Actually, you can really be tuned into your body as you sit in the car. It's even easier in public transport when you don't have to drive. You can take that time as training in interoception, and we get better and better at recognizing what those feelings are, and being able to say, this isn't a bad feeling about that person in front of me. I'm just feeling hungry. So it's just a question. So mindfulness is also creating a little bit of space for investigation and reflection around sensations, so that we're not just reacting to circumstances all the time, but that we can kind of check and go, okay, I feel sure, but am I really sure? What is really going on? What are the elements in the situation that I haven't considered? What are the things that I haven't paid attention to? How are my unconscious biases playing into the situation? And that's something that we can also add to our toolkit, as it were, to our repertoire of practices. So all of these things fit together for me. It's a great question, and I think good for all of us to continue to reflect on.
Yeah, that's a good question. Diane says the neurological questioning towards that feeling of certainty as a space of investigation. In a way, that's what you're saying there, I guess. Yeah, no, that's wonderful. Nice. The highest praise you can get here is from kids that are 13 and 9 years old. So someone says, Minda says, thank you so much. Especially the freedom from concept. My kids, 13 and 9, came in, sat and listened for a few minutes and said that you're very smart. They're usually quite honest to say you got some little fans there. And I remember at Plum Village you did invite younger children to come along too. Is there anything like online for them, or is it mainly for adults at the moment with Plum Village?
Thank you for asking. We just did a retreat for families and children and online. So that was a live retreat at the beginning of August, but it's still online, and it's available for people not as a live package anymore, but to sort of do in your own time.
Okay.
And so there's a lot of material there, including guided meditations and games for children, and talks, probably more for the parents, but some part of them for kids. But it's all about practicing mindfulness as a family and with children. So that's there. I think everything can be found on plumvillage.org,
I think it is.
/ something. No. Online.plumvillage.org. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Oh yes, and we have a website called Wake Up Schools.
Oh, Wake Up Schools.
Wake Up Schools. That's our kind of program for mindfulness in education. There's a lot of material there.
Okay.
There's a wonderful book written by our teacher called Happy Teachers Change the World.
Yes.
And it's full of excellent resources for teachers especially, but also for parents.
Also wonderful. And I think one or two of my friends are using the app as well. They said that the app is very good, Plum Village. I haven't used it myself yet, but I think it's got reminder bells and guided meditations, I guess.
Exactly. So you'll find guided meditations there by a lot of us. Many different brothers and sisters have contributed, including our teacher Tai. Guided meditations, as well as short segments of talks by Thai. There's a lot of guided relaxations that people really like lying down meditation, and it's free. So and it's constantly adding resources to it and kind of upgrading it as we go.
Wonderful. Well, I'm sure people would, Plum Village would appreciate little donations if anyone can afford it too. Thank you very much for your time and for giving us and sharing your wisdom with us. Really, really lots of positive comments, and I'll share the recordings with everyone too. So
wonderful.
Thank you. Have a lovely day.
Shamash, it's really great to see this happening.
Wonderful. Thank you.
To everyone for taking part.
Thank you. Bye for now. Wonderful. Excellent. Well, that was a real treat. I really appreciated that. Wow. So next up we have, I'm not sure what we have. Let's have a look. I think it may be Jane. Yes, that's perfect timing actually, because we were just talking about families, and Jane McGrade is going to talk about mindfulness for teens. And we've all got an inner teen within us, so it's going to be perfect for everyone. So Jane, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Wonderful. Yeah, very nice and clear. Whereabouts are you, by the way? Whereabouts are you based?
Can't see me?
We can't see you yet, but we will soon, I'm sure. There we
that?
go. Oh, wow. That's a lovely painting as well. Where's that? Where's that? Is that Italy or something?
I don't really know. I think it's probably over in Greece, it looks like. I love it, though. I love the colors and the whole ambience of it.
Wonderful. And whereabouts are you based, by the way? Can't remember.
I'm just north of Tampa, Florida.
Ah, yes.
Tampa. So here it's morning. So it's 10 o'clock in the morning.
Good morning. So you weren't having the mindful lunch earlier with us then?
Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. And maybe if you could just start by introducing yourself a little bit before you start talking about the mindful.
Sure. I'm a mindfulness meditation teacher and practitioner. Mm-hmm. I've been practicing for, maybe 30 plus years. I don't know, forever. Oh, wow. It's a part of my life. It's who I am. And I enjoy all the wonderful things that have happened to me because of practicing mindfulness, and able to share it, particularly with the children. I live in a community where we're all above 50. So, but I'm graced with 9 grandchildren and a large family. And so I have lots of opportunity to share mindfulness with my children, which is wonderful.
Oh, wonderful.
And that's what our experience was this spring because of the COVID. So.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I'm going to pass it over to you, and looking forward to learning from you about mindfulness for teens and beyond.
Super. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay, well, I'm thrilled to be part of the World Mindfulness Day. It's very exciting for me. But I'd like to begin with just a thought here. There is a safe, quiet, peaceful place inside all of us. It's the voice, quiet voice that says, I'm okay. It's hard to hear the voice and to find our safe place unless we take the time to sit, breathe, and just be. And with some practice and patience, sitting with the breath, a moment happens, mind and body connect. And we recognize present moment. You know that you're okay. You feel loved. And no matter what, you are safe, grounded, and cared for. So with that, I'll start sharing my story with you about my mindfulness experience with my teens. So here in the US, when the pandemic hit and we were quarantined or safe at home, gave me the opportunity to share mindfulness with some of my family, teens, 13 to 18 years old, who normally would be very busy with their social lives and sports and school. But the quarantine gave us time to get together on FaceTime to explore how mindfulness could help them manage the stresses that they were feeling. You know, there's no manual for how to help your teens cope with stress and anxiety during a pandemic. So we gave mindfulness a try, and the experience was amazing. We met every day for about 3 months. Mindfulness one day, yoga the next day. None of us thought about how long we'd be safe at home or quarantined. Certainly 2 weeks, maybe 3. And at first it seemed like this was just going to be a short-term fun experience, a couple weeks or so. From the very first body scan practice, they were hooked. They had an experience of getting out of their mindset and finding a peaceful place already within themselves. The COVID virus has had a major effect on all our lives. Many people being ill, and sadly, some have passed away. And they've not been easy times. And we have feelings, maybe strong feelings and thoughts about what's happened. We don't like feeling these angry feelings and have these anxious thoughts. So we tend to turn away, distract ourselves, something that we think will make us feel happier and better. And being isolated from normal activities and friends only made it more difficult. So my teens found a little peace and quiet and a way to face their thoughts and feelings. My other purpose for sharing mindfulness with them was just because they're teens, a time of growth and change, sometimes confusing, turbulent, a new beginning to define who they are. I think mindfulness and teens are a match made in heaven. And now they had this time and interest and trust to explore learning mindfulness, getting to know themselves, just like they'd get to know a best friend. So it was a time that they became comfortable with who they are. And they kept showing up as the weeks extended, day after day. After being curious and wanting to learn more, we had some chats about what their favorite meditations were, and we covered a lot of meditations. Their favorite of all times was the past, present, and future. They really enjoyed being free from past and future. So if you'd like, I'd like to share this with you right now. So if you're sitting or lying, just get comfy. Perhaps close your eyes. Take a few deep breaths, breathing in and out. And as you're breathing in, notice what your breath feels like in your belly. Expanding your belly on the in-breath. And releasing your belly back to normal on the out-breath. So taking note what it feels like as you're breathing in and out. And perhaps notice the breath in your chest. How does your chest feel as it expands with the in-breath? Lungs expanding out from your heart as you breathe in and back as you breathe out. And as you're taking these breaths in and out, perhaps you notice that your shoulders are beginning to relax a little, softening the muscles here, relaxing in your stomach, feeling the weight of your bottom on a chair or wherever you're sitting, and your feet on the floor, so you're feeling grounded. So taking another breath, noticing the breath in your whole body. I'm going to do a visualization. Imagine that you are outside somewhere walking. Notice, what's it like out there? Where are you? Is it a busy area? Is it quiet and peaceful? What's the weather? Is it sunny, cloudy, warm? And as you're walking, you begin to slow down a bit because you're feeling tired. You're holding 2 heavy bags, one in each arm. And as you continue to walk, these bags are wearing you down. And so you're walking slower and slower with each step. So you decide to stop and rest. And looking at the bag that you're clutching to your chest and with your left arm, quite large, quite heavy. It's marked with the word past. And in this bag, all your thoughts, events, feelings, disappointments, anger, illness, sadness, happiness, relationships, failed projects. Everything is in that bag, and it is quite heavy. So you begin to straighten your left arm, letting the bag come away from your body a bit. You begin to let the bag down by your hip. And very, very slowly, you begin to let the bag get closer to the ground. So slowly, because this bag is so heavy, it takes a little bit of time to lower it. And slowly, until finally it reaches the ground. And you put it down on the outside of your left foot. Immediately as you let go of the bag, your left arm is feeling quite buoyant, light, free. And you stretch the arm out, roll your shoulder a little bit. And as you are noticing your left arm feeling so good, you also notice that your right arm is still laden with a very heavy bag that it's clutching to your chest. And this bag is labeled future. And in this bag, you have all your worries and concerns and plans and hopes and dreams and what ifs. What if someone doesn't like me? What if I can't do whatever? What if I can't? What if I can't? Oh my, this bag is quite heavy and burdensome. And so your right arm begins to extend out from your body a bit because you'd like to let this bag down also. And you begin to lower the bag slowly and slowly toward the ground. And it also is heavy, so it takes a little time for you to continue to slowly bring the bag toward the ground. And when it finally reaches the ground on the outside of the right foot, and you let go of it, wow, your right arm and hand feel magnificent, light. And you stretch it out. And you stretch both arms up and around right now. You're feeling quite lovely. Look down at your feet. And outside your left foot is the bag with the past. And outside your right foot is the bag with the present. I'm sorry, with the future. And so you are standing in the middle. Between the past and the future, you are standing in the present. Let's take a moment here. Standing in the present, let's take a look around. Was the sky this blue before? Do the clouds look this interesting before? Everything looks brand new, colorful, bright, as if a light was turned on. Bright light. And as you experience looking around with these new eyes, so to speak, in this present moment, you also begin to hear some sounds. Besides my voice, what else are you hearing? So wherever your walk has taken you, if you are in a busy street, perhaps you're hearing the sounds of people walking by and talking, traffic, cars, buses. Or if you're out in a quiet place, perhaps you're hearing the breeze in the trees and in the meadow. Perhaps you hear some birds. Perhaps you hear laughter in the distance. Wherever your walk has taken you, take a moment to breathe and listen to the sounds around you. How do these sounds make you feel? Where do you feel it in your body? Take a breath. Let it sink in how you're feeling listening right while you are in present moment. There's not a care in the world. Let it sink in. Take a breath. Are there any aromas? Can you smell the sea if you're by the seaside? Can you smell the aroma from traffic if you're in the city? Can you smell a bakery? Beautiful aroma of bread wafting through the air. Wherever your walk has taken you, notice any aromas. Breathe. Let this sink in. What is it like to notice your sights, sounds, and aromas in present time? Take a breath. Let this sink in. Now let's take note of any thoughts and feelings as you are standing here in present time. You almost can't remember what was in the bag of regrets and what was in the bag of worries. And how does that feel? To be free in this present moment. How do you feel? How does your body feel? Take a breath. Let this sink in. It's freedom from cares and worries. Take a few more breaths, letting the breath be noticed in your whole body. Maybe the breath of a smile. How does that feel? Take a breath, smiling, and let that sink in. Now it's time to continue on with your walk. So picking up your bag of the past and your bag of the future. Do they feel any different than they had before? Do you feel so burdened as you did before? Perhaps with a little bit of spending time in your present moment, things seem a little different now. Enjoy that feeling. Perhaps your choices will be made from a different perspective, coming from present time. Take a breath, breathing in and breathing out. And bring your attention back into the room wherever you are. I have some comments from my teens that they wanted to share. I asked them for their feedback about what was their favorite meditation, and also how mindfulness was meaningful to them, or if it was meaningful to them. So my 13-year-old said he felt like he knows himself better. He got a deeper connection with his body. We had a meditation where they were surfing on the large and small waves. And then what happens when one of those large waves comes along. And he loved that meditation. My 15-year-old, who's now 16, loved the body scans. He says, mindfulness helps me to be a more thoughtful person. He loved seeing how he could feel the different senses in his body as we went through the body scan. This was something he was totally amazed with and really enjoyed it. And my 18-year-old says, practicing mindfulness is a great way for me to reflect on the world around me and also look inward to find out how I'm feeling. And having the opportunity to sit still and observe my thoughts from a new perspective. Her favorite meditation was the mountain meditation. She really enjoyed being the stable, sturdy mountain that no matter what went on around you, you were still okay. You were the mountain. Very meaningful to her. My teens are helping to create a mindfulness course for teens everywhere, based on their experiences learning about themselves through mindfulness. They really have enjoyed our time together. And now that we don't meet every day like we did, we do find time to meet together. Hopefully every once a week, 2 weeks, which is great. I'd like to end with a quote from a book that I read recently, My Stroke of Insight by Dr. Jill Taylor. She referenced her doctor, Dr. Jerry Joseph. He says, peacefulness should be the place we begin rather than the place we try to achieve. My hope is that with the practice of mindfulness, we can begin our days with a sense of peace and well-being. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Did you want to finish that?
I did. I guess
What?
I am a little early, aren't I? Sorry about that.
No, that's absolutely fine because it's always nice to have an opportunity to share some of the comments. But that's exciting to hear. Did you say it's your teenagers that are helping to design the mindfulness?
Yes, we met a few weeks ago. Well, first of all, I asked them, I said, did you think that mindfulness with Gammy would be something that other teens would like to hear about? And they definitely said yes. And I said, well, could we meet and come up with making an outline for a program? And we did. And came up with an outline of stages of looking inward, looking outward, and the different meditations, and then bringing it all together. So it was really interesting how they.
Wow. And
what
have
it's all about.
they shared that yet or not yet? Are they still designing
We're
it?
working on it.
That's so exciting. I think that's the future, actually, to get teenagers to design it themselves and to deliver it as well to other teenagers.
You know, I was really surprised. So my teens, even as they began to get back into doing some activities outdoors with other people, they'd have to leave because we did this at 5:30 our time every day. And they said, oh, gotta go, mindfulness with Gammy. And I'm thinking, you're telling all your friends that you're doing meditation and yoga? I go, yeah, why not? They really embraced and enjoyed so much, and it became such a normal part for them. That was the beauty of it.
Wonderful. Well, I really enjoyed the fact that you've tried a whole range of different meditations from, the bags one, and you talked about the mountain and some of the others like the body scan, and just sharing the fact that different people or teenagers, as everyone, like different approaches. So it's good to offer that variety. And thanks for guiding us in the meditation today. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
Is there any other way that I guess I've got a slide here, but how could people get in touch with you or find out more about your work?
Well, my website is going to go up this weekend. So it is onemindfulbreath.com or janemcgrae.com.
Okay, great. If you don't mind, I don't know if you're able to type it in the chat window so people can see it if that's possible. Otherwise, I'll have a go at doing that a bit later on and I can share it with others.
Okay, so what do you want me to do?
Do you know the chat where everyone's chatting?
Oh, yeah.
You can see that.
Click that?
Yeah, if you click that and you just type in your website, then people will be able to...
Oh, sure. Okay, great. We'll do that.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate you giving your time. And you've still got the whole day ahead of you up in Florida.
I do.
So have a wonderful day. What's the weather like today, by the way?
Well, we are waiting for a tropical storm.
Ooh.
But right now it is beautiful. The sky is blue. The sun is shining. The little deer have just run by my backyard. And I guess the rain will wait until 5 o'clock as usual.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, we'll have a great time.
Thank you.
We'll reconnect soon. Thanks a lot. And
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Wow. Fantastic. So next up we have Florence. Let me see if I can get Florence online. So what do I need to click here? So Florence, I need to make you a co-host. Hi, Florence.
Hello.
Oh, great.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you and I can see you as well.
Hi, Shema. Hello,
hey, how
everyone.
you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Really good, really good. Whereabouts are you?
I'm in Glasgow. So I'm in sunny Glasgow today. Yeah.
Wow. So the sun's shining in Glasgow and Florida, which is nice.
Well, I was joking. It's trying to shine. It's a little bit cloudy, but we're getting there. We're getting there.
Wonderful, wonderful. And maybe if you could share a little bit about your story or how you got into mindfulness, and then as people can see, you've got a guitar there, so we're gonna have a little break and have a bit of mindful music.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. And Jane, thank you. That was I enjoyed that guided meditation. I think it's a wonderful idea to introduce children and teenagers to mindfulness. I think that's wonderful. The project that's coming on, and it's nice to be spending this time today with everyone in this capacity. I've been enjoying the parts that I could make so far. So yeah, a little bit about myself. My name's Florence. I am in Glasgow. I am a singer and songwriter, and at the moment, full-time homeschooler of my young son, because we are having to self-isolate again because of a positive case in the school. So I thought it would be fun to share a poem that I had written for today, a kind of ode to mindfulness, being in the present moment. And I'm not able to perform at the moment, so I'm focusing on writing. And I find that putting words to music and singing and being part of that process can be very mindful in itself and very healing. And whenever I'm listening to or receiving music, it has that effect on me. So I kind of put myself forward and said to Shamash, I've written this little song, so it'd be fun to share it. I am going to be picking back up the Teach Mindfulness course. I think it's next week. I was introduced to mindfulness a few years ago and started practicing, and it became a daily practice last year when I completed the MBSR course in Shamash's book, Mindful Way Through Stress. which I found to be incredible. I needed something to ground me and center me and help me manage stress and anxiety and a big change of life circumstance and parenting and just all the challenges that were coming up at that time. And I've never gone back. I found it to be a wonderful practice that I'm trying to introduce to my friends and family. And speaking of friends, I'd like to say hi to my friend William. So I like to discuss with him a lot, being in the present moment, and we have some wonderful discussions. And also I've been practicing my guitar with him. I'm just learning, so I'm more of a singer, and the guitar is like it's something that I'm trying to get into more, because it can be a lovely exercise in mindfulness in itself. So this is the song that I've written for today. It's called There Is Only Now. Now is the moment that I'm breathing in and breathing out. Now is to notice and release what I'm thinking about. Now is the time for inner feeling. Now is the moment I surrender to being. There is only now. There is only now. There is only now. Now is all there is. Yeah. Now is the time when I feel I'm alive. Now is the time when I feel myself thrive. Yesterday's gone and tomorrow's not yet known. Now is the moment for accepting and letting go. Yeah, there is only now. Yeah, there is only now. Yeah, there is only now. Now is all there is. Now I create space. Now there is healing, yeah. Freedom from suffering when I allow it to be. Yeah. Now is the moment for inner connection. Now is the moment for peace and divine direction. There is only now, yeah. There is only now, yeah. There is only now. Now is all there is. Ooh, yeah. Close my eyes, be still. Feel the miracle of life. That's what I have so far.
I feel there needs to be a whole crowd going, yeah. Yeah, they are. I can see them in the chat with clapping away. Wow, I really enjoyed that. That's beautiful, and the words are amazing.
Thank you.
Could you share I don't know if there's any way to share the lyrics, or if you share it with me, maybe I could share it with the others, because the words are wonderful too.
Oh, I'd love to. Yeah. It started as a poem, but I wanted to sing, and I thought I want a challenge to write something very meaningful. I haven't written for a long time, so that was nerve-wracking actually.
Oh, well, you did so well. I think that's amazing, and I think there's don't know if you call it a market or a need, but it's something to share mindful, a platform for sharing, mindful songs to help people remind them to be in the moment. I think that's awesome. Lots of claps from Minda and Kashaf and Cecile and Wendy and Jackie.
Oh,
Elspeth says, wonderful. Thank you, Florence. Waving to you from Edinburgh. So maybe if you look out the window, you can see her.
hi.
And Denise and Christine.
Away from Edinburgh. That's great.
Yeah. Diane says, lovely
Hi.
singing, lovely smile too. Denise says, beautiful words. Thank you for sharing. Fabulous, says Helen. Beautiful. Another wave from Edinburgh. Wow. Getting a lot of waves from Edinburgh for some reason.
Lots of people in Edinburgh.
Yeah.
My son actually encouraged me. He helped me write the song. So I think it's nice. It's a nice way I'm going to try and write a bit more about it. It's a very real thing to write about. It was easy for the words to come out. So.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Maybe you could
I'm
do
glad
something
everyone enjoyed it. That was fun.
Yeah, it's fun. Maybe something you could do when you start teaching mindfulness to others as well. I don't know if there could be a space for mindful poetry or songwriting or doing some music together as part of your classes or courses in the future.
Yeah.
That's going to be super cool.
That's cool, Shamash. Yeah. The poems that you posted, I think you put a folder of poems from mindfulness teachers.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's in a booklet.
Yes.
Yeah, and I was having a read through them, and it's very powerful. Yeah, they're powerful. So I might think about doing that. It's a good idea.
Wonderful. Well, thanks again. It was a real nice treat for us all. Very kind of you to do that.
Thank you.
Forward to reconnect.
Yeah, thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Cheers. Yeah. Thanks. Okay. Bye for now. So
bye.
Next up we have Dr. Nahid Dave. So let's see if we can get her up. All right. So Dr. Nahid doesn't seem to be here. That was fun, wasn't it? Okay. So she doesn't seem to have come up now. Let's see if she's in the chat. We're going to be having a self-compassion meditation. Let's see if maybe she's having a bit of trouble logging in. Oh. Doesn't seem to be here at the moment. Well, while we're waiting for Nahid to come on, maybe we could do some mindfulness. Let me turn my video on for a bit. Actually, this is a lovely time to check in while we're waiting. Let me turn my video on. I don't know if you can see me. Show self. Normally I don't like to show self, but now I am. Pin. Jacqueline says, have I got any funny stories? Yeah, I've got too many of them. That's a problem. So yeah, how are we getting on? How's the day going? We've had over 100 people logging in at different times in the day. We had people online on YouTube and Facebook as well. So how's it going? How are you finding the day? How's Mindfulness Day going for you? I'd love to kind of see any insights or share any things that you've discovered today. I've discovered so much. I really love the music and the Mindful for Teens and the sketching and what Dr. Tamara was sharing. So much. So why not take this opportunity for us to share a little bit? What have you found? What have you really found beneficial or interesting or insightful today so far? And I'll read that out. And if anybody wants to share on the audio, then just say, oh, happy to share on the audio as well, and I can unmute you as well. That would be fun. We'd love to hear from the audience. So Florence says, so lovely to connect in this way. Great sense of community and learning lots of new things. Yeah, and just something to add about community, because I'm particularly passionate about it. I think community is an essential part of mindfulness practice and development and growth. And a lot of mindful insights do come from Buddhism, not all of them. But the Buddha used to talk about Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. And the Dharma was the teaching, and the Sangha means community. So he really saw it as an essential part of growth and development. And I think you can start to sense it here as you start hearing and learning from different people and hearing the different sharings. There's that sense of community and coming together and insights that come when we're together as a community. And you can imagine if you're just meditating away on your own, it's not quite the same, is it? So Christine says, love everything. Also trying intermittent fasting for the first time this weekend. Wow. Mary says, fabulous. Oh, wonderful. So Helen says that you've inspired me to be brave enough to share my poetry and start journaling again. Yeah, so the little bits of journaling and drawing that we've done, sometimes you need that little bit of a push, I guess, and being part of a community and having that fixed space and time gives you the chance to do that activity and get started on it. So that's really good. Afika says, this is such an amazing initiative and lineup. We'll continue to stay up to watch until and listen. I'm 7 hours ahead. Oh, so 3, 7. Oh my goodness. That'll be fun though. You'll be listening to the mindful rave music at about the right time. I appreciate the depth and range of the practices. Says, how do I pronounce your name actually? I've never got around to asking you. Or maybe I have and I've forgotten. Natu, maybe. Loved finding Plum Village, says Diane. Yeah, do check out plumvillage.org. There's loads of great resources there. Let's see if... No, she's not logged in. That's strange. Yeah, so what do we have coming up, by the way? Let's also have a look at that. Get the slides up. Haven't used the slides as much as I should have. We've had the body scan meditation from Elspeth. We had the talk from Fat Blin, which was fascinating, wasn't it? Really interesting insights and answered some amazing questions. And one mindful breath was from Jane. And the mindful music was from Florence. And Nahid may come through at some point, hopefully. And then after that, at 4 o'clock, we're going to have Mary talking about mindfulness for anxiety and low mood. After that, we're going to have John, who's going to be talking about mindful intention setting. He did our program a year or two ago. Jason from Canada on love and kindness meditation. Mindful movement from Natu, Alan, and then we've got this mindful rave music, and I think I touched on that. So that's going to be live streamed from Malaysia at 1 a.m. in the morning from their studio specifically for us. So do tell your friends and share the link with them so that they can join into. That's going to be a really interesting new experiment. Hopefully it works. And we've also really lucky to have a TEDx speaker. London TEDx speaker, Shocker, and he's going to be shocking us with a few swear words too with one of the songs that I'm going to be sharing with you. Really, really good song. I'm going to share a clip from TEDx London, which was an event I went to where I saw him speak, and it was really, really inspiring and very powerful. So that's some of the stuff that's in store. Also love, this is also a nice time to have a little chat about what do you think we could do next after this event. So we've got our various communities. We've got some free communities. One of them is called Mindful Champions that you can join in. I'll just type it in here. A Facebook group called Mindful Champions. So Champions. Yeah, so if you type Mindful Champions, if you happen to be on Facebook, you can connect there. But one of the things that I've noticed, having organised a few of these slightly larger events, is it does create a lovely community of people who are then quite motivated. Oh, I want to do something more together, or I want to connect more together. What can we do? So let's talk about what we can do going forward. So if you have any ideas, let us know. We do these kind of events once every few months. Our Teach Mindfulness Teach Mindfulness trainees who've become graduates, they've published books. One of them is called Mindfulness for Challenging Times. I'll show you a picture of that later on, but we've got a new book coming out in the next few weeks actually, and we usually do an event to celebrate that, so we'll have another event for that. But it must be doing something in January actually to start 2021 on a nice positive note. So if you have any ideas what we could do for then let me know too. I particularly like this balance between a few talks, some guided meditations, and then some music, especially the music at the end. I really like that. Something that maybe we could consider doing is bringing in some teenagers and some younger people and giving them the opportunity to share maybe a guided meditation or some of their insights about mindfulness practice. That could be particularly interesting, I think. So if anybody has any suggestions or have any teenagers, I know obviously Jane does, so maybe she may be able to put us in touch. But I think that would be quite fun, wouldn't it? I've had this vision once of training teenagers and even younger in how to share mindfulness and meditation and getting them to teach classes. I think that would be really cool. What else do we have? Cecile says, what a day, amazing. Need to keep some sessions for later. Keep making mindful notes with more mindfulness than notes sometimes. Good to contact our own needs and energy levels. Invited friends who are not available today for the replay. Thank you so much for the variety and inspiration. Generosity of practice, talks and experiences. Yeah, all the different speakers have given their time for free, so we've been able to make it available as a gift for you all. So I think that's wonderful. Diane says, we'd love to share Humanity Rising, which is a community that started after the outbreak of Corona and working towards global solutions. That's interesting. For example, there's only one piece of energy and we are all part of it. There is only one person. I am you and you are me. That's kind of links to what I was talking about earlier about the transcendent self. These are 2-hour sessions with loads of speakers and many answers for a better world. And she said the website here, humanityrising.solutions. So it's something to check out. Julia says, Shamash, I'm up for training peer teachers and empowering young people. A day for teens would be great. That's a good idea, Elspeth. Maybe it's something that I like the idea of encouraging them to organise it too. So maybe we could have a little subgroup where we could think about how we could empower the teenagers by teenagers for teenagers. So try and empower them to go ahead and organise a day for other teenagers. Minda says, yes, great idea to hear from the younger generation. I'm looking forward to the mindful rave later. Yeah. Mel says, a mammoth undertaking, so profound. Huge thank you to all the speakers. I've yet to listen to some of them. The tech team behind this. I wish there was a tech team behind this. And the community. How could one donate with ease towards the costs? Oh, that's very generous of you. You get a donation ticket when you buy the Eventbrite ticket, so maybe you could donate that way or get in touch with us. I think the easiest way may be a donation ticket on Eventbrite, but that's very generous of you. Thank you. Julia's got lots of ideas. She's going to be sending them through. Wonderful. And some other people have also been saying that they like the idea of mindfulness for young people. So yeah, I think one of the things that I haven't talked about too much, and we've got a little bit of time now, I guess, is the particular challenges that humanity has faced in the last few months with the pandemic. And one of the things that I noticed is that there was a big spike and increase in interest in mindfulness. And some of those people, maybe people who've kind of had a bit of an interest, and suddenly they realize that mindfulness is something that they really need because of the mental health challenges, because of all the changes due to the pandemic. And some people may be a bit more experienced and are interested in training to teach mindfulness. So we've seen a big growth in interest in people wanting to learn to teach mindfulness because we do online programs, and they're the only options right now. People, even if they prefer in person, if they want to do the training, are kind of more forced to be online. But whether online or in person, the need for mindfulness seems to be really great right now, and there seems to be more and more interest in it. So it'd also be interesting to know if anybody knows any kind of hubs or resources to help people into mindfulness. I mean, I've come up with some things that I'm offering, but maybe we could share some of the other things. So just to share with you in summary, I guide mindfulness meditations every day as part of a club. So some people are members of that, and so they can benefit that way. I share some free meditations, usually once a week, on my email list, so you can do that. But what other resources are there that you think are of high quality that people could access, especially at this time, kind of resources to deal with big changes, to deal with things like bereavement, to deal with a loss of job and income? Are there any good resources that you found that people can go to learn about mindfulness and to support their mental well-being? I know there's a website called mindful.org, which is a really good website and a hub for information on mindfulness. In terms of the apps, we've learned about the Plum Village app, but then there's Headspace, which is a popular one. Calm.com is a popular one. And some of you may not know, but there's one called Insight Timer, which I'd also recommend as a really good, and lots of free meditations as well as paid ones there. There's one that's come up here that I forgot to mention, which is Gaia House. So Gaia House is a retreat centre in the UK. I think it's Devon. And so they've got a free online meditation there, so that's a good one to check out, says Maslin. There's also a Buddhist centre called Amaravati that Maslin's mentioned. Maybe they have some free meditations there too. Denise is saying that the Heart Movement guide every morning free and have other resources as well. That's good to know. Natty's a big fan of Insight Timer. Someone here is mentioning mindwellu.com. I haven't tried that one, but that sounds good. I'm going to release a free 30-day mindfulness challenge as well, so you can go through the recordings once a day for a month. That will be one way of doing it. Elspeth says that Insightful Mind have a free digital Plum Village Sangha. Meditations every morning, Monday to Friday. Okay, great. And then Lauren says that there's a free 8-week MBSR training. Yes, at Palouse Mindfulness. So there's a website called Palouse Mindfulness. Let me share this with everyone. This is a good one. So I've become friends with the person who started this, a lovely guy called Dave Potter. And he's kindly been recommending I teach mindfulness program to some of his students. But Palouse Mindfulness he did a training in a specific type of mindfulness called MBSR. It's like a stress reduction program. And he just wanted to give some resources for free. So he started a website and he just put some of the basic meditations in there and just takes people through an 8-week course. But a bit like us, we decided to take everything online, and we were challenged about that at first, but then people liked the idea in the end. And I think the same thing may have happened in a similar way to him. He came up with he had the whole 8-week course of mindfulness, but he decided to just gift it all for free, the videos, the recordings and everything. And he started to get more and more visits. And so it became so popular that he had to get more and more volunteers involved. And recently they've had a big surge of people visiting their website. And I've had a couple of really lovely conversations with him. He's a really, really nice, genuine guy, and he really wants to just share mindfulness as freely as he can to as many people as possible. And he's kind of retired from his normal job now, so he's able to give more time to it. And so that's a nice course to go through. Palouse Mindfulness. It's like an 8-week process. Milo says, Omvana app. Actually, I'm on that app somewhere. Omvana app is an app made by Mind Valley. I think there's a small fee for some of those meditations, but there's a wide variety of them there. OMVANA. That's nice. And Mei Chung says the Palouse Mindfulness is a very good 8-week MBSR program that they went through, which was really helpful. So yeah, wonderful. So there's some resources. So what about Here's a more difficult question for some of you. Like at the moment, obviously, there's loads of online stuff, but what about things that are more like retreats or perhaps even offline? Is anybody able to access anything like that, or have any suggestions for anything like a digital detox? So, we've heard from Plum Village that there's an online retreats that they're doing, which I think that's a good thing. But how else are people managing their time to balance online and offline? Because my work is mainly online, I know. And so I have had to kind of carve out time to go offline and to spend some time and not being online so much. But it's a bit tricky because you're at home all the time, and so the work and the laptop's always available. What do you do for that side of things? I'd be really interested about that. How do you manage the digital overwhelm or spending too much time online? Anybody got any suggestions? It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because you can't have an app for that, can you? That defeats the purpose. How do you manage the balance between on and offline? Just reading a few more comments here. Shay says, thanks for this. Looking forward to watching all the day, bit by bit over the week. That's a good idea. Afika says, not mindfulness specific, but recently read Self-Knowledge by the School of Life. Oh yeah, by the way, the School of Life have really good YouTube videos as well. Absolutely loved it. Felt it was really useful with easy exercises to do. I believe they have more books on other aspects of life as well. Tencent is a good meditation app, but it's fee-based. Does it cost 10 cents? If so, that's not too bad. Haley's asking a good question for you all here, because I'm not too sure of the answer. Are there any mindful resources for young people age 16 to 20? I'm actually not sure about that. Does anybody know about websites or even teenagers' resources on mindfulness for teens? There might be a section on mindful.org for that, but I'm not sure. Anybody else aware of that? Elspeth says, maybe check out the Mindful Teen and Zangvo. I'm not too sure what that means. What is that, a website? Or a magazine? Or an app? Oh, in terms of digital detox, Doris says, did a brilliant guided 5-day silent retreat last week, including digital detox with Kind Mind Academy. Ah yes, I'm in touch with the Kind Mind Academy. Worked with them before. Wonderful. They're specialists in mindful self-compassion. They've done loads of training in it. So was that an in-person one, Doris? If so, that's wonderful. Kiara says, making friends with yourself program is good. Really? Making friends with yourself, part of the Mindful Self-Compassion Centre. Oh, it's an online 5-day retreat. Okay, Kind Mind Academy is worth checking out. And Jacqueline says that there's a book by Guildford Press called Teaching Mindfulness Skills to Kids and Teens by Christopher Willard and Amy Saltzman. Okay, so there's some book resources. That would be a good thing to share as well. So in terms of online retreats, Maitrung says that I've been to a few online retreats from Plum Village. They were very good. The Footstep of Thich Nhat Hanh is the retreat that brought to mindfulness. I also attended a Global Mindfulness Summit. Wow. Where was that? Was that with Plum Village too? It just happens that it has free access for the next 24 hours. Okay, let me copy that in here, because he just shared it with the panelist. If I click it here, we can all see that Global Summit. There we go. Teen Yoga do a variety of yoga and meditation. So snatches, teenyoga.com. Oh, no, not heard of them. Ah, yes, there's an app called Smiling Mind app for 13 to 15-year-olds, says Zoe. That's a great suggestion. Wonderful. Okay, he's a Canadian pediatrician. Mindfulnessforteens.com. And then there's another organisation we haven't mentioned that Kiara's mentioned here. And we'll finish off with these resources in a moment, which is called the Mindfulness Association. they're a good organisation. I think they might be in Aberdeen based or somewhere in Scotland. Was it Glasgow? It's a university up there. And they offer free meditations live daily and also offer low-cost one-day or weekend retreats. Wow. teenbreathe.co.uk, says Julia. Mindfulness from Cash. Wow, okay, so we'll probably stop there now. But it was nice to just chill and to have a little chat and to hear some of the resources. And I can see a few people sharing some stuff on digital detox projects and stuff, and I'm quite interested in that, to be honest, because we've been so much online right now and hard to do in-person stuff at all. We are allowed to meet in groups of 6 people now, starting from Monday in England anyway. And I might even actually organise something, even if it's just for 6 people. Could probably organise for more because it's educational purposes. To keep it safe, maybe I'll start by organising something small like that. And maybe one of the things we could discuss is how we can come together in a safe way. So rather than just completely avoiding, if it is possible for you to come together, but in a safe way with the right distance and the right hand cleaning and masks or no masks, whatever, and not hugging, but coming together and connecting in real person in a safe way, that could be an interesting thing to discuss as well. Yes, the chat can be saved too. The chat will also be saved, which is good news. Awesome, great. Okay, so now I'm going to pass it on to, where are we? I think, what time is it in England? Mary Thompson. So let's see if we can get this working. Yeah, Sammy Ling, of course. Mindfulness Association are at Sammy Ling. I forgot. Tibetan Buddhist Centre near the Scottish borders. That's right. Thanks for reminding me, Elspeth. Thank you. Okay, let me try and unmute Mary.
Hi, Shamash.
Oh, hi. Great. It works. How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. I've really enjoyed today.
It's fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's really cool.
No,
I can't see your video. Don't know. Do you know how to turn your video on?
Oh, sorry. I tried earlier.
Oh, there we go. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
Really good to see you. Oh, you snap. You got the same. I've got one too. Look. Can you see mine?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I found it in my cupboard the other day.
I have it on my wall just to remind me.
Yeah. And for anyone who doesn't know, what does that mean? What does that say? Mary Thompson in Chinese.
Maybe Rose Thompson.
Mary Rose Thompson. That's a symbol for mindfulness. Always, I think it might be Chinese, but perhaps Japanese. Yeah.
Yeah, with mindfulness with the heart.
Yes, exactly. Heartfulness. The lower part of the character's from the heart, isn't it? And the top hat is like being present from the heart. Amazing. Wonderful. Well, yeah, maybe you could just start by introducing yourself a little bit, and then you can talk more about those other topics.
Okay. I'm a nurse. I'm still registered as a nurse. I've been a nurse for over 30 years. I grew up in South Africa and with very mindful parents, and so they exposed us to all kinds of sort of mindful experiences. And then I experienced a period of quite a lot of ill health, all kinds of things. And cancer, shingles, arthritis, it all, kidney surgery. And I started developing quite a difficult relationship with my body, and ended up having to retire on ill health grounds. And in the midst of all of that, I started trying all sorts of things because I was starting to feel really low, really low, and anxious about my future, what had happened to me, more of that happening. And I was just finding it quite difficult. That's when I discovered the Museum of Happiness, actually. And I found coming for the meditations, in Camden, and then really helped just focus my mind on
mindfulness, meditations. I tried a gong bath at the Museum of Happiness that Sarah did once, and that was profound. I didn't know your body could vibrate to sound, and yeah, I vibrated. That was, and then I've tried everything: flotations, relaxation sessions, chair yoga until I could do, proper yoga, shiatsu, music. I sang in a choir, art, visualization, journaling. And all of it really helped. But the one thing that seemed to have the most profound effect on me, that I've become really passionate about, is mindfulness, the concepts of mindfulness. And then I decided to do your Teach Mindfulness course, which I've just finished. And I chose you, as some people have mentioned earlier, for the same reason. I like your playfulness and your ability to take things a bit more as they are, rather than making it all too formalized, and because that's not how I want to practice mindfulness. And so, yeah, and being much more present now, I actually feel a lot better. So
wonderful. Congratulations. Yeah, it's amazing the challenges you've gone through, and you've used mindfulness so beautifully. And so, yeah, so you're going to be talking today about how people can help themselves through, especially at the moment, there's a lot of anxiety and low mood. So how can they, maybe you've got some experience there you could share about what's worked for you.
Yeah, I mean, I have a personal experience, and then obviously as a nurse, I think nursing as itself is quite a mindful work, because you're noticing and paying attention and showing compassion and stepping back and just looking at things and spotting things. So yeah, mindfulness in various different ways. I think, yeah, you're right. At the moment, there's a lot of reason for people to potentially be feeling really anxious or in low mood, losing someone or losing your business, whatever, worrying about money, the future, your children. And children are worrying too, teenagers, young children. I heard a little boy jumping on the trampoline in the garden behind mine, and he was singing a little song about, and then you die, and then, but it just made me feel like I've been listening to him over time, and I got the feeling that there were a lot of worries that were in him that he didn't know how to express, but he did them on the trampoline. So he'd jump and get them out, which seemed to be quite a helpful way for him. I've got a trampoline outside, but I'm not very good on it. Yeah, so how can people help themselves? Well, there's, some of the ways I mentioned. And then, if obviously this is, and let me just also start by saying, although I'm a nurse, I'm not a medical doctor, I'm not a psychiatrist, and this isn't a medical session as such. It's an opportunity to just think through some of the suggestions that are, around in terms of looking after your mental health, and particularly if you're feeling especially anxious or down. But if it's really affecting your day-to-day living and it's distressing you deeply, then please go and seek advice, from a GP, and take it from there. I did that, and actually it was incredibly helpful for me. There's a lot of research looking at, whether medication's more helpful for anxiety and low mood or mindfulness. And some of the evidence is showing that mindfulness, might be as effective as medication. Although some researchers are suggesting that the two together are even, better. But not everyone needs medication, and there are lots of things we can do. So the NHS talks about 5 ways you can look after your mental health. One of them is to connect. So keep contact with family and friends. Be active. you know, do something every day. My garden ended up being a bit of a jungle, and a physiotherapist was helping me sort of get back my energy. And she said, well, what do you like doing? And I said, gardening. I love gardening, being out in the garden. She said, okay, do 10 minutes a day. And I thought, well, that's not going to really do much. But funny enough, 10 minutes a day built up to a herb garden, tomatoes, you know, nice blackberry bush. And I really enjoyed it, being out in nature, your hands in the soil. So, and it's the same kind of thing that happens with mindfulness. You build and build and build that muscle. So that's why we talk about practice. It's about gradually building that muscle. So, you know, sometimes people feel disillusioned. They do one session and they think, well, what was the point of that? I don't feel really any different. I feel a little bit relaxed, but building it up, doing it daily, actually, doesn't have to be long. You know, 1 minute counts. We could do just a minute now just to show that. So perhaps let's just take a minute just to stop and just sit comfortably. Give yourself a little stretch if you need to, even lower your shoulders. Relax your jaw. If you're frowning, relax your, you know, maybe even just soothe yourself. Do a little massage of the neck, roll your shoulders. Notice your breath and just run through your body and see if you feel what you're feeling. Any sensations, any tension that you might be able to release. Feelings? Do you sense any feelings in your body? Sometimes that presents as like a tight chest, or you know, kindness in your heart can make your heart feel all warm. And then your thoughts, you know, just having a think about what you're thinking. You could maybe picture them on bubbles popping off, because things change. And that's one of the things that mindfulness is really helpful with. Okay, so we could return back to the room, and that was about a minute. And so, yeah, that's one of the practices I suggest. Or you could do what's called stop. So you just literally stop. S for stop, T for take a breath, and then O for observe your feelings, your sensations, your thoughts, and then P for proceed. So, you know, if you start to feel anxious, you could do that. Things like reducing alcohol or stopping smoking are highly recommended. Smoking can increase tension and anxiety as opposed to feeling like it relaxes you. I can speak up for that because I used to smoke, unbelievable to me even. And I realized when I stopped how anxious it had actually made me feel. It was always a little bit on edge. I was either on edge waiting to have a cigarette, or I just had one, which made me feel a bit on edge. So I don't know why I smoked, but anyway, I recommend stopping. It's such a change. You feel amazing. And the NHS also has mental health apps that you could use. I did a free mindfulness course. It's a 4-week course, but I think certain areas have bought into that. So you just have to check. I don't think it's expensive anyway. So that's in the NHS apps library. You could take advice from somebody else. Planning things for yourself to do that you enjoy. Reframing unhelpful thoughts. So if you're constantly thinking negative, unhelpful thoughts, you could start questioning them and thinking, okay, instead of saying everything's terrible, you could say, wow, actually, it's a beautiful sunny day outside. Maybe I should go for a walk. Something like that. And keep how much you watch the news to a sort of decent manageable amount. Don't sort of become drawn in and sucked into watching the news the whole time. Do things you enjoy and make sure you're eating nourishing food. Being kind and compassionate to yourself. So the NHS 5 are connecting, being active, mindfulness, learning. We've got so many opportunities to learn online. We've also got books, we can talk, we can listen to podcasts and all sorts of things. So learning's great, and then giving of yourself. So that could be giving to yourself, so being compassionate and kind to yourself. Or it could be that you give to something that lines with your values. For example, time to Amnesty International or the Innocence Project, or, you know, I know Ntatu is going to speak later about, she has some sessions on justice, racial justice and social justice. And, you know, you could give your time to something like that. So making an effort to, you know, really give either to yourself or to the community around you. Those are really helpful ways to help yourself. Yeah, and then talked about 1 minute counts. Sorry, I've got a little bit of paper happening here, but anyway. So another way you can really help yourself if you're feeling very anxious or quite low is to ground yourself. Using, for example, a 5 senses meditation, which would be to stop and, you know, align yourself in a comfortable position. You could close your eyes. And I actually invite you to join me now to just get yourself into this moment with a breath. And then opening your eyes, looking around you and looking for 5 things you hadn't noticed before. And then 4 things that you can hear. I can hear 2 things at the moment. 3 things that you can feel. So you could perhaps feel your clothes, the surface you're sitting on, a piece of paper, you know, whatever you have around you. 2 things that you can smell. So you might have some perfume on, or flowers around, fruit. Open a fruit and smell that. And then finally taste. And now you could literally taste something, or you could just be still tasting the toothpaste in your mouth or the coffee you drank. So that's a 5 senses grounding meditation that you could use if you're feeling particularly anxious, to just ground yourself. And yeah, so those are some ideas. In all the different sessions today, there have been elements of what would be really helpful if you were wanting to deal with anxiety and low mood. Things like playfulness. Trying to be a little bit more playful is actually really beneficial. Stepping back and noticing things. You could try journaling, and this can be, you know, gratitude or whatever comes up. You could be furious at someone, or just all sorts of things. Just accept and allow it. The morning pages idea, you know, I've done that. It is really quite revealing and interesting. Tomorrow really did a beautiful introduction or session on, you know, mind-body training, and, you know, being able to touch and soothe yourself when you're feeling really like things are tough, you know, perhaps giving yourself a nice hug. Although I know people in, isolation, this is really, really a good way to just, give yourself some touch, be soothing, stroke your arms. And Tamara's example of breaking a habit, I thought that was brilliant. She's used to putting her handbag on one shoulder, and so to break the habit, she practices putting it on the other. So you could, through mindfulness, start noticing things more, and habits that actually are unhelpful, you could change by, doing the opposite of what is unhelpful. I thought Lorraine's session on color with a balloon and the playfulness of being with what is was great. I really loved the self-forgiveness meditation that Tosh did, and the idea of, if you can't love yourself, like yourself maybe, or maybe like yourself just a little, because all of these things relate to our perception of things and, how we frame things, which can contribute or reduce anxiety and low mood. So playing around with these different things and being curious. So self-forgiveness, and then Calvin's story that his father told him about, why he had to work away, was very touching. And profoundly, that experience of, being in the forest with the autumn leaves, which is why I wore this autumn color outfit today as we head into autumn, my acceptance of that and letting go of summer. And Calvin's also talking about, the stories we tell ourselves. So then Sarah came up with, all sorts of helpful ways of being mindful, and approaching letting go, self-kindness, giving yourself over to the breath, soothing and nourishing breath, and then we talked about mindful eating and, that beautiful body scan, and then creative mindfulness that Rebecca did with the art. All these different elements have, are ways that you can help yourself. The gentleman from Plum Village, the monk, and his talk about, flexibility and acceptance, also letting go. We have to let go regularly, which we don't consciously necessarily think about. When you breathe in, you breathe out, which is letting old, stale, unhelpful air out. When you're breathing in, you're breathing in oxygen, which nourishes your body, helps your cells to work, all your cells working for you. So, we're practicing letting go all the time. Well, we're doing it perhaps unconsciously most of the time, but bearing that in mind, letting go is about, mindfully just accepting and allowing things to be. And then, the recognizing the present moment, the teenage talk, and then Shamash's, covering a lot of what had been covered today, leading up to me offering my suggestions and tips for managing and dealing with anxiety and low mood. A few other things, the attitude you bring to mindfulness, not just playfulness and curiosity and compassion, but being really, truly non-judgmental, not striving for anything, just really not judging yourself and being alert and present and bringing a quality of ease. So I think I have that to offer. I think, I'd like to offer that. Embodying mindfulness and taking a playful and grateful approach to your mindfulness is also a really helpful way of just gently bringing yourself into the present. Your body and breath are always in the present, and you can turn to these as an anchor. At any time when you're anxious, just bring yourself back to your breath. You don't need to breathe in a particular way. You can just let your breath settle and be breathing how it, its normal rhythm or how it is at that moment. Just let it be. And just notice. You could spend time noticing how you breathe in, how you breathe out, what it feels like, where you feel it. Do you notice that you breathe through one nostril and then the other, which is something that we do. There's so many things to notice and do to move forward and away from being anxious and depressed. And I am definitely on the right road, and all of these practices have helped me. So that was roughly what I was going to suggest or offer. Yeah, I see this.
Wonderful.
Yeah,
I really enjoyed that. Thank you, Mary. You made it very real, actually, and very practical, both through your personal experiences and through the kind of things like, small things like the 10 minutes of gardening or the 1 minute stop exercise. And I think sometimes maybe I can get carried away. We can get carried away with the longer practices, but it's very important to remember we need to take it into our daily lives, and we need to make it as accessible as possible for people. And I think it's when people like yourself who've gone through all these challenges and are starting to find some things that are working for them, and then being courageous enough to share it. I think it's very important. So really, thank you so much. Got some really nice comments here that kind of connect with that. I don't know if you can see it, but Haley says, I stopped drinking alcohol nearly a year ago and felt much better from it, but I find always have to justify it to others. Have you got any advice on that? I don't know if you've got any thoughts on that question.
Stopping drinking alcohol.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I can tell you a little story. My son was on a trampoline, injured himself, and I wasn't there. And I had wine with friends and wasn't able to drive, couldn't catch a train or a cab because he was too far away. And it was the middle of the night, and he was in hospital and I'm being told he might need surgery because of the injury.
Yeah.
And I haven't touched alcohol since, and he was 9. And I don't justify it. I can tell that story if I need to, but I just say I don't drink. So I think you can say you just don't drink.
Yeah, you don't have to. So you're saying you don't have to justify it. There's obviously reasons for it, but you just like, that's my choice. Yes, I like that.
Or you can say it actually may encourage someone else to do the same.
That's true.
A lot of people drink because they feel they should or to fit in, and often it actually has a really harmful effect on how they feel about themselves or how their bodies feel. So there's no need to maybe just encourage people with saying it's made you feel better. That's what I would suggest.
Yeah, no, it's a great suggestion. Another kind of little tip here from Alexandra was a weighted blanket works well for soothing touch when alone, as does putting a hand on the side of your face and another on your shoulder. Oh, that's a good one.
Okay. Yeah.
Have you tried the weighted blanket thing? I haven't tried that one. That sounds... Actually, I think I have tried it once with a special clothing, a very heavy clothing, and it was fun, actually.
Yeah, I have, and it's true. There are so many ways to soothe yourself, even just having a really beautiful shower. And actually tomorrow's session about, the mind-body connection. Often people are at work when they're in the shower. So their mind and body are not connected and, they're separate. So just being really present, say, in what you're doing can be very comforting and soothing.
Yeah.
Rather than sort of worrying about work, money, and everything else.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. Maslin says, thank you so much. I love your approach. You have inspired me. That's really nice. And Elspeth is congratulating Haley for giving up the alcohol. Well done that you managed that.
Yeah.
R says, I like the idea of just doing 10 minutes a day of something you like, such as gardening. Yeah, that's a really good tip. One thing that you really like.
Yeah, and some exercise, it's a good way to combine nature, being in nature.
Yeah.
Doing something with your hands in the soil is so soothing and connecting to the earth,
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah. Elspeth says, I took up vegetable gardening during the March and April and found it very therapeutic. I think I remember seeing some of the photos of all the different stuff that you were growing and the tips you were asking for. Very good. Plus, you get some free food at the end of it as well. I mean, it's just a double bonus.
I got a beautiful herb garden from a patch that was overgrown, and it was just 10 minutes a day of just doing little
Really? How long did it take?
months.
Just a few months, really? Wow.
But that also encouraged me in terms of, really building that mindfulness muscle, that I could do it while, you get into a flow. You're hearing the birds, you're feeling the soil.
Yeah.
All of the herbs was fantastic, especially mint and lavender.
What herbs were you growing? That's the question.
Quite a lot now. I've got oregano and sage and thyme, mint. What else?
Wow.
I can't remember. Parsley and chives and
Oh, the whole range. That's wonderful. Wonderful. Well, there's so many comments here, and people have been talking about the 5 senses exercise that they really liked. So many here. You can have a look. Maybe I don't know if you can see the comments, but feel free to read them when you have time. But thank you everybody for sharing your comments and your positive feedback and stuff. Maybe one last question, which is an important one, which is any tips on mindfully giving up smoking? Because you mentioned that.
Well, you could start by remembering that when you stopping, you can, this is what helped me. I gave up smoking in the morning, and a friend said to me, no, you didn't. You gave up last night. So I was waking up and thinking, oh, I haven't smoked for 2 hours. And it felt really torturous just not smoking. But this friend reminded me that I hadn't had a cigarette since the night before. And then by adding all those hours, it felt a lot better. So I felt good by my, I was achieving something. It was more than 12 hours already. So that was one thing that helped me. Smell and taste and just noticing, using smell to help me, because I wanted that. I didn't want this horrible smell of smoke. So yeah, I had, I've got a beautiful scent. What is it? I can't think what it is now. It's not jasmine, it's frankincense. So, using nice scents and treating myself as well, like giving myself a few days. And if I've, not smoked, I'm going to have this treat, but being really specific so that I had this goal to work with. I can't really think of anything. I used to be a smoking cessation advisor, and I can't think of anything else right now.
Well, that's fine. We've kind of run out of time a little bit anyway, but if you think of anything else that comes to mind, feel free to share it in the chat, or we can share it afterwards by email or something. But you've given some nice tips there already. You've given so many tips today of different ways to be mindful. So I don't know if you have them written on a piece of paper or something. Maybe you could take a photo and share it or something, because there's so many of them. Or were they off the top of your head?
I could write it up. I've got some written down, just a few words, but yeah.
No, it's not. Only if you have time, or if you have any written, that's fine. Wonderful. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Really nice to see you again here. And congratulations again on the way you've used mindfulness to work through all these challenges. It's wonderful. Very inspiring.
I'm really grateful.
Wonderful. Cool. So next up we have John talking about mindful intention setting. So let me see if I can get John up now. Click that and click that and click that. Here we go. Hi, John. I don't know if you can hear us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, maybe I need to start a video from my side.
There you go. Yeah. Oh, wonderful. Nice and clear. Yeah, how are you?
Good, good, good. Very good, very good. Yeah, yeah. Nice
Excellent.
day. Nice event.
Yeah, yeah. You've joined
World
for the
Mindfulness
last
Day.
hour or so, have you?
Less than that, I joined earlier as
Oh,
well during the
wonderful.
day. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Wonderful. So maybe if you could just start introducing yourself a bit, and then yeah, away you go with your session. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
cool, cool. So yeah, my name's John Daniels. I live in the UK. In terms of background, I would say, well, before going to the mindfulness background, I've got a family. I've got one son. I used to work a very busy life, and I feel quite a lot of us actually that I've entered into mindfulness, had a breakdown and realized that, that a big part of our stresses are in the mind, and had this opportunity to cultivate the mind through mindfulness. And I would like to use the word mindfulness quite broadly, so not specifically just the traditional sense of sitting down meditating, but just bringing some attention, intentionally a bit more attention, a bit of more interest to our experience at hand, to the full experience. And when I tapped into that, I felt like a kid in a candy store. The big realization for me was that the holiday that I wanted to be happy, the good weather, etc., were all stimuli, external stimuli, in fact, that contributed to my response, because I found myself being particularly happy, for example, in the tube, on a packed tube on Friday evening after work, just knowing that the weekend's ahead. And that was quite a great realization for me, knowing that everything else is just a stimulus, and the real happiness, real contentment, just real wisdom comes from within. And in terms of my mindfulness journey, I guess I found it's become a vocation, it's become a love. Like I said, I feel like a kid in a candy store, and I'm very fascinated with loads and loads of ways that we have to cultivate our self-awareness, or just living life more broadly. We can do it through a classic way, like sitting down, or we can do it through other techniques like Wim Hof, perhaps some people will have heard of, neurofeedback, gong baths, and transformational breathing, even running and things like that, as long as we just add a little bit of quality of presence and intention. So I'm particularly fascinated how we can become a bit more mindful through all sorts of activities. And whilst mindfulness can be transformational, for me, I'm particularly, fascinated by the micro improvements, the micro developments, especially if we can do them in our daily life without actually changing anything, actually. So for example, like in this session now, where I'm going to do a little meditation on intention setting. We're all sitting down here now, we're listening to my voice, we're all, perhaps we'll have a conversation later. So why not just see if we can bring our intentions alive just a tiny bit, No, it's not perhaps we know it won't be the realization, won't be transformational of this session. I don't expect it to be, although it may be, but why not just make our intention a little bit more real by that tiny bit? So I'm all for these just micro improvements, effortless micro improvements. And when it comes to intention setting, now, I think in my view, it's quite important to digest what intention is. What's the difference between setting an intention to do something to wanting to do something? And to me, the word intention has got a reality in it. If I'm intending something, I actually feel it, I embody it. So it's not just a thought, it's not just a desire. Inside me, there's a part of me that knows it's going to happen, irrespective of not. And this knowing is what we refer to as an embodied knowing. So it's not just the thoughts and just the body, we feel it, we know it. And in this meditation, what I'm going to do is, first of all, we'll just center ourselves, just do a bit of breathing, just to slow down ourselves, just to become more tuned up to our present moment experience. And then afterwards, we will contemplate this intention that we want. And the idea is, if we will feel it a little bit, and yeah, let's just feel it a tiny bit, why not, for the fun of it. And if we feel it a tiny bit, compared to us not feeling it, there's a tiny bit more chance that it will become a reality. So yeah, we'll start this meditation. And I will suggest for this meditation, just sit how it feels right. If it feels right to sit in a formal pose, do it. And if it feels right just to sit in the way we're sitting, that's fine. That's fine. And we'll just tune in to this moment right now. Welcoming everything. Tuning into the sensation of body. And by tuning in, I'm talking about really receiving information rather than looking for information. We're receiving it a little bit like a radar. We'll receive information and experience. So let us just receive the sensation of the body, of what our body is experiencing. Bodiness. Sensation of pressure, sensation of touch. Maybe humidity, temperature. Just receiving the sensation of our body, tuning into it. And letting our mind do its own thing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All we're doing is we're just adding just a little bit more awareness to the feeling of the body right now. And to the sensation of breathing. And one way that I like actually to bring awareness to breathing is just by extending our breath a tiny bit. So I invite us to extend the breath lightly, extend the inhale and extend the exhale gently. And playfully. Enveloping this sensation of breath, this sensation of body into our experience. Including it the same way we're including thoughts and feelings and everything else. Let us tune into sound as well. Receive sounds now. Just tuning into them. Almost like a baby would, without even needing to recognize what they are, identify them, judge them. So just for this minute, let us simply receive sounds. Appreciate sounds. appreciate that we can hear. Good, good. Embodying our experience. Feeling, listening, breathing, thinking. And in a moment, we're going to bring our intention to mind. So I would invite us to just contemplate of an intention that we really want, or just a simple intention. It could be an intention that I want to be calmer this evening, or I want to enjoy my meal this evening. It doesn't matter what the intention is. What matters is the embodiment, the feeling of it. Because if we embody one intention, then it can help another intention to be embodied. Because the feeling of intention will be more open, more expansive, and we'll be experiencing the rest of our day in a more open way. So now let us bring into mind this intention that we have. Just plant it in our thoughts. And see it become a reality. Just for this minute. Why not? It's happened. Living it. We're living it. We can consider the intention a pebble that we're dropping in a calm pond, a large pond, and it drops and there are ripples. So our experience is the pond, everything that's going around in our life. The only difference is that right now there is a ripple of that intention added to it. So let us feel this ripple. Playfully be with the reality of our intention materializing. Knowing that it has materialized just for this minute, knowing that it has materialized. And being gentle with ourselves, of course, our mind will wander. And in the same way that it will wander, we will notice that we will wander, and we will bring it back to our intention. And let us bring some compassion to our intention, some love to our intention. Perhaps we can feel it in our heart. And we can almost drop the I, our intention. It's an intention which will contribute to the world. So let us drop the I. In the same way that the sun can rise tomorrow, this intention can materialize. The world can exist with this intention in place. The world can be touched by this intention. People can be touched by this intention. Experience can be touched by this intention. Experience will be touched by this intention. So let's see if we can feel it. Do we feel any different right now? And as we're going to bring this meditation to a close, knowing that there will be some remnant of this feeling. And we can let that brew, we can let that bubble while we're continuing with our day. And if you have your eyes closed, I would encourage you just to gently open them. Very, very gently open them. Just feel light coming in, and at the same time, be aware of that remnant that's there, any feeling that is there. And if your eyes are open, I would encourage you as well just to be aware of this feeling of intention, of the aliveness of the intention, irrespective of the degree of aliveness. Let's take that with us. So, thank you very much. Love to hear on the chat if anybody has any comments, and perhaps while we're at it as well, if anybody has an intention that is particularly alive and may feel it useful to post it on the chat, you know, to make it a bit more of a reality. Yeah, why not? Let's do that.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Sean, for that. It was very creative and immersive experience. Thank you. I'm just looking in the chat now to see what people have to say. Lots of thank yous here. Jason, yeah, is asking something about the panelist thing. Yeah, don't worry, I'll get you in later on. Mary says, I like and appreciate all. She's talking about the smoking thing. Let's see. Someone was asking about the intention. Kerry's saying she didn't quite get if she was supposed to come up with an intention. What would you say to that?
Yeah. So I would say it's it is come up with an intention, and I feel, this practice of cultivating intention is valuable. We may have a large life intention, like, I want to get a job, or I want to have a greater relationship with somebody, or the intention can be really playful and really small. Like, I want to go for a nice wake up and go for a nice run tomorrow. So it's I think it's personally, I find it very, very valuable, and I integrate it in my meditation practice at the end of my meditation practice in the morning, where I'm a little bit more grounded. Come up with an intention, visualize it and feel it. So it's playing around, coming up with an intention, and just feeling it for a minute. I feel increases the chances of it happening by a tiny bit, but why not?
Wonderful. Natu says, bliss. Joe says, this was very useful. I regularly set intentions, but I often do it mindlessly, so this could be a good practice. And someone here says, Alexandra says, intention, not offering unrequested advice or judgment. Kashraf found it very relaxing, almost fell asleep. Nice and relaxing and calm. How often do you meditate on the intention? That's a good question from Laura. Like, how long should you reflect on the intention as part of the meditation?
Reflect on it for 1 minute. Reflect on it for 1 minute.
Okay.
And then if you want to reflect for it more, reflect on it more. So the important thing is, for me, it's unlike, say, say a classic, let's say a body scan, where I may be sitting and wanting to be within uncomfortable and being with the undesirable. The intentionality is different to that. It's we want the aliveness and the belief. So it's got to be, I feel there's value in it being comfortable and in being alive. So I suggest a minute, because it's easier for us to feel that we can make the intention a little bit more alive for a minute. But if it stays alive, stay with it. I mean, I think we all know that when we embody, when we truly know, when we know that something's happening, it's not just the mind, it's the body. So spending as much time as possible, as long as it's desirable and there's no friction.
I like that. So it's kind of natural and organic. I really like that about your guidance as well. Claire says, I loved what you said about the micro developments daily. That was very helpful. Is there anything else you want to add about that, and why you focus on those micro developments?
Yeah. Because in my mind, a big part of cultivating a different mindset, whether it's being more embodied, more present, having our intentions being a reality, is the frequency of us embodying that. And I believe, I've got to say, I believe with all my heart that if I have this embodied belief, embodied knowing of, say in this case, my intention becoming a reality, 20 times during the day, are micro moments and gentle ones, but they are throughout the day, I feel that is much more powerful, certainly in my experience, than having an intense 1 hour in the morning where I'm fully living it, and then afterwards it disappears. Because if I have it scattered throughout the day, then even in between those times that I'm conscious of it, there's a remnant of it. So I feel there's a big part of it is the quantity, the degree of time that we're embodying whatever it is that we want, whether it's an intention of something in the future to happen, or for us, say, being a little bit more in tune with our body, through a classic mindfulness approach.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Just the last thing that I wanted to share is that when I was researching for my first book, I found a nice research paper by Sharon Shapiro, and she said that the 3 axioms of mindfulness was intention, attention, and attitude. And so the attitudes were, like kindness or compassion, the kind of vibe. Attention's obviously the mindfulness, and then the intention was a really important part of that. It kind of shaped it. So really glad not many people talk about that, but I think it's really glad that you focused on that today and shared your reflections on that. So thank you very much, John. Is there anything you want to say about I had a chance to have a look at a little bit of your website. It was really fascinating. Do you want to just share your website tonight?
Oh, yeah. So I've done a website called mindfulexperiences.co.uk. It's the first thing that comes to mind when I think of my website is that the quality is, in terms of website quality, is poor. It's probably like, say, 10, 20 years old, but I've done it, out of love, actually. It's and my purpose is, I'm very, very fascinated into how our everyday moments can be integrated into, can be more mindful. So I talk about, being more mindful, while, say, I'm free diving, or while going for a walk, while, maybe I've got stories about maybe a person that was actually mindful whilst having a difficult conversation with an ex-partner. I feel it's really, really valuable for us to, and fascinating for us to read actual practical situations of people being mindful. So rather than simply saying, I've become more relaxed with mindfulness, to be saying, when I met my ex for the first time and we had the kids and there was this awkward situation, tension arose in my body, and then I was able to dissolve it and embrace it. I feel like real tangible examples of mindfulness are not only fascinating, but they're really valuable. So yeah, I'd encourage anybody not to just to have a look at my website, but also to share, for other people that have websites, books, whatever, YouTube channels, to share real life, tangible mindfulness experiences.
Yeah, no, I like that. I thought it was quite a new website, actually. I didn't know that, so it was really good. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for sharing your insights. And
thank you.
What's keeping in touch and to learning more from you.
Cool. Great.
Awesome. Okay.
Likewise.
So next up we have Jason talking about love and kindness. So let's see if I can get Jason up here. My co-host. There we go. Hey, Jason, can you hear me?
I'm here. Hello.
Ah, yes. Oh, yes. We're back in your amazing studio.
We can make it under the sea. We could be wherever you want today. The magic of green screen.
Maybe at the end we could go. Maybe you could take us on a little journey at the end, and we can go to the ocean or something.
Yeah, that'd be great. Who needs to use your imagination when we have technology to do it for?
Exactly.
Hello, Shamish.
Hi. Thanks so much for your time, and thank you, Jason. Maybe just share where you're based right now, and a little bit about yourself, and then I'll let you practice your whatever you want to share with the group.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. First of all, just catching the last bit of John's piece there, I really loved what he had to say about those real mindful. I want to call them mindful challenges, where it's like, we can read about this stuff, but when you're faced in those situations with, your ex, or for me, it's always going home to see my parents or something like that, where it's like, okay, this is where the mindfulness kung fu kind of comes into place. And we're actually going to talk a little bit about that when we dive into this love and kindness and acceptance and compassion. So I'm so excited to be following John. That's such a great little segue. Good forethought, Shamish. So a little bit about me. I'm located in Ontario, Canada. I actually took one of Shamish's mindfulness teacher training programs a number of years back now, not to date either of us, but it's been a passion of mine. I was one of those, I guess we can call them weird children who got into mindfulness and meditation at the age of 10, kind of out of a necessity, being bullied and really having to struggle with this comparison of aligning with who I really was and trying to fit in with what I was observing around me. And what I noticed at a very young age is, I don't know if it was just my general area of where I was living, but it was like the sense of humor was all around putting people down. It was, the better you were at putting people down, the higher up on this like hierarchy you were within the school system and within this, little teeny bopper gang, if you will. And it just didn't feel right. So I started fighting kind of against that and wanted to just try to flood everybody with compliments. And it was almost seen as like a sign of weakness at first. And the bullying actually got worse, and people started treating me worse and distancing me more. And then it took for me to kind of get to depths of depression through that time and really say, no, this is who I am. I don't want to perpetuate more negativity. I'm going to stay positive, and I'm not going to let anybody try to change my way of being like that. And then eventually, and it took years, but eventually what started happening is a bit of the opposite. People noticed that no matter what was being said to me or being done to me physically, emotionally, that I stayed in this place of compassion and positivity. And then things slowly started to shift, and people kind of started looking at it in terms of, well, I want a little bit more of that. And then people started just kind of hanging around me, and I all of a sudden had friends, which I wasn't really used to as a young child. And I can now relate so much to when we start to make these changes in our lives and changing the way that we kind of put ourselves out there, that sometimes there's this resistance. But when we can kind of stay true to that until we can surround ourselves with people who love us for who we are, then really magical things can kind of happen and jump into our lives that way. So that's a bit of the motivation behind the love and kindness aspect that we're going to be talking about a little bit today. And this is a bit of a twist on the traditional metta meditation. So metta is what we would typically see in maybe more traditional texts to describe this love and kindness meditation. And in a lot of traditional versions, you will bring yourself through these different phases. And we're still going to do this a little bit, where you would think about perhaps yourself and think about love and kindness, or say, I wish this person, or I wish myself love and kindness, or love and compassion. Then you would go maybe to someone that's kind of neutral to you, and you would say, I bring this person love and compassion. I wish them wellness and all of this kind of stuff. And then it's quite traditional that we eventually get to that person that we kind of see as the tyrant in our lives, the person that maybe makes our life a little challenging at times. And sometimes it's even our spouse, depending on, what's going on in the cycle of our lives. Sometimes it's a coworker, sometimes it's our parents, it can be anybody. But to see if we can still be in that place of love and compassion, even when we feel all those other things kind of creeping in. So that's a little bit of a teaser. And after we do this little meditation, it's not going to be super long, but I want to just kind of open up some discussion around the challenges with compassion, and really even how we can define compassion. I had a great conversation with Shamish maybe about a week ago now, and we were talking about things like compassion fatigue and how we sometimes float in between definitions of like being empathetic and sympathetic and compassionate and maybe apathetic. And there's all kinds of different ways that we relate with people. And sometimes putting those into a greater spectrum of our emotions can help us understand how we behave with people and why we behave with people. So that's a lot of this. Let's get into a little bit of a practice, and then we'll have more opportunity to kind of discuss this. So for this practice, we're going to be a little bit lenient as far as like the discipline of posture. I just want you to really get comfortable with where you are right now. So you can find yourself in a comfortable seated position. Maybe if you're trying to be seated without any use of back support, you just take the moments to balance the trunk of your body over your hips and just try to find that place where there's least amount of resistance. So that balance, that perfect balancing point. If you're reclining, just make yourself as comfortable as possible, whatever can keep you there without perhaps falling asleep midway through. And then let's just arrive in this present moment together. We can take a couple deep breaths and just notice for a moment what the now has to offer you. Where is your attention being drawn towards? Do you hear any sounds around you that are calling to your attention? If so, maybe just touch on those sounds and just welcome them into this present moment. Maybe if there's smells in the room, you recognize those as well. And then we're going to go through the different layers of the self and just do a check-in before, and then we're going to check in again afterwards and just see if there's any differences throughout this practice. So we'll start with the physical self. Maybe just doing a really brief check-in or a really brief body scan, going through some of those areas that perhaps you're aware you hold on to tension. Maybe softening your shoulders or checking to see if you're clenching your jaw, letting it relax and loose. Unfurrowing the eyebrows, softening the eyes. Anywhere else in the physical body that you're aware of holding on to any tension, see if you can just let it melt away. Next, we're going to take a little step inwards and just check in with the breath. Without needing to change anything, just noticing the state of the breath right now. Does it feel light or heavy? Does it feel like it's sinking deep into your belly, or maybe it's floating up near your collarbone? Wherever it is, just noticing it, honoring it, and welcoming whatever is taking place. We'll take another step inwards and check in with the intellectual self. Just notice what the state of the thoughts are right now. What are the frequency of the thoughts? And if it does seem like the mind is trying to latch on to anything, once again, just welcome whatever's here right now. Welcome those thoughts as being part of this experience. And just see if you can allow them to just kind of be here, but maybe melt a little bit further into the background. Next, we'll check in with the emotional self, noticing if there's any stories being created about this experience, or if we are pulling up experiences from the past. What are the tendencies of the mind right now? Once again, just welcoming whatever is. And then we're going to reward the mind by allowing it to travel wherever it wants to go right now. If it wants to check in with some of those thoughts, we'll softly allow it to do so. If it wants to wander around the room, you can allow that for the time being as well. For this practice, I'm going to invite you to bring to mind a moment in time, a moment that you felt pure joy, bliss, true happiness, whatever you identify it as. Just bring yourself back to that moment right now. Perhaps you notice where you are, what you're doing, but more importantly, noticing how it feels. How does the state of joy feel within your body on a cellular level? Maybe it feels like static going through your limbs or a floating feeling. Whatever it is for you, just see if you can bring that into your body now, creating a link between then and now, and feeling deep into that expression. Noticing as you cultivate this feeling of joy, of happiness, of love, that it feels as if it radiates from you as well. That you're so filled up that there's almost like an excess of love that comes from this state of joy. Maybe it feels like a tingling or a warmth that surrounds you in a bubble. And throughout this practice, we're going to check in with this sensation, this feeling, multiple times. If we ever feel like it starts to dissipate, we can always bring ourselves back to that place to rekindle this experience. Now I'd like to invite you to visualize yourself in a room in your mind. This room is a safe place, safe for you to experience and express whatever needs to come out today. And as you see yourself in this room, once again, notice how this state of joy, this bliss that you're experiencing, radiates from you like a light, like you are the candle lighting this room. And just take a few breaths experiencing that right now, experiencing that joy. Now, the first thing we're going to do in this room is invite a guest. And this guest is actually going to be another version, another expression of ourself. This version of us is one that perhaps was not experiencing that same level of joy. Or maybe this is a version of you that you remember was really struggling in life at some point. And as you invite that version of you, just visualize and see how bright is the light coming off of that you. Is that version of you standing tall or maybe sitting on the floor of this space? How do you see yourself right now? And then notice as you invite this version of you to share in this space, are you able to still maintain your light as bright? Are you still able to feel that feeling of pure love and bliss? If so, can you now start to approach this as a other version of yourself? Can you begin to get a little closer and still maintain your light, your love? If it feels comfortable to you, can you even embrace that version of yourself? And if you do so, once again, can you maintain that feeling of bliss, love, and maintain your light shining brightly? Now thank your other self for joining you in this room. Maybe give one last little squeeze or one last little look of encouragement. And then gently, you can bid them farewell as they leave this space. Take a moment to reflect, to check back in with your light. And if you need to, once again, you can bring yourself back to that moment of pure happiness where everything just felt perfect and everything feels right inside of you, and you can rekindle that fire. Next, I invite you to bring someone who's in your life right now that's actually very easy for you to feel this love, this bliss towards. Maybe it's a person or maybe it's a pet. And as you invite that version of your experience here, again, it can even be an inanimate object. It could be a teddy bear if that feels right for you. As you invite that being into this room, what does that do for your light? Do you feel it glowing brighter or warmer? Does the whole room seem like it's getting brighter? And can you walk towards this person, being, or thing, and once again, either embrace or maybe lay a hand on their shoulder or shake hands, whatever feels right, and notice what that does for your state of being. Gently letting go of this embrace and thanking that being, person, or thing for joining you in this experience and allowing them to dissipate from the room. Noticing that state of your light, noticing that state of joy within you. And then lastly, we're going to invite someone into this space that you often have a difficult time maintaining your joy around. This person who sometimes feels like it's work or a struggle to share the present moment with. Remembering that this is your safe place, that nothing can harm you here and you are in complete control. Notice simply if you can maintain your light while you invite this person into this space. Notice what distance feels comfortable between the two of you. And then slowly see if you can get a little bit closer, noticing once again what that does for your light, for your love. And are you able from this place, this expression of joy, are you able to wish them well? Are there any messages that come up for you that you wish to say to this individual right now? Making sure not to force anything, allowing whatever comes out to be natural and feel right in this moment. And then perhaps giving one last look, one last nod, or anything else that needs to come out for this person right now before you allow them to dissipate and leave this room. Once again, noticing your state now, noticing the intensity of your light. When it feels right, you can slowly even allow this room to dissipate now, gently bringing yourself back into your physical body. Checking in once again with the physical body. Is there more tension or less tension that has maybe crept in or shifted around your body? Checking in with your breath, noticing if it's shifted at all throughout the practice. Is it deeper or shallower or lighter or heavier? Checking in with that intellectual self, noticing the state of the thoughts, noticing if you can allow them to slow down. And lastly, once again, checking in with that emotional layer of self. What are the stories coming up for you? Can you recognize them as being thoughts and emotions? And recognize that you are in control of this present moment. When it feels right for you, you can invite some gentle movement into your body, perhaps rolling your wrists or moving your fingers and toes. Maybe before you open your eyes, it feels good just to roll your shoulders out a little bit or take a nice big stretch. And then little by little, we're just going to blink open the eyes nice and gently, letting in a little bit more light with each blink. And don't even feel like you need to look at the light right away or the computer right away. Maybe just look around your surroundings. Noticing if anything looks or feels different after this practice. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to guide you on that journey, sometimes not a very easy one to go down, but can teach us so much about our own expressions of self and how we deal with these kinds of difficult situations that we come into. I was very aware of, again, that experience that John was talking about of like facing that ex-wife or girlfriend or husband, and just noticing that state of being that we can maintain in those situations. So that's the practice that we're going to focus on for the most part at this point. And I'd love to hear if there was any experiences that kind of came up for people, and just kind of talk a little bit about how that can manifest so differently for each of us.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jason. I'm just going to read some of the comments here. So Minda saying, absolutely loved that experience. Thank you. Very, very therapeutic. Joy is one of our 4 values at work. So that's nice. I think Julia was talking about the story you shared earlier, which was really powerful too. And that you could identify with that. And she tries to support the underdog, which I like that.
We appreciate that.
Elspeth says, thank you, Jason. That's wonderful. A really powerful practice. Love the image of the candle, a warm tingling energy in the hands. Wow. Lauren says, my God, I have never experienced such a powerful loving kindness meditation. I want to live inside this practice forever. I made some great progress and can envision much more.
Beautiful.
Wow. And Christina says, thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. So a lot of really powerful sharings there, and I'm sure there'll be some more coming through in a moment once people have reorientated themselves to the real world. So yeah, we've still got a few minutes left. I really enjoyed the clear way in which you explained it, and I loved your powerful story at the beginning and the clear way you took us through that journey in the meditation as well. don't know if there's anything else that you want to share in the next few minutes about your work or about...
Yeah, even just a little bit about that practice. When we think about love and kindness, you know, it's so subjective in those definitions. And I like to focus a lot on acceptance and compassion as well. And to me, with that visualization of inviting people into the room, acceptance is kind of around this idea of, can I allow these other beings, these other people to coexist within this space? So first, we're just talking simply, I'm doing my thing over here. I have my light shining bright. Can I allow somebody else to just be in the same room without them affecting my light? And then diving deeper into the state of compassion, it's, can I actually get close enough to this individual that my light starts to shine on them? And it's really interesting when we think about it, because for so many of us, we'll do work, especially for the tyrant in our lives, we'll do work to keep our light from shining on them. It's like, no, this is my light, this is my joy. And we actually can diminish our light simply because we don't want it to shine on certain individuals. Whereas compassion doesn't have to be something that ever takes away from you. Compassion is, I have this excess of love. We are beings of love, and we can shed all of these layers of trauma and all of these layers of wounds that we've kind of developed and associated with over the years. I am just pure light. I'm pure love. So can I just allow that to shine out and not try to covet any of it away from people? And I think that's such a big, that was a big turning point for me, is like, even these people who are bullying me, you know what? I'm okay if my smiles, if my laughs, if my jokes can actually make them feel better about themselves, then have it. Because I'm just on my path here. I want to do my thing. And you know what? If anyone else can take a little bit of it and use that to kindle their candle and their light and keep this spreading around the world, then all the better for sure.
That's wonderful. That's an amazing story. Just a few more things to share. Denise says, thank you. You have such a calming voice. I'd forgotten how to connect with joy, irrespective of who is my space, particularly when I feel threatened by someone. So it sounds like this practice helped Denise to do that. And Jacqueline likes your insight about the love, shining our light on others. And John, who's guiding the previous meditation, says, Jason, the experience was very immersive. I did an interesting thing. I contemplated the same person in parts 2 and 3, the loving bit and the difficult bit, and it made me open up to how my relationships are not black and white. That's really interesting, isn't it? You can use the same person for both.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely not a linear journey at all. I'll share one last quick thing. I led this meditation with a group of, so I own a yoga studio here in Canada and a wellness center. I shared this experience, and when one of the people shared that when they had to invite that version of themselves that felt sad and depressed, they said in the moment when they were sad and depressed, they actually felt like someone had come in and put a hand on their shoulder. And now doing the meditation, they visualize themselves being that being that put their hands on the shoulder, and it created this whole like crazy quantum physics, like time is an instant kind of expression of like, what if it was me now in the meditation that actually made me feel supported 6 years ago when I was going through depression? It was like a crazy,
it's like an episode of Back to the Future with meditation.
Exactly. Yeah, so that's just another cool like way that you can interpret some of this kind of stuff. But
I love it.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to guide you through that.
Thank you. Can you remind us of your website and forthcoming podcast as well?
Yeah, the podcast isn't up and running yet, though I'm excited to say that Shamish is going to be one of the first people on it. I have a couple websites. One is just my name, jasonmarichello.com. That's where I promote my keynote speaking. And then my institution is higherpotentialliving.com.
Wonderful. So I've got the slides up here. Got mindfulnessexperiences.co.uk, which was with John, and here's Jason's website too.
Perfect.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, John. Thanks for gifting your time to us so we could all enjoy that amazing practice with you. And I look forward to keeping in touch. Awesome. So next up we have, I believe it's Nathatu. Let me just see if I can get Nathatu up and running. is her website, yogainspires.co.uk. That's a great name. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yay!
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can see you. I can do everything.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Let me
Bit
just
of light there.
pin your video there and remove that one. There we go. Oh, nice and clear. Wow, it looks really sunny where you are.
Oh, I'm in Grenada at the moment.
Nice, nice. And remind me, sorry, I always forget how to pronounce your name. It's my fault.
Natahu.
Natahu, thank you, thank you. So, could you start by maybe introducing yourself a little bit and what brings you to mindfulness, and then it's over to you for the mindful practice as well.
Thank you. Hi, thank you. My name is Natahu, and I'm really glad to be here. Thank you. Been some great
thank you.
Inspirations. It just reminds me of the beauty of the practice, in that it doesn't matter where you are on that journey of life. There's always a practice that you can use to bring you back home to yourself. And I remember my journey started way back in, I suppose, all my life, you could say. But specifically, I came to yoga first before coming to mindfulness meditation. But as you know, we practice yoga to prepare the body for the breath and for the meditation. And I remember back in 1995, I've got 3 daughters, and I was going for a very hard time. I lost my brother, I lost my cousin. Work was extremely stressful. I was working as a probation officer back then. And I literally just found it very hard to cope. And being the sort of personality that I am, I tended just to push through, ignore the body and just kind of like push through. I can sort this out, nothing's going to get me down. So I suppose it's a bit like we call spiritual bypassing nowadays. I wasn't acknowledging or being aware of what was going on, the pain and this distress in my body. And I was having trouble at work. I couldn't focus. Being a probation officer, we had to be very present, very aware of the young people we were working with, the people, inmates. And I just couldn't cope with work and being a mum and being a wife. And my senior, she noticed I was slipping at work, and she suggested that I take some time off and that I also have some counselling. I was quite reluctant because that's not how I see myself as a person who needs counselling. I'm the one who gives counselling. I'm sure you can recognise that. You know, we're the ones who do the helping, we're the givers. So I found it very challenging to actually accept and recognise that I needed some sort of support. But with 3 young children back then, let's see, my daughter's the eldest, she's 29 now, and the twins are 27. So we're talking like 20 plus years ago. Wow. So work found some counselling, and the first session, I remember saying to my counsellor, I can't sleep, I've got chest pains, can't breathe, backache, panic attacks, anxiety attacks. I want someone to fix me. I'm broken, I want you to fix me. What can you give me to make me feel better? And I remember one of the first things he said was, everything you need is within you. And I didn't understand. Obviously, I understand that now. But at the time, I just didn't understand what that meant. Everything you need is within you. And I'm thinking, where? I know I've got back pain. I can feel the back pain. I can feel the headaches, the anxiety. I can't breathe. I can't sleep. But where inside of me is this happiness and this peace? I just didn't understand what he meant about everything is within you. And for the during the process of the counselling, to help me sleep, he suggested breathing exercises. And again, when it first was suggested in the counselling session, I thought, breathing exercises? My work is paying you like a good money, lots of money, for you to teach me how to breathe. I just couldn't understand the connection between the body, the brain, the mind, and the breath. I just didn't understand it. And I just thought he was a rip-off merchant, to be honest, telling me, look within and to breathe. It just did not make sense, not in my frame of mind. But anyway, I had to go through this process of learning how to breathe, because that's what work was paying me for, to get better, so I can be more functioning at work and at home. And yet it was surprising. It was through that practice of learning how to breathe correctly that I actually was able to quell that negative thinking. I was able to find that elusive peace. I was able to find it within me. And through that journey of the breath work, I rediscovered yoga. When I was pregnant with my first child, I did some breathing exercises and some antenatal exercises. But going through the recovery journey, I met up with a yoga teacher, and it was that sense of coming into the body through yoga and the sense of peace and calm and stillness that led me on the journey to discover or rediscover meditation. And in more recent years, I've connected with Shamash. And I'll be honest, this whole mindfulness movement, I wasn't attuned to it because it felt, the way it was presented to me, it felt very secular. It felt very kind of, oh, take out all the religious, take out all the, I hate that word, woo-woo, take out all the spiritual stuff. We're going to just focus on secular. And I felt that quite disrespectful to the teachings of the source. I didn't really vibe with that. Yeah, you know, keep an open mind. And when I met Shamash, there was something about the kindfulness, the compassion for yourself, the loving kindness, the playfulness. There's something about that approach which resonated within my body. And I'm just finding that it's really a nice way to bring that mindfulness, that mindful moment into our everyday awareness. And as a yoga teacher, I resigned from probation, got divorced, all that kind of stuff. And I now teach yoga and meditation as my full-time job. And I'm finding blending that sense of mindfulness, that sense of using your breath with the yoga, it is so, we use the word embodied, it is so powerful. It's such a really powerful way of just really becoming present. And I notice a lot of my yoga students, meditation students, they say they struggle to sit still in meditation or mindfulness because their back hurts, they can't breathe, they've got headaches. And I thought, yeah, I've been there. So I really want to just share some simple mindful movement practices you can do anywhere, anytime. I'm at my desk, sitting at the dining table in my parents' house. You can do these movements anywhere just to remind you to come back into the body. And sometimes, just particularly on the laptop a lot, we're sort of hunched over, we can become very withdrawn, very insular. So just taking time to do some of these mindful movements, I really hope it invites you or reminds you that your body and your breath is a route to help you reconnect with that sense of wholeness and peace and calm, which, as my teachers told me years ago, it is within you, but we can't always recognize it. So if you are sitting, I invite you to just come into a comfortable seated position. So maybe just pull yourself away from your laptop, your phone, the table, and come to get a sense of lengthening up through the front of your body. And again, if that doesn't make any sense to you, keep that open mind, that curiosity, that compassion with yourself, and just see what would it feel like to lengthen up through the front of the body and to lengthen down the back of the body. And to help you, it really helps to sometimes just do a really nice, gentle, swaying movement. We've got sitting bones underneath the flesh. So even if you just take your palm, just be careful, listen to your body. And just, if your shoulders are okay, just pull that fleshy part slightly away and back. And see if you can find your right buttock and just sit on that sitting bone. Can you feel it? Then take your left hand and again, just find your buttock, your left buttock, and just kind of like pull the flesh, to the side and to the back, and really get a sense of sitting on your sitting bones. And then I invite you to transfer your weight to your right sitting bone, sort of lean over to the right and lift the left buttock up. And then, just a minute, please, Dad, do you mind to turn the kettle off? Dad, just turn the kettle off, please. Thank you. And then just get a sense of shifting over to the left buttock and lifting the right buttock off slightly. And again, over to the right. Lengthen up with the body. Over to the left. Breathing in, I move. Exhale, I move. Breathing in, I sway to the right. Exhale, I sway to the left. So find your own rhythm. Just gently breathing in, I sway to the left. Exhale, I sway to the right. And as you do this movement, see if you can get a sense of what's happening to your feet. Are you aware of the contact your feet are making through your shoes, your socks, or your bare feet with the ground? And see if you can just roll over the balls of the feet as you move softly with the breath to the right and into the left. Find your rhythm and notice your head. Can you feel your head swaying as you rotate the body side to side? And then just slowly let the body, keep that nice and long spine, let the body come back to center. Take your time and just allow your body to come back to center. And just take a moment just to notice what you notice. Again, from a mindfulness practice, we're bringing that awareness into our body, noticing what you notice. What feels different? What feels the same? Maybe you can sense your hands just resting on your lap or your thighs. Maybe more aware of your breath, or you may feel a sense of warmth or tingling through the body. Whatever you notice, just take the story out of it, no narrative, just be present with what you notice in the body. Then I invite you to bring your awareness to your palms and just place your hands on your shoulders. Again, always listen to your body. If your hands are unable to rest on your shoulders, just rest them on your lap and you can adapt the practice. If you've got the ability in your shoulders, place your palms just gently, right palm, right shoulder, left palm, left shoulder. How does that feel? And slowly allow your elbows to rise up. Again, go as far as you feel comfortable. So we're not after massive extension. It's just that small micro movement. And from here, if this is all your body can manage today, self-compassion, stay here. But if there's a bit more flexibility, allow the elbows to roll up, out to the side, listen to your body, tuck your elbows towards your inner ribs, your ribs. Let the elbows kiss or come towards each other. And just repeat that circle. It's such a nice practice to ease out any tension you may feel in the shoulders. Just allowing the arms to circle. Again, listen to your body. Just do what feels right for you right now. You may feel a bit cranky. That's good feedback. And then let's meet back, but elbows pointing towards the waist. And let's change directions. We're going to go backwards now. Again, listen to your body. Do what feels comfortable for you. Rotate round, kiss the elbows, all the way back. Can you feel that? Can you sense what's happening in your shoulder blades? Because often our shoulder blades are just sort of stuck to upper ribs. So this is a really nice practice just to bring mindful awareness and attention into what's going on into your body. Well done. And just softly allow the hands to come back to center. And again, bring your awareness to what you notice about the body. Maybe one shoulder feels closer to the appropriate ear. In my case, I can feel my right shoulder, it's a lot closer to my right ear. And my left side feels ever so relaxed. I've got back pain on my right side. Well done. Excellent. Well done. And so we've done a little work just to ease out any sort of tension you may have in your shoulders. Another very good exercise, if you have been hunched over your laptop for long periods of time, is to bring your hands together in front of your heart and get a sense of lovingly creating space between your digits. Squeeze the palms together and just allow your elbows to come up to like 90-degree angle. Is that, again, listen to your body. Keep squeezing your palms together. Tuck the chin in. Keep that really nice, long length in the front of the body, lengthen down the back of the body. We're going to lower our chin down towards the fingers. So lower your head to your heart. Surrender all those thoughts to your heart. Inhale the breath, in the head back up. We're going to separate the arms into cactus arms. I don't know if you can see that. So try and get a 90-degree angle if you can. Then you're going to just slowly extend your arms up and make a star shape above the head. So just see, again, listen to your arms, go as far as you feel comfortable, make that star shape, and then just softly, keeping that same plane, allow the arms to come back and tuck your elbows into your waist. Can you feel that? Tuck your elbows into your waist. This really helps to release the sort of shoulder blades. So come back up into cactus arms. Extend your arms all the way up with the breath. Find your breath. Star shape. Look up. Exhale all the way down. Tuck your elbows into the waist. Let's do one more. Listen to your body. So come back, cactus arms. You've got your fingers pointed up towards the ceiling. Find your breath. Slowly, the breath, extend your arms up as far as you can go. Make that star shape. Look between the star. Keep your fingers spread out wide. And just softly allow your hands to come back down. Tuck your elbows into the waist and release. And then this is a practice coming back to the body, just noticing what you notice. What feels the same? What feels different in the way you're sitting? Does it feel anything different? Well done. So keeping your awareness, noticing what's in the body, bring your awareness to your right hand. And again, depending on your level of flexibility, you feel taller up to the ceiling. Thank you, Doris. Thank you. So listen to your body. I'll just show you the different levels of flexibility you can use for this practice. If you've got full mobility in your shoulders, you can place your right hand above your head, if that feels comfortable. Or if not so great today, you can place your right hand on your shoulder, or even just keep it on the waist, or if all else, just have the hand pointing down towards the floor. So whatever your level of flexibility, either hand pointing towards the floor, on your hip, your waist, your shoulder, or your head. My shoulder feels quite good today, feels quite warm, mobile. So I'm going to keep my hand on my head, but listen to your body, please listen. And have your other hand with the fingertips pointing towards the floor. So the palm facing towards the body, fingertips pointing towards the floor. Then we're going to lean over to the left. And as you do so, look towards your right elbow. Or if your hand is on the ground, pointing down, just lean over towards the left. So whatever your hand is, just keep pointing and looking towards the elbow. And again, breathe in from the hips to the armpits. Extend the elbow back. And the hand that's pointing towards the ground, just allow the fingers to really lengthen. And again, that loving kindness, bring that sense of love. Where can you invite a sense of softness into the body. Come back to center. And do that 3 more times in your own time. So keep sitting up. Have your left hand, the fingers pointing towards the floor. Lean over to the left. And if your elbow's okay, look towards your elbow. Listen, the elbow come towards the back. Eyes towards the elbow. Soften the shoulders. Remember your feet, part of the practice, so just be aware of your feet taking up space. Breathe into the side ribs, keep a beautiful nose extension. Come back to center. Do one more in your own time. Inhale, exhale. Look at your elbow, keep it soft. Again, you keep a lot of tension in our jaws. Just check what's happening with your jaw. Try and keep your jaw soft. Smile, that inner smile, that self-love smile. Ooh, just waking up to the sensations of your body. But it's our physical body that actually gets us around during the day. And again, before we do the other side, take a moment, that feedback, this mindful pause in your day. What is going on in my body? What do you notice from the way your feet are on the floor? The way the buttocks are connecting with the chair, the bed, the cushion? Even the length of the front of the body and the way the shoulder blades are. What feels the same? What feels different? Do you feel lighter, heavier? And just bring your awareness to the left hand. Again, we're going to do the same practice. Not the same, because normally our bodies are different, left side to right side, front and back. So just be mindful of where your body is right now. Again, that's about bringing that sense of awareness to your day. Where is my body in space? What's going on between the right side of my body and the left side, between my ears and my shoulders, that mindful moment. Oh, okay, I hope that's okay. I'll honour the feeling. So bring your awareness to your left and right hand, fingertips pointing towards the floor. And again, listen to your body. What's happening in the left side of my body? Is there mobility for my right hand, my left hand to go above my head? Or today, do I need my hand on my shoulder, my hip, or even fingertips pointing down towards the ground? I'm going to have my left side's feeling a bit delicate today, so I'm going to honour that and have my left hand, the fingertips pointing towards the floor. Same practice, but honouring what's happening in my body. So we're going to softly lean over to the right, let the right hands come towards the floor, and just, if your head's okay, head, neck and back's okay, just turn to look up. And if your hand was up here, look towards your elbow. But again, listen to your body, breathe into the side ribs, keep that really nice long extension. You've got buttocks on the chair, but lengthening through the front of the body, through the back, chin's tucked. I know there's loads of things to think about, I know. Chin's tucked in, feet grounded, come back to center. And again, honour your body. Where's your body at? Inhale, exhale. Let's do 2 more in your own time with the breath. So always lead with the breath. So breathing in, I breathe out, I exhale, I lean over. I can either look at my elbow or turn my head if the neck's okay. Look at the sky, the ceiling. Look at the elbow if it's okay. And I come back to center. Last one. Find your breath, lead with the breath, always lead with the breath. Full inhale, exhale. Beautiful. Can you feel that? And it's so nice just to bring that sense of expansion into our body. Just, shoulder, listen. The mind thinks it can do more than the body's able to, and my lesson is just actually listening to the body. Listen to the body. Come back. Well done. And come back to center. Well done. Listen to your body. And just notice what you notice. Do you move on the, okay. Listen to your body, listen to your breath. Take time. You're going to come back to center. And again, if you haven't been able, if your mind's so busy sometimes you can't practice, do this mindful movement and just your palms, either palms up or palms down. I'm really having the feeling to have my palms up. If you're feeling a bit lightheaded, you can always ground by having the palms facing down on the lap. I really want to receive. I'm open to receiving. So I put my palms up. My heart is opened. My back is strong and warm. Just come back. Just notice all you notice within your body. Find your breath. Just notice what you notice. Breathing in. I breathe. Keep your awareness. The mind will wander. When the mind wanders, just marvel at that wonder, the wonder of the breath. Just notice it. Come back to the body. Always come back to the body, back to the breath. Lengthen up through the body. Just notice what's going on right now, in this moment, in your body. In a few minutes, I'm going to invite you to, if the eyes are closed, I'm going to invite you to softly open your eyes. Or if the eyes are open, to lift up the gaze. And just notice what you notice. And to bring the practice to a close, self-love hug, right arm, right hand on your left shoulder. What's this? My left palm on my right shoulder. Self-love hug, squeeze. And
Wonderful. Oh my God. I wish there was more time. I was really enjoyed that. We could have had that in between every other meditation. It was such a soothing experience, Natahi. Really. I'm always a little bit concerned, like with mindful movement. I always think it's going to be very intense, but that was just perfect for me. And it really helped to stay in the moment, actually doing it in a rhythmic way. So I think lots of people loved it so much. You'll be able to see it in the comments. So feel free. I don't know if you have a few minutes. You're welcome to read through the comments and answer any questions if you wish. But loads of lovely stuff being shared there. So I really appreciate that. And your website, and normally, like if people want to get in touch with you,
it's yogainspires.co.uk.
Wonderful. So I'll
I
share
do
that
live in London normally, yes.
So yogainspires.co.uk. Thank you so much. We're going to go over to Malaysia now, so otherwise I'd chat more, but thank you so much. So our next up is perfect, actually, mindful movement just before this. It's DJ One Conscious, Booth for Love, mindful rave experience and gratitude practice live streamed from Malaysia, 1 o'clock in the morning, and a launch of a track. So let's see if we can get this going. I don't think they'll be able to hear me, so I'm just going to pass it over to those guys and take it from there. So let's see if this works. Here we go. Wonderful. So I need to click that, unmute the DJ. Never done that before. Unmute a DJ. Make them a co-host. Oops. Here we go.
Your patience? And let's practice a little bit of mindfulness whilst we're getting it all ready. My name, as I mentioned earlier, is DJ One Conscious. I am the creator and producer of Move for Love, which is a movement that's all about love, but essentially love in many different forms. I'm really, really grateful to begin with to have the invitation from Shamash Alidina and inviting me to World Mindfulness Day Festival, which is such an exciting and awesome experience. What an amazing bunch of speakers we've had today. I'm really, really grateful for Shamash and all of you for attending today. It's a really unique experience to be part of this international movement that's going on around mindfulness. Now, a little bit about what we're going to experience in this Move for Love session. Firstly, I will share a little bit of a story, and I heard there was a session about storytelling earlier on. I'll share a little story before we get into a quick mindfulness exercise, and following on from that, we'll go into a little bit of a stretching exercise before we get into the dance. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Move for Love is a mindful rave combined with the elements of meditation, yoga, and gratitude sharing. So it's a really unique and exclusive experience brought to you here today. On top of that, the amazing thing that has just happened to us since the 3 years of founding by two DJs, myself, DJ One Conscious, and DJ Yemi the Cat, who's also from the UK, we have just released the Move for Love single, a new release and a song that is coming to you live and launched right here, right now, later at the session. So I hope you're ready for a boogie. Now, a little bit about, before we begin, why Move for Love? How did it all happen? And I just want to share a story about a friend of mine called Tommy. Tommy was a friend that I've known since I was a child. And all the time growing up, Tommy was a brilliant student. He was absolutely exceptional at his studies. But the challenge that Tommy had was that he didn't have a lot of friends. He was studying so hard all the time that he was always into his books. He was a work hard, play hard kind of guy, but when he played, there wasn't too many people that he could play with. And he ended up largely with video games. However, at the age of 18, Tommy discovered this magic golden juice called beer. And alcohol at that time set Tommy free. Tommy started to loosen up. He was able to socialize a lot more. He started being able to talk to girls, even going to clubs. And there he summoned the confidence, just gluck, 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 and he was able to chat to the girls, and all the nervousness had gone away. In fact, he'd even get on the dance floor and just start boogieing it down after a few drinks. Tommy was a changed man, and his life was suddenly good, and it was fun. But 22 years then went past, and Tommy started getting into more and more drink, more and more drugs, more and more all kinds of activities that weren't quite healthy. And Tommy started to change over time. He started losing his relationships with his family. He started to lose his relationships with his girlfriends. He couldn't last in a relationship for more than 6 months. Every time he had a bad day at work, he would come home, have a few drinks, gluck, gluck, gluck. The stress would go away, but he'd have a big hangover the next day, and he wouldn't perform very well at work either. And so his career started to deteriorate. And so on his 40th birthday, Tommy said, enough is enough. I don't want this anymore. In fact, I want it all. I want a great relationship with my family. I want to have a solid girlfriend. I want to have a good life. I want to have my health back. I don't want to go in and out of rehab. I want to have friends that are authentic, not people who rely on me being somebody different in order to have fun. I want to have fun in a different way. Now, we all have a little Tommy inside of all of us. We all have the need to release ourselves through another means, through a crutch, whether that's alcohol, whether that's drugs, whether that's pornography, whether that's internet addiction or video games, we all find ways to escape in order to escape not just the world around us, but that inner feeling, that nervousness when we have to talk to someone of the opposite sex, that stress when we have to deal with that boss at work and the pressure, that anger we feel when someone has hurt us and we need the crutch to calm ourselves down, glug, 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 just like Tommy. I know you know the feeling because Tommy does reside in all of us, and that is why Move for Love was born. Move for Love was founded in 2017 by a few DJs and a few people in Australia who wanted a different way to have fun and a different way to party. And these DJs came together to actually create an event in Bondi Beach, in Australia, in Sydney, this world famous Bondi Beach, and we had this amazing party. Fast forward 2 years later, we did it again. We pulled off that same alcohol party, bigger, better, and this time we were on national news, ABC News, and it was an amazing experience. The party just went off, and it was amazing fun. But then, coming to 2020, we wanted to evolve into something different. And Move for Love is now a program, a wellness program, as well as having launched our song, a new release, which I'm going to share with you today. So part of today is to actually go through the Move for Love experience, our new program on how we're actually going to feel differently and experience mindfulness in a different way and let go of that anxiety, let go of that nervousness, let go of all those negative emotions that Tommy feels, that we feel inside all of us when we feel those similar stresses. Are you with me? Awesome. Well, let's do a quick mindfulness exercise. I'm going to take a seat right here. I'd like to ask all of you at home, out there, joining in on today, to take a seat with me and actually experience this little bit of mindfulness and how we're going to let go of this nervousness and anxiety that we feel. So firstly, let's just all sit in your chairs, sit up straight, and actually start to close your eyes. You're all experts on mindfulness, so I'm sure this is easy for you, but let's just slow it all down. Close your eyes and just take a deep breath in and out, and a deep breath in and out. And feel free to leave your hands on your laps, open, with an open posture in order to receive. Deep breath in and out. And as you're doing that, I'd like you to drop a memory into the center of your forehead. A moment when you felt that negative emotion, when you felt the anger. Who hurt you? The disappointment. Who disappointed you? The anger, the stress, the horrendous experience. As painful as it might be, allow the pain just to drop into your forehead just for a moment. And allow yourself to sink into that memory and how it made you feel at the time. Breathe in, breathe out. Allow your thoughts and the pain to just be reminded within you, only for a brief moment. Breathe in and out. And now, allow that memory to just drop from your forehead, down to your face, through your throat, all the way down to your chest, and into your heart space. You might feel a little twinge in your heart. Who was it that hurt you? Why is this pain still here? Why is this stress still here? Why is this loneliness still here? Why does the world not give you a chance just to be yourself? Breathe in and out. And now as you're doing that, I want you to just let go of this emotion. Just let it go. Forgive this emotion and forgive yourself. Allow a light to come into your heart space and fill that space in your heart, in your chest. Feel the light expand and just remove that negative emotion that's in there. Just take over it and allow a new positive emotion to come in. Forgiveness. Forgive yourself for this experience. Forgive yourself for being human. Forgive yourself for not learning at the time, but learning now. That everything you experienced was only temporary. It is now gone. There is no need for it anymore. And now, thank that person for giving you this experience. Thank them because now you've learnt from it. Thank them because now you've learnt how to let it go. And so you can let it go again in future. Breathe in and breathe out. Let it go. Breathe in again and breathe out. Sigh if you need to. Let it all go. Breathe out again. Wonderful. Empty your cup so it can be filled again with the light. And as you're doing this, let go of the crutch that you've been hanging on to every time you felt the stress, every time you felt the nervousness, every time you felt the need to escape and escape from this negative emotion. Now you know you don't need that crutch because you have you, and you are more powerful than you've ever believed. Breathe in again and breathe out and smile. Smile that you're in a safe space. Smile that you're in a community that cares for you. Smile because you have people that love you. And slowly, as you're smiling, I'm going to ask you to open your eyes, and we're going to stand up in just a minute when you're ready, and we're going to stretch it out and allow ourselves to let go. And when you're ready, open your eyes and stand up. And thank you for sharing that experience. And we're just going to stretch it all out now, because our mind and our bodies are intimately connected. Apologies for the belly. And we're just going to stretch our arms and we're just going to twist. Because we're getting ourselves ready for the fun part. This is all fun, but this is all an experience. And we're going to bend down and we're going to let ourselves loose on the waist. I'm feeling looser already. I hope you're feeling looser too. So let's just get it all down. I am absolutely terrible at touching my toes, and I am not a yoga teacher. But we can all let go of that stress that's in our waist, that tightness. Because as our mind and bodies are connected, we're just going to move over to the sides now and just stretch out to the right and feel that dynamic stretch and feel that stretch all the way down the waist. I always feel it down here, especially when you have these jobs where you're sitting for hours and hours on the chair. And we're just going to go the other side and let's just get that stretch out on the other side all the way. That's it. Oh, just feel it. Now, if you want, we can also do our quads. Hang on to something if you can and stretch out those quads. There you go. Let's stretch it all out. Very good. We're getting ready to boogie, guys. We are getting ready to boogie. Now, let's see if you can do this. Ooh, one leg. I'm not holding on to anything. Don't try this at home if you're unstable. Please hold on to something. All right, well, mindfulness there. Very good. Get that stretch out. Okay, now we're just going to get a little bit of the groin. Lean forward, knees forward. You can pull off some yoga moves here if you want. I'm going to keep it simple. Very good. I feel like a yoga instructor myself. Fake it till you make it, like they say. Very good. This is how we do it at Move for Love. All right. Let's get that stretch in, guys. We're just going to get it done quickly because we are going to get into a real boogie right after this. And you're going to dance it all out. The mindfulness rave is about to begin. Very good. And now stretch out those calves. Okay, really feel the calves right on the back foot. And just stretch that out. Hold in your pose and stretch out the calf if you can. Very good. Excellent. And now the left leg. There you go. Stretch out those calves. Very, very good. Okay, and we'll do a quick twist. And I'm going to head over to the DJ decks and we're going to go to the next part of our session. I just want you to loosen up. We're just going to do a last twist. Twist over to the right. And then twist over to the left. And again, twist over to the right. Very good. And twist over to the left. Excellent. Now I'm just going to head over to the DJ decks right after this because we're going to get into the dance section. I hope you've now let go of a little bit more tension from the body because we're starting with the mind and the heart. We're moving to the body. We're going to let it go. And then we're going to get into the dance where we really start to let go of that negative emotion and really bring in the good vibes. So let's keep stretching. And I'm going to run over there right now. Can you hear me? Because I'm back. Don't forget to keep stretching, guys. I want to see you keep moving as we get into the music. And as soon as the music starts, I want you to start shaking to the music, all right? So start getting into your body again. Those areas of tightness, keep pulling it out. Start a little bit slow. Some house tunes. Just to get you swinging. Move for love. Start to get in flow. Step it up a little bit more. I hope you're all booking it down. Is this your first time at a mindful rave? I hope so. Let's see that smile. Shamash, I hope you're smiling out there. It's party time. Yet? Come on, whoa, Mindfulness Day, let's boogie down. Who knew mindfulness could be so much fun? I did. Hope you're still enjoying it. There is wisdom in your body, guys. Tap into it. Let it go. Let it go. Hope you're feeling your body. Time to bang. Beats are coming up. Conscious in the house. Hope you're bouncing. Use those knees. There is wisdom in your body. Trust the dance. Trust your
Pleasure and nothing, don't feel the pain.
We're gonna pick it up. Your warm-up's just about finished. This is a classic for all those in the UK back in the day. Jamiroquai in the house. You dancing, ladies? I don't see you boogie. Let me see you boogie. Let's see my crew boogie. Whoop up crew. Yeah, raise the roof, y'all. Let's have some fun. It's a natural high. No need for that crutch when you got Jamiroquai. Ready, people? for some daylight? Have you ever been to Tomorrowland? Have you heard of Tomorrowland? Do you want to go to Tomorrowland? Don't we love the present moment? But this place, you can go to tomorrow. Tomorrow is a fun place. If you're in your living rooms, I want you to let go. Be a bird. Body, guys, come on, let's go. Sounds like nobody's watching. Because nobody's watching. Except watching me. Are you having fun yet? Hope so, because it's a whole year before the next Mindfulness Day. See you bounce. Are you ready? We're working it up just a little bit more. We're going to work out all that stress. We're going to let it go. I want you to come out of this session completely free.
Children of the wild, we take our chance to face the fall. Go on and on and on to chase our shadows off the wall. Yes, children of the wild, we make our choices on our own.
We make our choices.
Our path is full of fear.
Choose to let it go.
Must be taken all alone. Yes, children of the wild, we take our chance to face the fall. Go on and on to chase our shadows
Turn it around, guys. Let's not get stuck. How you feeling, guys? Can you let it go? Time to rise up. Get off that ground. Get out of that dark place. The future's yours. Have a little breather. Not time for the bathroom break yet. Have a little breath. We're gonna get back up. And the song after this, Move for Love. One last one before the world premiere. New single release of Move for Love. I hope you feel like you're in one of the best concerts you've ever been to in the middle of your room.
I can feel the night sky falling. Simple words couldn't speak what I wanted to say. And I can hear the north wind calling. The thoughts of you from a half a world away. And that I from afar couldn't close the space between us. And I move heaven and the stars to be where you are. 'Cause forever we are, you and me against the world. We are, you and me against the world. We are, you and me
go.
I wanna feel the flow. Let music bring the glow. I want a different life. No drugs, just natural high. The rhythm moves my soul. Move for love, for a better, better life. A better life. A better life. I've got to move for love. I've got to move for love. I've got to move for love. I've got to move for I wanna move tonight. I wanna groove, that's right. I wanna feel the flow. Let music bring the glow. There's freedom in the dance. Best substance, trance for life. No drugs will take me down. Feel love for the natural, natural high. The natural high. The natural high. The natural high. The natural. I got to move for love. I've got to move for love. I got to move for
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me in that dance, that mindfulness rave, and the last song, Move for Love. I hope you really enjoyed it. It's been a great pleasure to serve you tonight, to DJ for you tonight, to give you an experience of the Move for Love experience. You would have heard the 4 words, storge, the love between a mother and a child, family love, philia, the love between friends, eros, the love for partners, romantic partners, and agape, the love for humanity and the love for self, that unconditional love. That's what that song was about. We hope you enjoyed it. It is the song of our movement, that we can overcome that crutch with love. And whilst the English language is only one word for love, Move for Love has those 4 words from the Greek language. We hope you learned something new. We hope you got entertained. We hope that the future is bright for you. I'm DJ One Conscious. Very grateful to Shamash for inviting us here. Very grateful for all of you to pick up mindfulness and do something positive for the world and for you. And without further ado, and with a few minutes left to go, I'd like to end with a gratitude sharing exercise. If there's something you're grateful for right now, whether it's from the Move for Love experience, whether it's from World Mindfulness Day, please share that. I'd love to see some comments which are going to get shared. And I'd love to hear what you're grateful for right now. I'll be jumping on the Facebook, and Shamash will be posting some of what he's grateful for. Thank you so much. I'm DJ One Conscious from Move for Love, and let's see what you're grateful for. Let's embed the concept of letting go with gratitude. Thank you. Thank you to Rebecca O'Connor for being grateful for World Mindfulness Day and sharing it with all the students. Thank you so much. Who else is out there with something to share, something they're grateful for? Big up to the Happiness Lab classroom. Grateful for all the healthcare workers out there. Put a lot of time in during COVID. I'm a doctor by background myself, so I really feel for them right now. Thank you so much for all of you putting those extra miles in. Big love to you all. Shamash wants me to keep playing, so I'll keep playing. But if you got someone you're grateful for, post it in the Facebook group for World Mindfulness Day Festival. I'd love to give you a big shout out. Big up to the Move for Love crew, Yemi the Cat, co-founder and co-producer, Nav Kumar and Elvira Arul, composer and vocalist for the single that you just heard. World release was yesterday. You're the first to hear it live at an event. If you're interested in finding out more, we're on Instagram, DJ One Conscious. On Facebook, Move for Love. MOVE for LOVE. Find us on Facebook. If you wanted the song, just go to our website for a download. moveforlove.com.au. That's moveforlove.com.au or moveforlove.co. C-O. Download the song. Happy days, folks. Go to the bathroom before the next session, now's the time. Big ups to all the Move for Love crew from Australia, from Malaysia, from England, from the US, from Turkey, Singapore. Big ups to Ashok Rudy. Thank you so much for all you did creating the logo. Very grateful. We'd love to hear your feedback, guys, on today's session.
Thank you so much.
On the Move for Love Facebook page.
Thank you so much, DJ Unconscious. Don't know if you can hear me, but I'm just going to share some of the gratitudes here. What a great day, says Claire. Thank you for all the speakers and for your amazing music. Cecile, grateful for the simple joy of being together, living miles away, having fun, learning, letting go, shaking and sharing, and a new word to spread. Great vibes. Yara, grateful for the opportunity to surrender, to release, to let go, to the music, the love and the joy of being part of the community.
Goodbye, good morning, good night, wherever you are in the world. Big love from me, DJ One Conscious, and the team at Move for Love.
So much. That was amazing. Wonderful. So many great gratitudes. I don't know if anyone can read the chat stream. It's amazing. Loads of positivity. Grateful for mindfulness. Body gratitude. Grateful for my mindfulness teachers. I'm watching. Grateful for the NHS. For the COVID warriors. And a big gratitude for DJ One Conscious. Help us do more steps than any other mindful people have been on. Awesome. So we're going to gradually fade out this particular episode and go to our next final speaker. I'll get that working. Sorry, I didn't know how to do a fade out there, but that was amazing. So, wow. I didn't know what to expect, but that was better than anything I was ever expecting. So that's wonderful. And we've got even more in store for you. So let me just turn on Shaka here. Shaka, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Awesome. Yeah, I'm just trying to get your video up. Can you click on your video to make it show the video?
Can you see me?
I can hear you, and yes, I can see you too. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. What's going on?
It's all happening here.
That last set was lovely, though.
Yeah. Whereabouts are you?
I'm literally in the park. I'm in the park near my house. Just,
wonderful.
I didn't plan to be. It was a bit loud in my house, so I thought, let me come into the park and do it. But it's funny because it's World Mindfulness Day, and like, if there's any better place to do it, it's here. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. It's really clear. It's lovely, actually. It's so nice to
Yes.
finish with someone outside in the fresh air.
Yeah, it's meant to be.
Wonderful. Well, just to give a very brief introduction, I met Shaka at TEDx London probably a couple of years ago, and there was a whole bunch of different speakers, but the one that really stood out for me that I always remembered was you. And we've never actually met or connected, but I've been following you.
We haven't.
And weirdly enough, your Twitter kind of went wrong recently, and that was how you popped up on my feed, because I think you wanted to. There was some issue with your Twitter, and I thought,
no, my Instagram.
Oh, was it your Instagram?
My Instagram got hacked. Hopefully, fingers crossed, I'll be back into my Instagram next week. I'm currently speaking to Facebook about it, so they're on the case. But yeah, my Instagram got hacked. And yeah, I worked so hard to build up my fan base on my Instagram. Literally, like 13,000 followers. It's verified and everything. So
I can help you with that as well, because I know some people who work at Facebook. So
oh yes, please.
I can help you with that as well. Amazing. So yeah, would you like to share a little bit about your story and some stuff, and then we can play one of your videos?
Yes, of course. So for everyone listening, I was in a grime trio. If you don't know what grime is, it's a genre in the urban scene. I was in a grime group. There was 3 of us. There was Double S, Vertex, and myself. We was called Marvel. We was together for 5 years, and in those 5 years, we did some incredible things. Like we toured with Chipmunk. I don't know if you know an artist called Chipmunk. We toured with Skepta. He's a big artist from the UK. And we also toured with Diversity, the group that won Britain's Got Talent. I'm sure everyone knows Diversity. We toured with them. Then we got signed in 2010. And we brought out our first single in the same year, 2010. And then that single didn't do so well. So we ended up getting dropped by the record label. After we got dropped by the record label, I spiraled into deep depression, and I ended up getting sectioned and put in a mental health hospital at the end of 2011, going into 2012 for the first time. That was for like 5 days. Then I relapsed again the following year, and I ended up getting sectioned again for 28 days. And then I got sectioned again in 2016 for another 28 days. So I got put in a mental health hospital 3 times, got diagnosed with schizophrenia. And I remember the doctor saying to me something that will never leave me. The doctor said, "You've been sectioned so many times, you need to figure out something to do to get your health back on track. They're going to help me." And they did help me. They was coming to visit me at least twice a week, talking me through my mindset. But I decided to do the work myself. I stumbled across this great book from this author called Louise Hay. The book's called You Can Heal Your Life. The book taught me all about self-love, really going into my mind, cleaning up my mind, because she described our minds as messy bedrooms. And when you got a messy bedroom, you go in there and you literally clean everything out one by one. And that's what I had to do in my mind. I had to go in there and really get back in contact with some core belief systems that I was having that was messing me up. And I ended up putting myself back together. I released this song called Self-Love. I got signed for it 2 years ago, and that's how we met, because I got asked to do a TED Talk, and I did a TED Talk last year. And then I ended up getting myself back on my feet and turning my whole situation back around. So if there's any message I want to put out today from my story, is that no matter what you've been through, it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's suicidal thoughts, whether it's bipolar, whether it's manic depression, you can turn your situation around and get yourself back on your feet. And that's my message today on World Mindfulness Day.
That's wonderful. And what did you do? So you read that book, and was it like something that you practiced every day?
Yes, the book had exercises and stuff to do. And I love books that gives you actionable things to do. Do you know what I mean? The book was so one of the most incredible things that the book said was go into the mirror and say good things about yourself and see what pops up from your subconscious. I think that was genius. So say you walk into a mirror now and you look in the mirror and you say to yourself, "I love you." And then a voice in your head says, "Why would you love me? I'm an ugly person." Then you know what thoughts have been holding you back. So she calls it mirror work. And I think that's incredible. So go into the mirror and just say different stuff about yourself. Say stuff about your relationship and see what pops up. see what your voice says back to you. And that will let you know the stuff you've got hidden deep in your subconscious that's troubling your life and you don't even know. Do you know what I mean? It's hidden way deep and you don't know. So the mirror reveals it. It brings it back up to the surface and then you can deal with it. And I used to do that a lot. I used to go into the mirror and used to just say stuff to myself. And I used to see what popped up and I'll be like, okay, that's what's holding me back. That thought's holding me back. That belief system's holding me back. Because it's all about getting in touch with your belief systems and just correcting them. So yeah, that was...
Wow. So rather than getting upset by the negative, so you'd say something positive, like I like myself or I love myself.
And then
even though negative thought comes, you're able to
thank you. You say thank you for sharing that thought. And then you change it. But what people do, when the thought pops up, they get angry at the thought. You can't do that. When the thought pops up, they're like, oh, why is it saying that? Do you know what I mean? No, like, it's you. The thought's not trying to harm you. You said those things to yourself. So all you got to do is just clear it out and just change it again and reprogram yourself. And it sounds like an easy process. It's really not, but it's worth it. It's worth getting in tune with yourself and reprogramming and changing your belief systems for better, positive ones. And trust me, man, life will be incredible afterwards.
Wow. And how long was the process before you started, you stopped hearing such strong negativity about yourself as you did that process? How long did it take?
It took, that's a good question. It took a good 6 months, 6 months back and forth, but it got easier and easier. Once I realized that the thoughts weren't there to harm me, the thoughts were thoughts that I put there myself, then it got easier when I heard them. I can just, do you know what I mean? Just dismiss them and just ignore them. Before, the hard part is when they pop up and like you don't know how to react to the thought. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like, oh, why did this thought pop up? As soon as you start realizing how you can just ignore it and let the thought flow by, things just get really easier from that point on.
Yeah, no, wow. So it was it sounds like you were really determined once that doctor said that statement to you, something woke up in you.
Yeah. And that's a good thing that you mentioned that, because I feel like when you're going down the journey of self-love, you really need to want it for yourself. Like I always get messages from like parents and people saying, can you talk to my son? He just had a breakdown and he just got sectioned. And I always say that he has to want it. You have to want your healing for yourself. No one can want it more than you. And then once you want it that bad, then people can assist you on that journey. And I wanted it bad. Like that was my 3rd time being sectioned and I didn't want to go back ever again. So yeah.
So it came out. There's the quote that we shared yesterday: "No mud, no lotus." And you experienced so much mud, so much difficulty, and then from that difficult challenges, you created something amazing. So I think this would be a nice moment to share the clip. I'm going to share from the TED Talk, your little introduction, and then the song, if that's okay. And
that's fine.
I think everyone's going to really enjoy this. So I'm just going to mute you for a sec while I play this. Okay. So give me a second. Okay, so here we go. So this is what I experienced when I was at TEDx in London. And here's Shaka.
One of the songs that I made that everyone knows me for now, obviously, is called Self-Love, of course, because that's what I've been studying. And I made this beautiful song called Self-Love. And I want to sing this song with everyone today. And I want to turn this from a TED Talk to a TED party. I don't think no one... I don't think no one's ever turned a TED Talk to a TED party, so don't steal my ideas. I was the first to turn this into a TED party. So I want to teach you guys the words. Are you not ready to learn the words? Yeah. Can we stand on our feet? Is that cool? Yeah, I know. I know you didn't want to, we're going to, All right, cool. It's simple. Listen clearly, yeah? Simple. The chorus goes, you give everybody else love, but you never give yourself love. Don't forget about your self-love. Self-love. Can we try that? You give everybody else, but you never give your... Don't forget about your... Cheers! All right, that's the chorus, yeah. This is the verse. The verse has got a bit of swearing, but yeah, fuck it. The verse goes, you just got to repeat after me, so this is easy. The verse goes, sometimes it's cool not to give a fuck. Your turn. All right, cool. It's okay to say fuck everybody and give yourself love. Go. You're going to like this one. Some people call it selfish. I call it self-love. Go. All right, yeah, you lot's got it, man. You lot's got it. Are we ready to try that? Play the music. All right, let's go. Hey, you give everybody else love, but you never give yourself love. Don't forget about your self-love. Then what? What? Louder. You give everybody. Hey, but you never give your. Hey, don't forget about your self-love. Self-love. All right, let's try it now. Sometimes it's cool not to give a fuck. Your turn. Louder. Go. It's okay to say fuck everybody and give yourself love. Go. At the top. Okay. Some people call it selfish. I call it self-love. I can't hear you. Hey. Health is wealth, love. Don't forget about your self-love. Some people call it selfish. Fuck him. Everybody, you give everybody else love. I can't hear you, but you never give yourself love. What? Don't forget about yourself. Then what? Hey. Louder. You give everybody else love. Hey, but you never give yourself love. Jeez. Don't forget about your self-love. Double. Self-love. I'm like, everybody around you is happy, but you, hey, cause you spend all your time thinking about what the world has to say about you, has to say about you, has to say about you. Fuck their opinions. Be happy. I said fuck their opinions. What? Cause there comes a time in life when you have to put your middle finger right up to the world. There comes a time in life when you have to be alone and learn how to love yourself. Hey, go. You give everybody else love, but you never give yourself love. Don't forget about your self-love. At the top, self-love. Hey, you give everybody else love, but you never give yourself love. Don't forget about your self-love. This is where you can just vibe out with me. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. Everybody, last time. Oh, you give everybody else love. I want to hear you, but you never give yourself love. Louder. Don't forget about your self-love. Self-love. Oh, you give everybody else love, but you never give yourself love. Don't forget about your self-love. Self-love. Now stay. Thank you. Honestly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I know you're probably wondering who are these people that just ran onto the stage without no warning. Basically, there's a video for Self-Love out right now. It's on YouTube, it's on Apple, it's on iTunes, it's on Spotify. And these are the people that's in the video. And they've got their own amazing stories to why I chose them. So can you make some noise for them, please? And ladies and gentlemen, I've always wanted to say this line, but that was my TED Talk.
Love it. Great finish. That's awesome. That's awesome. Let me try it. Let me just get you unmuted again. There we go. Ask to... Oh, sorry. I think you have to unmute yourself again, sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Were you able to hear that?
I enjoyed that, man. It took me back. Oh man.
Oh, it was a great event. It was
Woo!
so special, such a special moment.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Well, we got loads of amazing comments here saying that's fantastic. No words, just incredible. Everyone needs to see this. We need to share it with the world. Stuff
that's
like
sick.
that. So, how's it been for you since you first made that song? What's been happening?
Oh man. I did the TED Talk. Do you know what? Last year was literally one of the best years of my life. Honestly, I did the TED Talk, and then I performed in New York twice.
Wow.
And then my EP came out, and it charted at #3 in the hip hop charts.
Wow.
Yeah, last year was incredible for me. And then this year started off incredible until COVID spoiled it. This year I did my headline show, my own show, sold out in Rich Mix in February. And then and then COVID just hit, and like everything's just slowed down like drastically. But yeah, but I'm working on my album currently.
Okay, and then do you want to say something about that the single mothers video that you told me about as well? Or was that part of the previous album or something?
Oh yes, Single Mothers. That was my second single after Self Love. Single Mothers is a song that I dedicate to my mum. She's a single mother. She raised me single-handedly. My father wasn't around. He hasn't passed or anything, but he just wasn't in my life. So my mum done all the work. So I just wanted to dedicate a song to like parents that's done it on their own, because I appreciate them so much more now that I'm older. I didn't realize how much work and effort and the strength it takes as a woman to do that. I was young, so I didn't realize what she's doing. Now I'm older, I look back and I think, wow, all those times I used to come into the kitchen and catch her smoking. I didn't realize why she was smoking, but she was smoking because of like the stress, do you know what I mean? And like everything she's got to deal with and go through on her own. Like it's not, I'm finding trouble looking after myself by myself, let alone her looking after me and herself. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I had to make that song for her. Yeah, my mum. Yeah, that song's dedicated to my mum, single mothers, and dedicated to all the single mothers around the world.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I watched the video earlier. It was really moving what you did for. You did something special. I think you took.
Yes, I found 3 single mothers, and I took them out for a day out, and I got their makeup done, as you can see in the video, and I just shot like an incredible video, and yeah, that video is special.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, there's lots of support here in our community. Is there? Do you know how we could support you? We could certainly check out your tracks and share them. Is there anything else that we can do?
Yeah, just share my songs to people that need them. I like to make songs for people that I don't make songs for everybody. My music is really specific. It's for people that need them. So if you've got someone in their life that you know is having a hard time loving themselves at the moment, trying to change their self-image, send them self-love. If you know any single mothers that you know that really work hard for their child and is, you know, going hard by themselves, that don't have a man in their life, send them that song. Just send it to the people that need it.
Yeah, amazing. Well, we're all going to do that, and I'll share the links to all your stuff as well. And I think people will love to follow you more closely and to share your work. And
yes, Instagram's the best place to follow me, but as you know, I'm locked out of Instagram. But,
okay. Yeah, let's keep in touch with that, because my cousin works there, so I'm sure she could help to fix it.
Thank you so much. That would be everything.
Awesome. Well, thank you once again for your time. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you, everybody. We've got lots of people in our community who help others and who help others who need more self-love. So this is going to be. I think this song could be a good trigger to help them work with their clients and stuff as well. So I think it's more now.
Thank you for having me. What you're doing is amazing. I love the community you built. I was reading all the comments when that DJ was playing the set.
DJ
One Conscious. Yes, One Conscious. I was reading all the comments. The comments are so positive, and everyone was talking about giving virtual hugs. And yeah, I love the community. I love the community you built, man. Keep it up.
Yeah. Cheers, Shakel. Thanks a lot. And someone's asking, what's the next song about?
I'm working on my album at the moment. I'll give you an exclusive. It's called Vulnerability is the New Cool. And the album is basically about men that struggle to open up about their mental health. Because I've been doing a lot of Zoom calls during lockdown. And one of the Zoom calls I had, this woman was breaking down the suicide stats, and it was mainly men. And I was like, I need to say something or contribute in a way that I can just help decrease those numbers. So I've made this album. I can't wait for you to hear it. It's such a beautiful album. It's dedicated to men, mainly men. Women can relate to it too, but it's mainly dedicated to men that like struggle with their mental health. Because I truly believe that vulnerability amongst your friends is one of the ways that we can decrease the suicide rate. Because that's one of the things men struggle with, is opening up, because we feel like we're going to be judged or we're going to be laughed at. But if we can make vulnerability cool amongst our friends, then we wouldn't have to go to like therapists. Not saying there's nothing wrong with therapists, but I mean, like, we should be able to speak amongst our friends. Why can't I tell my friends my innermost secret without getting judged? And why can't he say the same thing to me? And this is the funny thing, is that what I realized is that once you do share, you realize how much you've got in common. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
But we won't know if we've got something in common if we don't share. So yeah, I can't wait for you lot to hear the album.
I think that's such a perfect thing to do. I think that's what the world really needs next. So
yeah,
we're all excited with that, and excited to follow you and share that when it's out. And I'm sure we could do some in-person events too once this is all over.
Definitely,
as well. So
100%.
This time next year for World Mindfulness Day, I'm sure we'll be on the stage in person, hopefully.
Definitely.
Brilliant. All right. Well, thank you once again. We'll keep in touch, and we'll try and help you out as well with the Instagram and all the other stuff as best we can. All right. Cheers, mate.
Take care, bro. Bye, community.
Bye.
See you later.
Cheers. Amazing. That was wonderful. Wow. What a day. Where am I? I need to find myself now. If I click that. And it's amazing the computer's still working. Here we go. Yay. Oh, yeah. So, what wonderful. I didn't know how everything was going to go, but it went really, really well, especially with the live music from Malaysia and Shaka joining us from his park. And amazing song, wasn't it? That what we watched in something that I saw at TEDx London. It's really amazing. So you can see that yourself if you Google TEDx London Shaka, and all his albums are online as well on Spotify and stuff like that. So just want to finish by thanking you all for all your positive vibes and kind comments, and for staying. As some of you, it's very late at night or very early in the morning, so I really appreciate all that. If you've signed up on the Eventbrite for the ticket, we'll keep in touch. Don't worry about that. We'll send you the link to the recording. Looks like it should have worked. And yeah, I will share some other meditations and stuff. If you want to just participate in free stuff, then we've got a free Facebook group called Mindful Champions, and I send free meditations once a week. And if you want to invest some money, we've got some daily meditations as part of the Daily Mindfulness Club, and we've got all sorts of stuff depending on what part of your journey that you're on. So let's all keep in touch with each other and keep supporting each other. The community bit's the really fun thing, and we'll definitely do. This is our first event for World Mindfulness Day, so it's been really fun. So we'll definitely do this again next year, and it might even be in person, who knows, or maybe both online and in person. And very open to hear your ideas. We'll probably send a little very short feedback form, just 1 or 2 questions about your ideas for things that we could do in the future. So let us know how you want to contribute, or what would be a great thing to have next. It's always nice to hear your ideas. And I think our next event like this will probably be for launching a community book, our second community book. The first one was called Mindfulness for Challenging Times. Next one, it's going to be about stories and storytelling. So our mindful teachers have been working on their chapters and their meditations for that. So that's going to be a fun launch. So it'll be fun to participate in that next. And yeah, no doubt we'll be in touch, hopefully tomorrow onwards, if you're in our free Facebook group or by email. That's it from me. I want to say a big thank you to everyone who helped out, for Rebecca for volunteering, for Teresa and Diana on our team who's been helping in the background, to all our mindfulness teachers for their gifted contribution today, to all of you for anyone who shared it online. I really appreciate that over the last few weeks when we've been doing this. And thanks for Zoom for not crashing on me and my computer, for my microphone working. And finally, thank yourself for giving the time and the energy, and for being present here, for creating a wonderful day. Well, I hope you have a nice evening, and wish you all the best navigating our challenging times, supporting both ourselves and each other in balance, and remembering that we're not just our thoughts, our feelings and our bodily sensations, but we're the consciousness beyond that, and that connects us all together. And if we can start tuning into that, it's a wonderful place to be. All right, everyone, have a great day or evening wherever you are. Bye for now. See you.